I need to tell you something. I know you get super hyped for the continuations here on the channel, and you'll definitely go looking for them somewhere else. I know you. I know you're not going to want to wait to watch it with everyone else, but don't worry. I'm bringing you the solution to find everything in one place, and it's way easier. Manga Livre is back, and now it has new features. Don't worry, I'm sure you're wondering if it really works and if you'll be able to find the manga you're looking for on there. But you should know, it has a bunch of different tabs. If you can't find the manga in one, you'll be able to find it in another. All you have to do is pick one and search for the name of the series you're looking for. So don't waste any time and come with me to keep up with most of the manhwas and mangas that are hyped right now. So don't wait, check out the pinned comment. And best of all, you can download it directly from the Play Store to follow along too. And now that the PSA is over, let's get right into the story. And at the very beginning, our protagonist is not doing well at all. He's already completely messed up and starts thinking that he doesn't want to die. He needs to escape, fast. He stumbles along the wall, completely exhausted, and wonders why this kind of stuff only ever happens to him. As he forces himself to run, he ends up falling flat on his face. Apparently, our MC's luck stat is almost at 0. He tries to get up again, calling out for someone, but he only manages to roll over onto his back, begging for someone to help him. And right here, he's labeled as a low-level challenger. Key I, until someone arrives. And a demon that looks a lot like that monster Saitama fights at the end of the first season appears in front of our protagonist, and this one is an elite demon. This doesn't look good. It gets closer to our protagonist, who starts thinking about how pathetic this is, being tormented, looked down on, and everything else like this. And he wonders if this is really so much fun for it, asking if it isn't satisfied yet. He declares that he'll never give up, raising his sword towards the demon, speaking to the creature that seems to be enjoying his suffering. That even if everyone laughs at him, or if this damn world abandons him, he will still do times something asterisk. And just like that, he vanishes from where he stood and starts charging the demon, saying he has no choice but to push forward. He leaps, trying to hit the beast head on. A pretty stupid thing to do. However, the demon quickly uses its claws to slice right through the boy, sending him flying and stopping that attack, which was definitely the most idiotic and desperate thing he's ever done. Then, as he's dying, he starts to realize just how much it hurts. The demon gathers power in the palm of its hand, while the boy continues to writhe in agony. The demon raises its hand, ready to unleash an attack on the boy as he trembles, trying to crawl away. He thinks to himself, "This hurts so much." And when the demon unleashes that beam right on top of him, the boy is surprised to see the explosion, and even more surprised that it didn't kill him. However, he notices that the impact of the attack shattered the ground, which starts to crack open beneath him, sending the boy falling down below. And so he just stares up at the demon, laughing at him, thinking that he was supposed to be a strong challenger. He had barely even started. He says that even though he was just about to begin, he's dying anyway. He falls into that hole while the demon just watches, completely satisfied with its work. And just like that, he's dead. But somehow, he begins to explain about the magic tower. He says it's an enigmatic structure beyond human comprehension, and that it's a common term for dungeon-like towers that suddenly appeared all over the world. Its interior functions like something straight out of a game. There are swords, magic, skills, and monsters, and the magic stones and treasures hidden in these skyscraper towers have a high exchange value. And those who are always in search of these treasures are called challengers. The treasures they usually find inside the towers are sold for a high price. However, challenging a skyscraper tower is risky, because even though it works like a game, death inside the magic tower is real. But despite all that, our protagonist opens his eyes. Apparently, he's not surprised by what happened, simply stating that he died, again. He says this isn't how things were supposed to be, and the system tells him, death confirmed, infinite resurrection skill is being activated. 10 seconds remaining. He sits in a completely empty space and talks about infinite resurrection. No matter how many times he dies in a magic tower, this skill brings him back. But he starts getting angry as he realizes what this skill really does. He says they tricked him. He explains that after he finished high school, he was earning a living by working part-time jobs. And that's when a magic tower appeared, and he thought his life would change if he became a challenger. He thinks to himself that it's hard to get magic stones and treasures every single day. So, to get an edge in this competition, he tried to acquire a skill, and it had to be a rare skill that nobody else had. And so he thinks about the skill stones that allow you to acquire specific abilities. He says the one selling this infinite resurrection was the merchant at the entrance of the magic tower. He spent all of his savings and even went into debt to buy this infinite resurrection skill, model. When he gets it, he says that's how he managed to get an immortal body. But when infinite resurrection was activated, the system told him that with the death penalty, a debuff of -500 defense would be applied. And he says that with infinite resurrection, every time he returns from death, his abilities are reduced. Dude, I don't think this guy has 500 defense. I can't see this scrawny guy having 500 defense. And I think, just a hunch, I'm just gonna guess here that if his defense stat goes into the negative, things are gonna get real bad. And he thinks that this is one hell of a death penalty. He says he's died 4 times so far, which is already a lot, you know, Subaru. He says that the first time he died, his defense was reduced by 500, even though his defense was only 53. And it was thanks to that he almost died from just one hit earlier. He says the second time he lost 70 attack points, and the third time he lost 250 HP, and the debuffs are random. And this time, he lost 60 agility, leaving his stats completely screwed up. He says he used to have 61 agility. So he says if he keeps getting debuffed like this, he'll be left with just 1 in that stat. And he says that in the Magic Tower, his body changes according to his stats. And if his agility decreases, his body gets heavier. And eventually, he won't be able to move anymore. And as soon as that happens, he won't be able to be a challenger anymore. So he thinks he's gotten himself deep into debt, already feeling death breathing right down his neck. And he says that to make matters worse, he's stuck with a completely useless ability. And he says this is getting more and more frustrating, and it's announced that he will be resurrected, telling him to prepare himself. Then he wakes up, finding something strange, wondering if he revived, thinking that his body feels heavy. And he thinks it must be because he only has 1 agility point and says it's going to be hard to even move like this. But he wonders what this place is where he's at, saying he should have fallen on the starting floor. And he wonders about the atmosphere of the place, saying he's never heard of a place like this on the initial floors, until he looks ahead and notices that thing is a skill stone and not just a simple rock, saying it's an ultra-rare stone, a golden one. Then he says he could sell that stone for a fortune. He might even be able to pay off the debt he got himself into. However, that's a pretty dumb idea. You have 1 agility point, so anyone who runs after you trying to get that thing is going to get it. And he says that, no matter the cost, he's taking that with him, and he thinks there are no monsters around, getting up and just walking, saying it's going to be an easy win. But he couldn't have been more wrong, because as he walks, he ends up stepping on a trap, and several holes appear next to him from which projectiles shoot out, killing him instantly in a horrific way. Pierced by several daggers, he ends up dead, and infinite resurrection is activated. With the penalty, he loses 65 strength and comes back to life once more, all messed up and terrified, and just like that, infinite resurrection is activated again. He notices the trap that just killed him and thinks that something like that won't stop him from moving forward. Then he thinks he can't move his arms and, stopping to think, his strength has been reduced. So he's practically got osteoporosis. And by touching the wall, he activates another trap, dying again. However, this time it's not instantaneous. A dragon statue appears in front of him, and that statue breathes fire on him, killing him once more. And he starts to lose more and more things, now getting a 250 HP debuff. So he keeps dying in each of the traps and progressing little by little. And he says he finally understands, saying the reason there was only such a narrow corridor is to lure a challenger who's drooling over a rare skill and kill them with traps. He notes that it's very effective, since he's dying in every single one of them. And he says that under normal circumstances, this would be very bad. And he says that no matter how many lives one has, it wouldn't be enough to get through that. However, unfortunately for the creator of this thing, he is definitely the weakest challenger in the tower. However, he has lives to spare. I don't think you can brag about that, because you're going to get so debuffed that you'll have to crawl. But let's go. What matters is that you have your health, maybe. And so he runs, jumping over all the traps he's already fallen into and falling into new ones. And he keeps dying over and over again, getting one debuff after another. Then he wonders how many times he's died, and each time is more brutal than the last, with him now dying to lightning and various other things. And he begins to notice that even his vision is failing. He dies impaled. He dies in every way imaginable. And this time, the debuff is hitting where he doesn't have much left, debuffing his intelligence. And he starts to feel like his consciousness is about to fade. And so, after a long time, he manages to reach that skill, beating all the odds. And when he grabs it, he starts to pass out. The system speaks in his mind, asking if he would like to use the skill stone. But since he apparently no longer has the intelligence to form a sentence and answer what's being said, it is stated that since there was no response, the use will be automatic, and he acquires the inversion skill. And after a while, he wakes up not knowing what's going on, because he feels stronger. His head suddenly feels light, and he says he no longer feels the devastating effects of the death penalties, questioning what is happening. So he goes to check his stats, but gets a huge shock, asking, "What the hell is this?" Because the devastating negative effects he had been receiving until now have turned into positive effects, and he gets an absurdly huge buff in everything he lost. While he's freaked out by what's going on, the system says he has acquired a new skill. It's the inversion skill, which reverses all effects, including buffs, debuffs, and abnormal statuses. Then he starts to understand, saying it was thanks to this ability, saying that all the debuffs he received until now have been reversed. leaving him pretty overpowered. He wonders when he acquired this skill, but then remembers he picked up the rare golden skill stone and notes that it was used automatically. So he's thinking, there goes all his money. Dude, you really haven't gotten your intelligence back yet, have you? I'm starting to suspect his intelligence hasn't returned. He starts to think that maybe this was a good thing, saying that if all the infinite resurrection penalties are reversed by the inversion, he'll get stronger every time he dies, spotting an opportunity right there. And he thinks that with this power, he can reach the top as a challenger, saying that whatever it takes, he's going to get stronger, richer, and more famous. And I think you'd better just keep walking into those traps, stepping on them every single time. Go on, step on it. 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 Only come out when you're at God level. And he starts to think that the most important thing now is to get back home. He wonders if he'll have to go through there, and notices that the instant kill traps have returned to their pre-activation state. He wonders if they'll activate again when he gets close, and thinks that this means he's going to be killed by all those traps. Again. But he starts saying he doesn't want to, saying that even if he can revive, dying hurts way too much, and that if he dies that many times, he'll definitely end up going crazy. And he automatically starts trembling with fear. But he thinks his current stats are about to double thanks to the inversion, and figures that maybe he can even get through those traps, gaining a little bit of courage. Also thinking that there's no other path and there's no other way. And he says he has no choice but to try, dashing through there. But he runs at such a high speed that the traps don't even notice he's passing by. And when one of them activates, shooting spears out in front of our protagonist, he manages to dodge them all with ease. He's doing parkour in the air, on the spears, on the walls, on every surface possible, getting past them super easily. As the spears shoot out from the floor behind him, he thinks that he can see them perfectly, and those beams come at him, and he thinks, that one's fast. But even so, he manages to duck with superhuman strength, cracking the floor and passing right through that whole web of beams. He isn't hit by a single one of them, easy peasy. Then he moves toward that axe that killed him that other time. However, he thinks that now the axe is way too slow, getting past it without a problem, not letting himself get hit by anything. He thinks about what's coming next, heading toward that flame-breathing dragon. But he says that this time, it's not going to hit him. He tells the dragon to keep dreaming, pulling something from his inventory, taking out an item and using that sword to kill the dragon, shattering it to pieces. And as soon as he shatters it, he stands still, about to be hit by daggers coming from behind his back. But he just quickly strikes a perfect 10 pose, catching all those daggers and placing them on the ground. And now he starts to think he's a little more convinced that things have apparently changed somehow. And he thinks about the infinite resurrection, saying that with the combination of the death penalties and the inversion, he could become the strongest challenger. Whoa, dude, the hacks have been activated. Just let that sink in. So then, in another area, he thinks that where he is way too high up, saying that for his old self, climbing up there would have been impossible, but he notices that now. It might just work, and he starts to get ready to jump. And after getting a cool running start, he runs up the walls doing parkour, climbing straight up until he comes out where he was before, fighting that high-level demon. And the demon is apparently still waiting for him there. And when our guy comes flying out of that hole, he tells the demon, "Sorry to keep you waiting," and the demon does not like that one bit. And our hero drops down with that all chipped up sword, coming face to face with that being. And him, without a care in the world, just charges right at that thing, testing his strength against it. Then the demon throws him back, becoming a little more alert to what he can do, because it sensed that things weren't looking good on its end. And so our protagonist asks, "Why don't you try killing me again?" And the demon apparently gets nervous at that provocation, losing its cool and letting out a terrifying scream. And our hero says, "That's more like it," saying he's going to play with him, getting a little serious and looking like a total boss. And he says the demon only has one life, asking how it's going to beat someone with infinite lives, telling the demon to show him. And with that, when he charges at the demon, he easily dodges the monster's attack, basically seeing its trajectory and its hand passing right by him, having more than enough time to hit it easily. He says that, just as he thought, it's incredible how much his stats have increased, and this time he manages to tear off the demon's arm with a single blow, doing a beautiful pirouette. Then he says that its attacks don't scare him anymore, and the demon gets more and more terrified by the change the boy has undergone in such a short time. Then he manages to land a kick, sending the demon flying, and just like that, he says he's won. But while he's all convinced, he sees a light that reminds him of something he's felt before, and he realizes this light is dangerous enough to make him get out of the way. He quickly runs from it, fleeing, and the demon he had defeated appears from the middle of all that smoke, its hand already clenched to launch another one. And this time, it's smiling, all excited. And our hero says, that was a close one, and that, to be honest, something's been bothering him for a while. Talking about that demon, that it doesn't seem like a monster that should be on the 3rd floor, and that the higher you go in the magic tower, the stronger the monsters get. And since he's near the entrance on the 3rd floor, a lower floor, it should be safe, since only the upper floors are supposed to be dangerous. and he says that this is the third floor, and there should only be weak monsters around here, and maybe not even humanoids. He charges at that monster, swinging his sword once more. However, the demon opens its wings, showing that even they can attack, trying to grab our hero with them, but he manages to dodge. Then he thinks that his stats have increased significantly thanks to the death penalties. And the thing is, he's still stronger than the challengers who visit this floor. So it's extremely weird to see a creature like it on this floor, and he says it's something unprecedented. Dude, you better look in every corner of that floor. See if some guy named Sung Jin Woo isn't in there with you, because, my friend, every dungeon that guy enters goes to hell. So, the protagonist, while he's still in the air, gets hit by the demon's attack, but he uses that sword to defend himself. However, he's thrown straight to the ground and asks the being who the hell it is. And that demon, which already didn't look weak, is looking even less so now. The creature completely ignores the protagonist. So he says he didn't expect an answer, but unfortunately for it, the enemy it just made is a lot stronger, and he declares that now he's going to end this. However, the demon doesn't seem to be in any mood to end the fight. It summons 2 energy balls in the palm of its hand, ready to charge at the boy, and the protagonist, seeing that it decided to use both hands, starts to get a little scared because he notices something strange. The demon is changing color and turning reddish, and the lightning around it is becoming completely black with red points at the tips. Then, it pulls out a very long sword, and the protagonist finally realizes that the demon has stopped playing around and is really coming at him with everything it has. Then it roars, turning even redder as its aura continues to grow. It then However, he keeps dodging, using his agility to narrowly avoid getting fried. The demon gets right on his tail, getting extremely close enough to almost hit him. So, the protagonist has no other choice but to block the demon's attack, which nearly smashes him into the ground. That power is way too high and creates a massive crack in the ground, with him being pressed down and almost crushed. He thinks that was a close one, but then he glances to the side and notices something there. It's the demon's other hand, the one that wasn't attacking with an energy orb, already prepared to blow the protagonist away. He thinks, I'm screwed, and that orb kills him, destroying his head. The demon finishes him off once again. The system announces that he has died and, with the death penalty, a permanent debuff of 40 strength is applied. However, a debuff reversal is confirmed, and he gains another 40 strength, coming back to life. He then reappears behind the demon and, this time, manages to land a surprise attack using his stealth, startling the demon. In the middle of that attack, the demon spins around quickly, stopping the protagonist. Absolutely furious, he asks how that thing dares to kill him and says that even though he can revive, it still hurts like hell. He starts attacking the monster with all the strength he has, with absurd ferocity, giving it no chance to defend itself. The protagonist then says that he's managing to pressure it thanks to the strength buff, but he still thinks it's not enough. His best option now is to let himself be killed a few more times. With great persistence, he manages to land a hit on the demon's chest, which lets out a terrifying, disbelieving scream. But from that cut the protagonist managed to make on its chest, energy bursts out and lightning starts to take over the area. The boy is terrified by the explosion of power emanating from the demon's body and ends up getting killed because of it. And as a penalty, he receives a debuff of 60 agility. However, this debuff turns into a buff, and he ends up with 60 agility added to his stats. So he's surprised by this. He thinks that with this, it'll be easier. When he returns, the demon starts to get scared, and he comes face to face with the monster, saying that it fought well, but it's still not going to be enough. His speed nearly triples as he lunges at the monster with everything he's got. The demon even tries to defend itself, attacking him before it's attacked, but the protagonist manages to pass right through it, opening a hole in its abdomen. And with that, the demon even thinks about doing something, but it's so terrified that its eyes go wide. Then it explodes. The protagonist says, "This ends here," like a total badass. Then he states that, in the end, it only had one life and never had a chance to win from the start. But when he looks back, he's a little surprised, saying he doesn't know if they'll both end up in hell or somewhere else, even with infinite lives. Then he says he hopes to meet it again someday, saying that when that time comes, they'll have a fair fight. My friend, you better not. Better not. Better not. You know, right? If you have a fair fight, without that hack you're hiding in your pocket, you're screwed. And after acting all tough, he collapses on the ground, completely exhausted, saying that he somehow managed to win. He thinks about how he was killed twice again and gets pissed off. And he says that even though he got stronger, it still wasn't enough. However, when he looks at the weapon he was holding, he realizes it's completely disintegrating. So he says he needs a more robust sword and that he should be able to get some cash by collecting those magic stones. He says he'll use it to buy a new weapon. He starts picking up the stones that are growing throughout the dungeon and then returns to the first floor of the Tower of Hermes, finally reaching a safe area. He explains that at the entrance of each floor of the Magic Tower, there's a section where monsters don't appear, called a safe zone, where adventurers can rest. Also, while they explore the magic tower, there's a chance for equipment and items to drop. There's also a shop in the safe zone where you can buy and sell things. And that's exactly where he bought this skill he was using, the one that gave him such a massive headache. He then thinks that a certain sword must be durable, picking up a silver one. But he also thinks that this sword was a total ripoff, since he spent almost all the stones he had collected earlier. However, he decides to continue climbing from now on, realizing he shouldn't think of it that way, but rather as an initial investment. He notices some people staring at him, sensing something strange. And everyone around him was talking about the protagonist, realizing that he's the guy who fell for the scam and bought the infinite resurrection stone. And everyone starts to feel sorry for the protagonist, because apparently they already knew what was going on. He starts to understand, saying that he's the gullible challenger who bought that trash skill, and that if they already knew, they should have told him. But everyone stays quiet about it, and he talks about this infinite resurrection, saying that it might be a trash skill for other challengers, but now, with the reversal, it's a god-tier skill. With a combo like that, it's pretty tough, huh? He says it's a skill that only he can master, and it seems pretty awesome. However, he hears someone shouting next to him and gets the shock of his life, looking to the side and asking what that was all about. And that guy, the one who looks like some generic, troublemaking NPC, asks if he hadn't already said he'd be challenging the 5th floor mid-boss, announcing that the Dominator, Lord Nogishima, has arrived. And so, the protagonist thinks about this Nogishima and the Dominator title he just introduced, explaining that it's a title given to those who challenge a boss room at the very top of a magic tower. And the magic tower disappears as soon as the boss at the top is defeated. So, those who defeat a boss get their hands on unique equipment. He says that Dominators are usually respected by other challengers, but Nogishima is kind of, well, let's just say he's not all that great. But then he notices something strange and asks who that is arguing with Nogishima. Then he sees this blonde girl saying he just got lucky and happened to challenge a low-level magic tower, claiming anyone could have done that. But then the girl beside her asks her friend to stop, saying it's not cool to fight there. So that's Mana, a level 15 challenger. And the other one is Yuki, a level 13 challenger. And Mana keeps telling Yuki to stop, saying that they found the mid-boss room first. She questions if it's really okay to let that phony Dominator get the rewards. However, Yuki says that the rewards for clearing the mid-boss room are really tempting, but it's just too dangerous. So it would be better to let Nogishima and the others go on ahead. But there's not much Mana can do, and Nogishima says the matter should be settled while she's just fuming at him. And, still mocking them, he tells the girls to sit down and watch. He says he has a unique piece of Dominator gear, the Isis Mimesis, which can block any attack, and they laugh at the two girls. However, our protagonist walks over to them, and they apparently know Yoshito. Then Takemichi just stares at that guy with a not-so-friendly look on his face. So he announces for everyone to hear that the protagonist got ripped off by some trashy merchant and ended up buying an even trashier skill, saying how pathetic he is. He's talking all this trash about the protagonist, asking how the kid could have gotten scammed like that. But his shitty little plan doesn't go quite so well, because our protagonist is way calmer and just ignores the villain, talking to the girls and asking how about they just let Nogishima and the others handle the mid-boss. Mana notes that even Yoshito is on board with this crappy idea, but he tells her to relax, saying that this way the three of them can challenge the boss room at the top of the dungeon. He says this with a confidence he hasn't shown until now, saying they'll be able to advance at a speed that not even Nogishima and the others could match. Yuki is surprised and asks what he means. Then he says he's not messing with them, telling them he has a plan for it. And Nogishima gets totally pissed off seeing the kid act so damn cocky and tells Takemichi to attack him. However, the protagonist just glances back, seeing the trajectory of that asshole's attack. The protagonist tells the guy not to even try, saying later that he was the one who started the attack. But then, our hero dodges every single blow Nogishima throws with an absurd calmness, ducking and weaving by a hair's breadth, and as he does, he sticks his foot out, making Nogishima fall flat on his face, sending him tumbling in a ridiculous way. And everyone is wondering if he's okay, while Nogishima gets up, having no idea what just happened. Then, when he looks back, the protagonist humiliates him even more, asking how long he's going to stay there on the floor. He tells Nogishima to demonstrate the great skills of a Dominator by defeating the mid-boss and simply walks into the room ahead of them. Guys, you'll have to forgive me, but I love a protagonist who's a little OP like this. I'm getting hyped. And so, now, on the 4th floor of the Magic Tower, they all start walking together, with Nogishima's crew in the front and our protagonist and his two girls in the back. Then Mana talks to Yoshito, asking if he really thinks it's a good idea to follow Nogishima, because both of them are feeling pretty wary about it. He finds their reaction strange, and Mana says that he's not that strong. Yuki is also worried, because the monsters that have been appearing are tough, and they could die, but Yoshito tells them to relax, which only makes them more apprehensive. and the protagonist explains that Mana and Yuki are challengers he met inside the tower. However, their levels are 15 and 13, and he's level 8, so it's only natural for them to be worried. But right now, despite his level, his stats have increased a ton, and if they get into a fight, he'll turn his enemies to dust. Look, you might have to die a few times. It's better if you die up front, leaving everyone behind. Just keep dying and coming back, and maybe you really can kill anything. And with that, Nogishima looks back and talks to Takamichi, saying it's fine for him to watch and see how a boss is defeated. But he says he'll take care of the small fry, and the protagonist is surprised, because just minutes ago he was all scared, but it seems he's back to normal. Then, they're startled as the entire dungeon begins to shake. They look to the side, searching for the cause, until a monster lunges at Nogishima, one that looks like a frog. And that creature tries to attack him, but Nogishima manages to raise his shield, stopping the attack and throwing the monster back. When the monster lands on the ground and gets into its battle stance, it's revealed to be a lizard man. It quickly starts shouting as if it's calling for others. And Nogishima doesn't notice this, saying it's just a lizard man and that this'll be easy. However, the protagonist tells him to wait, saying that something's wrong. Then, several glowing eyes appear above them in the darkness, and when they look up, they realize they are surrounded by lizard men, and Nogishima questions what's happening and why there are so many of them. Until a red lizard man, different from the others, passes through the middle of them, causing them to kneel. So, he laughs. Turns out, that's the lizard commander, a superior species of lizard man that commands a horde. He then raises his sword, shouting something in his own language, and the blue lizard men immediately charge at our protag's crew, filled with a murderous rage. But just as the protag looks scared, he quickly flips a switch, going into full psycho mode and smiling right in the middle of the battle. Mana calls out to Yori, saying they have to protect Yoshito. The two of them place themselves in front of him, trying to keep the kid alive. Then he tells them it's all right, saying he can fight too. But Mana yells at him, telling him not to act all tough in a situation like this. He thinks that's weird, and she explains that these opponents are too strong for them, and he's just completely stunned by what he's hearing. And Yuke speaks to Yoshito, telling him it's dangerous and begging him to please fall back. Meanwhile, Mana charges forward, cutting down anyone who gets in her way. Yori also jumps into the fray with her magic, trying to keep the protag from having to fight and get himself killed. But he starts insisting that he's going to fight too, so he asks them why they're all doing this. But then it starts to sink in, and he gets this dejected look on his face, realizing they all think he's just going to get in the way. And he realizes how messed up this is, because it makes him feel like trash. Come on, man, if you don't show them you're basically hacking the system, this is never going to work. You can knock down and humiliate everyone in front of the whole group, but apparently, your party has short-term memory loss. You have to constantly prove how much of a badass you are. Then, the red lizard charges at Nagich just as he's tossing a blue one aside, and amidst that surprise attack, Nagich just barely manages to get his shield up in time. But the force of the attack sends him flying. He almost lands flat on his back, but somehow manages to stay on his feet. But when Nogich looks down, he sees it's a trap, and our protag, who stepped on countless traps just like that one, instantly recognizes it, remembering everything he's been through. And he thinks for a second that Nogich is screwed, but turns out his bad luck stat didn't get a boost along with everything else, so he's the one who ends up falling. He gets super pissed off as the girls scream Yoshito's name, and he starts demanding to know why he's the one falling and not Nogich. And he once again thinks about this magic tower, how, just like the name suggests, it's filled with traps designed to stop anyone who dares to challenge it. But even as he's falling, he starts getting furious, saying to himself that these kinds of traps don't work on him anymore. He remembers the parkour he used on the way up and does the same thing on the way down, using the walls to safely land on the ground. He takes a moment and realizes, this time, he's completely unharmed. But when he looks behind him, several other red lizardmen have appeared, and he's shocked to see so many more lizard commanders down on this lower floor. He thinks to himself that there's nowhere to run, because he's almost certain they aren't going to let him escape this time. But, since things are going so great for our protag, he basically says, you want to know something? I'm already pissed off. So he simply draws his silver sword, unleashing his killing intent, and declares he's sick and tired of all the traps. And the lizards start to get the feeling that this time, they might be the ones being hunted. He tells them to come at him all at once, saying it'll be a good chance to test out his new sword, and he warns the lizards that sooner or later, they're going to realize what a huge mistake they just made. He charges at all of them and takes out several with a single strike, right off the bat, wiping out a huge chunk of their army. He says those lizards made a huge mistake by luring him down there. As he stands face to face with the survivors, he thinks about how they're all high level, and that just a short while ago, he wouldn't have been able to beat even one of them. But as one of them leaps at him, he thinks to himself, it's not so hard anymore. And when the monster strikes, he deflects the blow with incredible ease, leaving the creature completely stunned. Before it can even register what happened, the protag simply kills it, slicing it in half, thinking about how easily he can defeat them now. Another two leap at him, but he uses his agility to dodge their attack and kill them both, simultaneously taking off their heads with a single swipe. This guy is becoming more and more of a badass. He then turns to the survivors and asks if they were the ones who lured him down here with that trap, daring them to come and try to kill him. And all of them start to realize what's happening, but just how difficult it's going to be to kill this prey, and they start screaming in terror. Our protag decides not to wait and charges them, thinking to himself that he's actually fighting pretty well against so many enemies as he cuts each one of them down. He thinks about how he's no longer the guy who always needs to be protected as he exterminates the rest. Then he wonders aloud if he's scared the little lizards as they all stand there wide-eyed, refusing to attack the demonic monster before them. He says he knows what that's like, because he's been in their shoes, and precisely because he knows how it feels to fight an opponent you can't possibly beat, he promises to make it quick for them. The last one starts to cower, scared to death. Seeing this, the protag sits down, commenting that he's finally finished them all off, and happens to glance to the side. He sees a staircase and realizes it looks like a way back up. He climbs it, opens a door, and finds himself right next to the girls again. Mana and Yuke see him walk past as if nothing happened, and Mana rushes over to Yoshito. When she gets to him, she practically jumps on the poor guy, startling him as she starts checking him over from head to toe, saying he doesn't seem to be badly hurt. She looks relieved and says, "Thank God, you're okay." She explains that she wanted to help, but they couldn't find any way to get down to him. Mana says she can't believe he's all right. Then, she asks if he was attacked by any monsters, and he just casually replies that nothing happened, all while thinking about the mountain of corpses he left downstairs. He insists nothing happened, keeping the truth from them. Then he asks, "So, where are Nogich and the others?" Yuke replies, "Well, about that, after you fell through that trap door, Mana managed to defeat the group of lizardmen, but Nogich told us you were dead and just ran off to the boss room." And Mana chimes in that even though Nogich was the idiot who triggered the trap in the first place, he still just abandoned him. The protag tells her to calm down. He says she doesn't need to be so angry about it, explaining that Nogich has always been that way. But still, she's clearly not happy about what he did. So the protagonist talks to Mana and Yuri, thanking them for worrying about him. The two of them start to smile, and he tells them to hurry up, saying they can still catch Noguchi and the others. But when he looks back, he notices there's still one of those lizard men alive, and it seems to be in berserk mode, emanating a red aura. He starts to wonder if Noguchi and the others failed to defeat it. Then, as he's watching, that monster leaps toward Yuri. He tries to do something, but the monster gets its sword right over the girl's head, almost on top of her, and she only has time to turn around, not even knowing what's going on. At that moment, the protagonist quickly runs to Yuri, shouting and raising his hand as the girl is about to be hit. The two of them just watch, but the protagonist takes action, stomping on the ground so hard that it shatters, stopping the lizard before it can hurt his friend by getting in the way. Yuri is surprised by Yoshito, and Mana tells them to leave that monster to her, killing it in a single strike. And she tells them both that was definitely way too close. The protagonist takes the chance to sheath his sword, and Yuri speaks to him, thanking him for saving her, all cutesy-like. He doesn't really know what to say, and Mana is just standing there, third-wheeling, already knowing what's up between them. And she gets straight to the point, asking him how he reacted so quickly to that attack just now, and he gives a smug little smile, saying that now she must have seen that he can be useful. And he says he's not that dead weight anymore, already slipping into his second personality. And just like that, on the 5th floor of the tower, he takes the lead, walking ahead of the two girls. And looking at his status window, he realizes he's reached level 10. He mentions that he defeated a large number of lizardmen commanders. So he leveled up twice at once and gets an uneasy feeling, realizing that his status improvements aren't buffs or debuffs, so they aren't marked by the inversion. He says that, on top of that, the range of his attacks has also increased. However, he wonders if that's all he got, saying he faced all those things and only received that kind of buff. Meanwhile, the two girls are chatting behind him. He says the attack power added by the death penalty inversion is 65, and compared to that, he only gained 2 points. So he says that the combination of the death penalty with inversion is unbelievably powerful, since he died once and gained 40 HP. I told you, man. Oh, dying hurts, my friend. He was over there getting himself killed over and over again by that lizard, dying in every way possible until he came back ultra overpowered and would never need to level up again. Then Yuri calls out to Yoshito, telling him to look ahead, and they notice that it's the mid-boss room of the 5th floor. So, Mana says that Hermes' magic tower has 10 floors, and this must be the middle of the tower, since it hasn't been long since the tower conquest began. She and Yuri were the first to find that room, but when they went back to the 1st floor to prepare for the battle, they were ambushed by Noguchi, and she starts getting irritated, saying she gets pissed off just thinking about it. and the protagonist is just kind of cowering while she throws a fit. And Yuri tries to calm down her little guard dog, telling her she's a good girl. And so he says that Noguchi and the others must be over there opening the door. He says that no matter how much you prepare or come up with strategies, a mid-boss is something that has to be taken seriously. And so, as he opens the door, he starts to feel a little apprehensive. As he takes the first step, he enters the room and immediately sees someone get thrown right past him. And from the force with which that guy was thrown, he's probably not okay. Then, when he looks up and sees the guy flying into the wall, smashing everything, he realizes it's someone he knows. And those people are Noguchi's group. He notices that Noguchi is alive, and he's not exactly happy about it. Noguchi tells him to take a good look, saying that's the mid-boss protecting the room. And apparently, it's a demon. It's the Orc Lord, and it's charging straight at Noguchi. And the protagonist yells at that idiot. Noguchi then says he doesn't need pity from someone like him, putting his shield up and completely stopping an attack from that mid-boss. And he says that an attack of that level can't get through his aegis, and shoves the monster away. And he says he was just caught by surprise in that battle against the lizardmen earlier, so he says that in a one-on-one, he won't lose to that boss. But I don't think you can rely that much on an item. He tells Takamitsu not to look away, saying he's going to show him the difference in power between him and a chicken like our hero. At that moment, Yuri goes over to the guy who was just thrown and asks if he's okay. He says he is, somehow, but then he tells her that Noguchi is incredible. He says that Noguchi is amazing, explaining that the creature sent him flying with just one hit, but Noguchi didn't move an inch. The overguard is strong too, huh? And Noguchi tells Takamitsu not to look away, saying he'll show him the difference. And so, when the monster charges at him, throwing another attack, he blocks it again with his shield, not leaving his spot or even moving an inch. And so the ogre starts roaring in his face, letting out a bellow. Then it raises its axe once more and starts attacking relentlessly, without a single pause. Noguchi then takes the opportunity to provoke it, asking if that's all the strength the mid-boss has, all cocky, even though all he's doing is defending. And he says if that's the case, then he, the challenger, has already won. So he continues to hold up the shield while letting the monster wail on it. And the protagonist thinks that must be an item he got from a boss in a magic tower. Then, he realizes that's the power of a unique piece of equipment, saying that Noguchi's personal stats probably aren't even that impressive. But because of that shield, he can defend against the mid-boss's attacks. Noguchi starts saying that its attacks are too simple, and bashes the boss with his shield, sending it flying. And the other guys in his group get ready to attack in the opening he creates, and the two of them charge forward, cutting both the monster's leg and its abdomen, and it gets really pissed. But while it's paying attention to those two, the big-bellied guy launches himself into the air, all fired up, saying it was a huge mistake to lower its guard like that, getting ready to punch the boss in the head. And with that, the boss gets knocked out. Then Noguchi looks at Takamitsu, asking him what he thought, and saying that this is the true power of a challenger. But the protagonist just laughs, saying he now understands just how powerful the unique equipment is, and Noguchi gets all full of himself, saying a small fry like him could never have killed the mid-boss. And now they have to show how grateful they are to the great Noguchi for being there. But that guy from his party starts calling out to Noguchi, and he just assumes the guy survived, but then the guy tells him to take a look behind them, saying it's incredible. Then they see a brilliant golden chest, and Noguchi orders everyone to get out of his way, saying there's definitely a rare item inside. He says it's an even better chest than the one he found back in Hermes, and that it looks absolutely magnificent. However, the protagonist starts getting a sense of déjà vu. He's been through plenty of traps and knows exactly what's about to happen. And he's wondering about this chest. Something more impressive than one that holds unique items. And on top of that, it's a reward from a mid-boss on the 5th floor. He tells Noguchi to wait, but the guy is already opening it, overcome with greed. And just like that, our hero notes that the guy let his guard down, and even if it was just for a second, they can't forget that this tower is filled with terrible traps. And when he opens the chest, there's nothing inside, and he's just confused about it. But a multi-layered magic circle appears above all of them, and there's not much the protagonist can do. Other than accept the fate that awaits them, they suddenly appear in another place, looking just like that double dungeon where Sung met that smiling statue. And they're all wondering where they are, and Mana notices this isn't the mid-boss room anymore. Then, Noguchi thinks this has to be a joke, and the protagonist finds what he's saying odd. And Noguchi says that the pressure he's feeling in this room, he's only ever felt it once before. So, the protagonist asks him where that was. He then says it was on the final floor of a tower, and they all begin to feel a sense of dread. And these magic circles start covering the entire place, terrifying everyone. And a massive hand rises up, along with enormous feet, and a giant is sitting there right in front of them. This giant looks more like some kind of high-level demon. And Noguchi says this is the tower's boss room. So, protagonist, remember when I suggested you should die a few times on purpose? Yeah, I don't think it'll need to be on purpose anymore, because you are going to die a lot times in here. And that monstrous being, just to crank up the terror, starts to move bit by bit, until it opens its eyes and lets out a roar, shaking everyone there to their very core. And our hero wonders if this can really be the boss room, because they don't stand a single chance. But the status window makes a point of confirming it for them, saying this is the final floor of the Hermes Magic Tower, and a forced teleport to the boss room has been confirmed. He's absolutely furious about this. The master of this magic tower is the Emperor Ogre. The ogre then quickly grabs its weapon and leaps toward them in a single bound, closing the distance instantly to attack. And there's nothing they can do but dodge quickly to avoid being crushed by it. And our hero realizes this thing is on a completely different level from any enemy he's ever faced. And except for him, the stats of the others here aren't nearly high enough. There's no way they can fight this thing. So he tells everyone to get back, saying he'll handle it. But Nogich tells him not to talk nonsense, telling him to shut up or he'll get himself killed. Then, the protagonist says that even if he dies, it's fine. However, Nogich tells his friends to charge forward with him as he leads the way with his shield. And one of those guys tries to attack the monster, but his attack is so pathetic it doesn't even tickle it, and all of them are trying to do something. They think it's working, but the monster just raises its claws, ready to kill them. But Nogich starts yelling, telling the monster not to underestimate the Dominator. Nogich then charges at it, but the monster's slash is powerful enough to completely shatter and slice Nogich apart with a single attack. And that shield he was so proud of goes straight to hell with him. Everyone is in shock, and the protagonist can't believe it. After all, that thing was supposed to block any type of attack. However, a status window pops up to explain a bit more about what just happened. And it says that because the wielder's stats were too low, the skill Aegis Mimesis could not be activated. Realizing it failed because the wielder was too weak, they start crying out Nogich's name, helpless. The protagonist yells for them to get out of there, but it's too late. After all, the boss kills the others who were left with no effort at all, and the protagonist gets more and more frustrated, watching them die one by one. He starts to tremble, cursing that son of a bitch. Then the monster notices there are still a few people left and heads toward them, walking calmly, ready to slice up another victim. And so, Mana says they need to run, telling them there's still time to get away. But then, when she looks at the door, she sees a magical seal on it. There's no escape. And Yuri wonders if they're going to die too, completely hopeless and just waiting for the end. And to speed things along, the boss aims its attack right at her. She closes her eyes. But the protagonist quickly jumps in front, blocking the attack. The two remaining girls are left speechless by what just happened, and our hero declares that he won't let anyone else die from this point on. And now with that other personality of his, the one that's a bit of a psychopath, he swears he'll keep his word, even if it means dying to do so. And buddy, just die already. Go on, have a little death, because this situation is seriously insane. And the boss once again launches another attack at the protagonist, who dodges it by a razor's edge. And he uses the boss's moment of distraction to charge forward and land several slashes. And those slashes actually make it bleed, but when he looks at the damage, he sees they were just superficial wounds. Then the boss leaps at him, as if it were weightless, and instantly appears right above the protagonist. It's ready to strike, but it can't land the hit, as the protagonist manages to get out of the way using his speed. So he dashes off again and jumps, trying to strike the boss's head, but it blocks with its arm, and that piece of its armor prevents our hero from doing any damage at all. The girls are watching this unfold, and Yuri asks what's happening. And Mana notices that Yoshito is fighting the boss all by himself, and somehow, he isn't being completely overwhelmed. In fact, he's actually putting the pressure on it, but the boss is just too powerful for him to make any real headway. And Yoshito thinks to himself that even after being strengthened by the death penalties, he's still not strong enough, and he admits that he's the one being pushed back. He thinks this is exactly what you'd expect from a Magic Tower boss, notes that he doesn't have enough stats to beat him yet, and figures that's okay. He says he first needs to focus on draining the boss's stamina, and that he'll kill him after dying a few times. So he comes face to face with the boss, and, this time, it looks like he's going for a suicide attack, charging straight ahead and trying to hit him any way he can, but the boss manages to defend himself pretty easily. But Yoshito keeps trying to hit him with everything he's got anyway, aiming for his vital points, forcing the boss to defend himself, draining even more of his stamina. The ogre gets more and more pissed off, and manages to throw the protagonist into the air while blocking an attack. And Yoshito realizes he's reached his limit and ends up getting killed, chopped to pieces by the boss in a single attack. And Yuri, seeing this, is in disbelief that the boy is dead. However, the system tells him that with the death penalty, a permanent debuff of 55 agility is applied, and he gains an extra 55 agility. And when he comes back, he says he'll get up again and again until he defeats him, getting more and more OP. Mana notices his infinite resurrection. However, Yuri apparently knows what happens when infinite resurrection is used. Because when that ability is triggered, a devastating negative effect is activated, which should be an absurd amount of damage to his stats. But she's left wondering how Yoshito is still able to fight, as the protagonist dies over and over again, and his stats increase every time he does it. However, with each death, his random stat boosts, basically playing the lottery with his own life, don't land on what he wants. He gets more and more disappointed, because nothing he's gaining is what he actually needs. He keeps dying, hoping for the one death penalty that will give him that final push, the one that will give him a huge boost. As he's dying, he comes back one more time. However, in that limbo between one death and the next, he starts to notice something, saying that, as expected, the overwhelming pain of death is driving him insane. But he thinks he's finally managed to increase the stat he wanted, boosting his attack by 140. And he says that not only that, he's hit the jackpot on the stat increase lottery. But it's not just that. He gets something even better, noticing the respawn relocation skill. And the system says it's because he reached a certain proficiency level in infinite resurrection. Yep, the guy is proficient at dying, and he ended up getting the respawn relocation skill. So he wonders if he can get a more detailed explanation. And upon reading it, he gets happy, smiling, and says it seems pretty useful. And this time, he gets up a little more energized. The system tells him to prepare to revive, and when he returns, he says that this time it's his turn to come back and finally kill the boss, appearing right on the giant's back. And that's how it happened. Moments before, he read about the respawn point. It says he can specify the location where the respawn will occur within a 3-meter radius of where he died. And he says that this seems really useful, and that this feature is probably meant to prevent him from getting stuck somewhere, like dying by falling into a pit of lava. And he says there are many cases where he could end up respawning in the exact spot he died, and thus could die infinitely if that were to happen. He says that if he's able to choose his respawn point, he should be able to escape a death loop. And I have to admit here, the author was a genius, because I hadn't thought of that. If he falls into a pit of acid and keeps respawning there, he'll get infinite stats, but he'll also die a hell of a lot. And the protagonist starts to think that on the battlefield, this could be used very effectively. He reappears in a simulation of the place where he was, walking calmly beside the boss, and says he can use this ability to teleport into his enemy's blind spot. So, respawning right there, he says that now it's his turn to kill him, jumping and reappearing right behind the boss, striking the nape of his neck before he even notices. And Mana starts asking how he got there so fast. And the protagonist says it's just as they saw it, as if he had disappeared and reappeared. The boss apparently noticed this too, getting furious with him, filled with rage, and preparing to attack the boy, whipping around with everything he's got to try and hit him. However, his agility is so high that the protagonist dodges it easily. He says that those guys were a real pain, but he never wished for their death for even a second, remembering all the moments he spent with that jerk. He starts to wonder if, by killing a tower boss, he'll most likely get a unique item as a bonus, which really catches his attention. However, he thinks that what he wants most right now, more than anything, is to take that boss's life, and he prepares to attack. And the boss once again throws his blades at the boy, but realizes he didn't hit anything, as the protagonist is walking on top of his arm, running towards his face. Then the protagonist raises his sword, and the boss is terrified by what he's seeing, and the boy manages, finally, after a couple of deaths, to launch an upward strike, killing the boss, sending him to the ground, and at last achieving victory. It is announced that he has defeated the boss of the Hermes Magic Tower, and as a reward for that achievement, a unique piece of equipment and a magic stone have been sent to his inventory. And he says he's happy about the reward, but this awful feeling he has is just terrible. But then, Yuri runs over, jumps on him, grabbing him from behind, and says, "Thank God you survived." However, she realizes what she's done, apologizes, and backs away, saying that wasn't what she meant to do. Then, Mana tries to talk to the protagonist, thanking Yoshito, saying that if he hadn't defeated the boss, she and Yuri would have definitely died, but adds that his way of fighting is incredibly reckless. She says that he sacrificed himself so many times, and it was painful to watch, apologizing and saying that even though he saved her, it really affected her. But the protagonist just gently pats the girl's head, telling her to relax, and apologizing for making her watch him die so many times. He says it must have been a really crappy feeling, and that even if he dies, he'll always come back. But it's still absurdly, insanely painful. He says he might have said this before, but it's the absolute truth. And Mana starts to notice that the boy is deeply shaken and tries to calm him down. He says he'll do his best not to die, and the two of them get all happy, agreeing with him. But then the whole place starts to shake, and they get scared. The system announces that the boss of the Hermes Magic Tower has been defeated, that Hermes will disappear in 10 seconds, and they will be relocated. And just like that, the tower vanishes, and the protagonist says he'll see them outside, saying goodbye to the two of them. As he looks back, he spots Guich and the others and says he'll never forget their sacrifice. He thanks that group, bidding them farewell, and with that, the tower begins to disappear, vanishing completely. Meanwhile, a woman in an office wonders if the Hermes Tower has been conquered. She finds this even stranger, considering no one had even made it halfway until recently. And this guy speaks with the director, saying yes, however, the tower's disappearance has been confirmed. He says a detailed report should be arriving soon. She's puzzled by this, but turns to him, saying that this is getting more and more interesting. And just then, our protagonist returns to reality, waking up in a place with several other people. Everyone is shocked, telling each other to look behind them. When he turns, still on all fours, he sees the Hermes Tower disappearing. He's thrilled, realizing he finally conquered it. He's just so happy. But then his mood quickly sours, and everyone around him starts wondering if the Hermes boss was defeated. But they start doubting it, since no one had even passed the 5th floor yet. They wonder if some powerful bastard stole the kill and defeated the boss. And he, hearing them talking about him, says that he's the one who killed the bastard. However, he only says this in his head. If there hadn't been any casualties, he would have been more than happy to brag. But he admits that conquering a tower for the first time really boosts your ego, so he tells himself it's better not to get too full of himself. Realizing that, for now, it's better not to go around saying he's the one who killed the boss, since he'd just attract unwanted attention. He decides he'll just slip away quietly. However, Mana spots the protagonist, yells, "Yoshito," and runs up to him, asking what happened and what kind of equipment he got. "After all, you're the one who killed the boss," she shouts. He tells her to shut up, as everyone is already staring at him. No one can believe it, realizing he's that guy who bought the useless infinite resurrection skill. And yet, now he's the conqueror of Hermes. Everyone is in an uproar, but the protagonist quickly pulls the two of them away to another spot. Then he says they finally managed to get out of there, mentioning what a huge scene they caused, with everyone harassing him and asking questions. Mana apologizes, saying she was careless, and Yuri points out that he defeated the tower's boss and became the conqueror of Hermes. So of course he'd become the center of attention. The protagonist thinks about being a conqueror, saying it's a strange feeling. Because even though he's been a crappy challenger up until now, this actually happened. He thinks he didn't make a mistake buying that infinite resurrection skill after all. But Yuri brings up the resurrection, asking if there aren't any debuffs when he dies. Because apparently, she knows about all the beatings he took every time he died. And she says he was managing to fight really well despite that, remembering his B10 mode. He considers telling them about it, but wonders how he's supposed to explain the inversion to them and where he should even begin. But Yuri says she didn't mean to pressure Yoshito, explaining that she was just curious, and if it's hard to talk about, he doesn't have to answer. He wonders if that's really okay, preferring not to say anything, since it's something too important to just be telling people. But Mana chimes in, saying they'll just drop the explanation for now. She asks what kind of equipment he got for defeating the boss, all excited. The protagonist says she's pretty enthusiastic and asks for a second. He then tries to open his inventory, but notices he can't open the window. And she tells him it's because they're outside of a magic tower. The protagonist explains that a window can only be opened when you're inside a magic tower, and the use of various other things like stats or skills are also limited to the tower's perimeter. And listen, this is important for you to know. If you make an enemy in there and die out here, you're toast. He says it's precisely because of this system that they don't have incidents or challengers causing problems for normal society. But he says there is one exception. He starts to think about it, realizing that the only place challengers can use their powers outside of a magic tower is in a magic tower's lobby. And so, the little group heads into that area, passing through the barrier. He enters the lobby of the Hermes Magic Tower and says he'll never get used to the strange feeling that fills a tower's area. Then he tells them he can open the window now, and they all watch. He says the name of the unique equipment he received from that conquest is the Scythe of Amenos. Then, when he takes out the item, it starts to glow and turns golden until the weapon slowly materializes in his hand with a bright yellow light. He thinks it's incredible, and when the weapon appears, it has a blood-red color. He notes that it's a truly unique weapon. Yuri is surprised that this is the reward for conquering the tower, and so is Mana. He talks about the Scythe of Amenos, saying it's really light and easy to use. And now, he's eager to conquer another magic tower. Yuri gets all fidgety, and Mana notices, already getting ready to tease her friend. She turns to the protagonist and asks, how about they do the towers as a group from now on, acting all cute. Then she says she wants to join too, raising her hand and shouting, a little too enthusiastically, before getting all shy. Since he didn't say anything, she starts laying on the charm. And you gotta admit, it's a good move, right? She asks if she can't join, and the protagonist smiles, saying of course they can, that they're his best friends after all. And so the two of them celebrate their success. Then Mana, since she's no fool and a bit of a schemer, immediately uses her charm, getting right up close to the protagonist, face to face, and asks him which magic tower they're going to next. She wonders if it'll be on the same level as the Hermes Tower, or maybe an even bigger one. My friend, you better watch out, because these girls are up to something. They're definitely plotting. You're gonna become prey, huh? Then Yuri says they shouldn't overdo it, and Mana says they should challenge the Tower of Zeus. And the protagonist starts thinking to himself that now that he's out of the Tower of Hermes, there's actually a place he's been wanting to go. Yuri, a little nervously, asks where. The protagonist tells her it's Tokyo, saying he's going to the Challenger Management Department. Both Mana and Yuri think that sounds really strange, and they ask him, isn't that a magic tower? And the protagonist explains that they should already know that the department buys magic stones and other items at a higher price than the tower merchants. So, he wants to go there to exchange his items for cash. He explains that he bought the Stone of Infinite Resurrection, and it left him completely broke and drowning in debt. The two of them just stare at him in disbelief that he could be such an idiot. And just like that, they're at the Challenger Management Department in Tokyo. Apparently, this is a government-backed organization aimed at supporting adventurers, and it updates all the information from the magic towers in real time. He says that the buying and selling of magic stones and weapons is also done at a fair price. Usually, the merchants inside the towers sell stones at unfair prices, but the management department does business fairly and buys them for a high price. And on top of that, since it was built on the site of a magic tower, Challenger's powers aren't restricted, which is another special feature of the place. So, he figures that among his rewards for conquering the Tower of Hermes, he not only got a unique weapon, but also a bunch of magic stones, and he's hoping to make a little money off them. The receptionist calls him over, asking if he'd like to exchange those magic stones for cash. So he agrees, and then something dawns on him. For the first time since leaving the tower, he wonders just how many magic stones he actually got. When he pulls them out of his inventory and puts them on her desk, she's completely shocked, and so is he. The amount is grotesque. She can barely believe her eyes and asks him to wait a moment. And he's surprised that he received so many magic stones just for finishing the dungeon. A little awkwardly, she says she'll start the exchange process. He thinks to himself that even she was stunned, and that he can totally forget about his debts. He's rich now with the amount of money he just made. He starts to wonder what he should spend all that cash on. However, Yuri tells him he'd better not waste it all on stupid stuff. Mana chimes in, agreeing, and tells him not to get carried away and end up in debt again, saying that would really suck. And he gets the message, immediately scrapping all the dumb plans he was just making. Just then, that woman from before appears behind the protagonist. He's startled when he hears her voice. She says, I found you, and that she heard he was heading to the management department. So I came looking for you. The protagonist is instantly on high alert as the woman steps in front of him. He recognizes her, and she introduces herself as the chief of the Tokyo Challenger Management Department, Ryo Fuyoni. She then asks if he could spare a moment of his time, addressing him as Mr. Takamito, conqueror of the magic tower of Hermes. Apparently, she already knew who he was. The protagonist starts thinking about Fuyoni. He knows she's pretty famous. Of all the directors who manage tower challengers, they say she's the most powerful and is monstrously strong. And it looks like she was recruited for the management department after conquering 3 magic towers herself as a challenger. They even use her as the face of the department. Her ads are all over the city, but seeing her in person, he's at a loss for words. The woman also seems to find his silence strange. So, he asks what the chief of the management department wants with him. She says that first, she'd like to interview him about how he conquered the Tower of Hermes so quickly. And after that, she wants to verify the true strength of the new conqueror. And with that, they are led away. She says she understands that they were caught in a trap and teleported straight to the boss room. She says she must relay this information to the other challengers. She also thanks them for providing this information. She says they'll inform the remaining family members of the conqueror Noguchi and his party. Then, Fuyoni looks back at them, seeing their downcast faces, and tells them that it's normal for people to die in magic towers. But, she adds, that doesn't make it any less painful. Hearing her say that, the protagonist understands instantly. He thinks about how, up until now, they'd been telling themselves there was nothing they could have done about Noguchi and the others. But the thought that it's still painful almost brings him to tears. And in that moment, he realizes she understood him completely. He thinks to himself, it's good that it's like this. A little while later, they ask her where they are. She tells them it's the management department's training room. She starts tapping on a status screen, calls out Yoshito, and tosses something to him. He sees it's a sword, but notes that it doesn't have a scabbard. He also questions why she used his first name. She explains it's a type of sword they use in the department's training wing, and that from now on, he can use it to fight against her. She draws her own sword, her expression turning serious, and challenges him to a one-on-one. She says that gauging the power level of conquerors is also part of a department chief's responsibility. He still dares to ask if he can refuse. But Mana tells him to just do it, yelling that she'll hit him so hard he'll go flying, and orders him to just get on with it. He thinks to himself, easy for you to say. But then figures, if they're really doing this, he'd better get serious. She asks him, are you ready? He thinks so, but then remembers his opponent is monstrously strong. She's the chief. He's just a guy who's only ever defeated one tower boss. So, as she warms up, he thinks to himself, don't underestimate me. I might be a tougher opponent than you think. Then she tells him to begin. vanishing from his sight and instantly reappearing right in his face. She launches an attack that he barely manages to dodge, leaning far back. He wonders what's going on, but she doesn't even give him time to think, relentlessly continuing her assault. The protagonist has to use everything he's got just to dodge her attacks. He thinks, she's too fast, as he swings his sword wildly and does a series of backflips to try and create some distance. And just as he leaves an opening, the girl appears behind him, not giving him a chance to do much of anything. Because of that, he can barely block the attack and gets thrown a long way off. So, even after just a few seconds of battle, he's already beyond exhausted. He realizes her overwhelming power is completely different from anything he's ever seen and remembers that he only managed to defeat the last boss after dying over and over again. However, he's an easy target for a powerhouse like her, especially since she's conquered multiple magic towers without dying even once. But as she looks at him, he notices something strange and starts to wonder, where's the guy who persisted even after dying over and over? Because his current mindset is completely different from the loser he's being right now. So he asks himself why he's getting so down just because of a difference in their abilities. And she ends up noticing this smile on his face as he realizes that he's not going to win if he just keeps defending. So, he decides to take advantage of the fact that anyone else would normally keep their distance from her to stay alive, and she charges right at him, looking absolutely terrifying with that psychopathic stare of hers. And our guy, since he's not all there in the head either, announces that he's starting his attack now, charging right at her too, a fellow psycho. With him charging at her like that, she really wasn't expecting it and ends up reacting a bit too slowly. He notices this, thinking that now's his chance to be faster and attack. He launches an assault on the girl, but somehow she manages to fold herself up like origami, dodging his attack and preparing to launch one back at him. Then, from the side, while he has no leverage to defend himself, she swings her sword at him, but he manages to block it too. Yuri is thrown into the air and sent flying. As the girl attacks him with a nasty stomp on his arm, he gets frustrated, and she says she expected as much. However, our guy says that if he were a normal monster or person, she would have definitely been able to dodge all of his attacks. But he says that if she hadn't landed that hit just now, it would have been a completely one-sided fight. Meanwhile, she keeps trying to hit him, spinning her sword in her hand and launching a diagonal attack his way, but she still can't land a blow as he disappears in a flash, easily dodging the attack. And he keeps talking to her, saying that even though she thought he was wide open, she hesitated for a moment before attacking with her sword. He says he doesn't think she did it out of kindness. He then says she did it because she still doesn't understand his fighting style, and she froze instinctively. But he adds that he's going to take advantage of that too, as he starts getting a bit cocky. And he asks if she knows why, telling her it's because he has an infinite resurrection ability. He apologizes for how unfair it is as he charges at her with another attack, saying that if he doesn't use this to his advantage, there's no way an ordinary person like him could ever defeat a monster like her. Her expression turns a bit more serious as she thinks about what he said about being an ordinary person. She recalls receiving a report on his infinite resurrection. He can revive endlessly, allowing him to advance without any fear of death. As he keeps launching attacks at her, the girl begins to realize what she's up against and thinks to herself that his ability is truly terrifying, because in his eyes, there isn't a shred of fear. But even so, she manages to land a hit on his face, almost knocking him out. His brain definitely blue-screened from that punch, and she says she won't make the same mistake again. He says that it hurts, but then adds that he's felt much worse pain, as he points his sword at the girl's neck, freezing her in her tracks and winning the battle. And he says that compared to the pain of death, this is nothing. He ends up defeating her, and she gives a faint smile, saying that now she understands his power. She admits that she lost this time, but then our guy collapses backward, unconscious. This leaves her confused, but he says he doesn't care who won or lost. He just wants her to call a doctor, because he's totally messed up. And so, both Mana and Yuri rush over to him, begging someone to put his soul back in as it starts to leave his body. Look, theoretically, it'd be better to just let his soul leave, because if it does, he comes back even stronger. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd let this guy die from a paper cut. Anyway, a little while later, when he comes to, he says he almost died, but the girl asks, "Don't you just return from death?" He tells her that's not the point. He then says that now that they've fought, the matter is settled and asks if he can leave, but she says no, telling him they still need to have an important conversation, and he asks her what it's about. She says that now, as the head of the management department, she has been able to verify that his true power exceeds that of an ordinary member, so she would like to make a special request to him. The challenger, Yoshito Takami. Yuri is surprised by this request, and Mana chimes in that it's the kind of request that usually comes with an amazing reward. The girl then says that the reward can be monetary, and she believes it will be an amount that he'll find satisfactory, and he says he appreciates it, but asks what kind of request she has in mind. The girl explains that a few hours ago, the management department confirmed the appearance of a new tower, and at this very moment, its entrance is being sealed. She says she wants him to enter that tower and gather information on it, and that he will be in charge of the preliminary investigation of the Tower of Persephone. And this is a task she can only entrust to him. And look, this makes perfect sense, because the guy can't die, so you can basically throw him into any kind of mess. He can go from the entrance to the top, map the whole thing out, and if he manages to win, great. If he loses, he loses, and they'll just have a ton of information so everyone else doesn't die for no reason. That is a seriously broken ability. And on top of that, he gets stronger every time he dies. Every time I stop and think about this ability, it just gets even more insane. So our guy takes the opportunity to ask her why she needs his help this time, since normally, people from the department are the first to investigate when a new magic tower appears. And she tells him they've already dispatched challengers from the department, which surprises him. She says that 2 groups of 5, a total of 10 people, were dispatched. But then she asks if he knows how many of them returned, and tells him that not a single one came back. Yuri gets scared by this and questions if that's even possible. She says that she thought the same thing at first, but they were all found by the search party they sent out, and every challenger they dispatched was found dead at the entrance. Okay, that's a little bizarre. And she says they all showed signs of having tried to escape desperately, but they lost their strength right before they could get out. Our protagonist asks her to hold on, because the area near the entrance is supposed to be safe. And the girl says, yes, it is. And the protagonist points out that monsters shouldn't be spawning in safe areas, especially not at the very beginning. He asks how they could have died in a safe zone. But then she adds that, on top of that, the challengers' bodies didn't have a single wound inflicted by monsters, and their cause of death is still undetermined. She says that when she received the report, she just requested that their bodies be recovered. And as soon as they were found, she immediately called the search party back, because the scene is still way too dangerous. And she says she has no idea how, when, or where they died. And that's the current situation at Persephone's magic tower. So she tells him that since he has infinite resurrection, he would be the right person for the job. It's most fitting for him to take on this special mission. Then she asks him not to get her wrong, because she has no intention of treating his life like it's disposable. However, she also can't afford to let anyone else from the department die. And she gets real close to him once again, using her charm. I'm starting to think this protagonist is gonna fall for a trap, man. Someone's always using their charm on him, and she asks with those puppy dog eyes if he could please accept this mission for her. And our protagonist, not having much of a choice, ends up accepting. And so, at Persephone's magic tower, right at the entrance, he heads to the first floor, arriving in the safe zone. Then he takes in the tower and breathes deeply. He steels himself, thinking that he's going to figure out what killed those challengers. He needs to be quick and wrap up this job. He remembers saying goodbye to the 2 of them, with Yuri begging him not to die, no matter what. But he tells her to cut it out, because she's jinxing him. He notices that Yuri got super worried, so he figures it's best to get started. So he gets ready to grab the first item, since they're counting on him. He pulls his sword from his inventory, preparing for any battle that might come his way. He enters the area, and a bunch of skeletons appear in front of him, but he just blitzes right through them. He kills them with absurd speed and incredible ease. He then remarks that swinging his sword feels light and easy, just as you'd expect from a unique weapon. So now he needs to test out its special ability. But before he can test anything, a purple mist fills the area, surrounding him and catching him off guard. The mist blows right at him, and he puts a hand over his face to try and shield himself from it. He yells at the mist to get away from him, trying to slice through it, but it doesn't do much good. Until a system message pops up, and when he reads it, he starts to understand. Then it hits him. This is what killed the other challengers. The window describes an abnormal status condition, Persephone's curse. In 120 seconds, he will die. He says to himself that it's an abnormal condition that activates after a trigger like that, and he starts to realize that they were absolutely right to send him here for this. He realizes that after witnessing a status condition like that, any normal challenger would have panicked. He knows that if you manage to get out of the magic tower, all abnormal conditions like buffs and debuffs are cancelled. And when the dispatched challengers were hit with the curse, they must have made a mad dash for the exit. So, even though they managed to reach the safe zone, the curse must have activated just a single step away from the exit. And he realizes that now it all makes sense why there were no wounds on their bodies. It's because their deaths were caused by that status condition. Then that strange, pixelated mist appears in front of him again, startling him. It coalesces and then runs away from him, as if it's fleeing. He's taken aback by this. He realizes that after casting the curse, its mission is complete, and it just vanishes. But he gets pissed off, saying it shouldn't underestimate him like that. He says that it goes without saying that against his infinite resurrection, a curse like that is hardly a threat, because instead of dying, all of his stats will be completely restored. That happens every time he gets hit by the curse. And this is his inversion skill at its peak. He actually thanks it, because thanks to that curse, his body feels better than ever. He says the cursed mist went that way and follows it, until he notices something around the corner and gets a bit more cautious, questioning whether he should even try to follow it. And just like that, he realizes the curse is coming again, trying to afflict him. He says that if things keep up like this, normal challengers will never be able to conquer this tower. Then he finds a tunnel and sees that even more of the curse is pouring out of it, and the mist is getting thicker and thicker around there. And as soon as he enters, he sees a pool of some kind of purple substance that's apparently releasing that mist all over the place. And he says that place must be the source of the cursed mist. But while he's taking it all in, a ball of energy comes flying right at him, and he has to quickly jerk his head aside to avoid losing it. The ball flies right past him, exploding against the wall behind him. And as soon as he looks up, he sees a cloaked figure floating there, and that being is the gatekeeper of the cursed fountain. As it floats, it starts conjuring balls of energy, looking down at our protagonist, ready to kill him. It says something, attacking him once again, but the kid quickly uses his agility to dodge all of its attacks. And the monster gets more and more pissed off and lets out an enraged scream as it appears to summon even more mist to attack him. And the mist grows thicker, rising from the pool and swirling together like a hurricane. Our protagonist notices that the mist is being controlled by it, gathering right above him, ready to strike. And the monster starts to laugh and clap its hands, all excited, as if our hero is about to die without a fight. He starts to put it together, realizing that it's the one controlling all of this, and the curse begins to accumulate more and more on his body. His vision even gets obstructed by so many pop-ups from the status window, telling him he's about to die. He says that these overlapping curses are literally overflowing with the Guardian's bloodlust. But while he's focused on that monster, he ends up losing track of what's happening around him. Then a skeleton appears to strike him, but the protagonist manages to notice and turn, defeating the skeleton and splitting it in half. But in the middle of that fog, several other skeletons are appearing, and he realizes that the Guardian summoned the other monsters to the party, with them joining together and attacking the protagonist as one. But while he stops one of them, another one manages to hit the protagonist's back, leaving a really deep wound and throwing him straight to the ground. He complains, feeling the pain. Then that gate guardian laughs in the protagonist's face, but that curse, which actually turned into a blessing for him, activates right on time. He asks what the guardian is laughing at, and all those curse pop-ups turn into a buff status window, and his condition is completely restored as he receives a full heal, a sequential heal happening over and over. And he calmly gets up, killing all the skeletons around him with a single swing of his sword, telling that guardian that it's too bad for him, because the curse of that tower is nothing more than the best HP potion he could ever ask for, since he gets to use it once every 120 seconds. He jumps directly at the guardian, ready to attack, and cuts him into several pieces as he falls to the ground. Then he notices that the source of the curse has disappeared. I really, really hope he doesn't just stop there and go tell everyone, "Hey guys, the source is cool now, you can come on in. You'd better conquer this whole tower before everyone else cleans it out, and save telling them what was inside for later." However, going against my brilliant plan that I just handed to him on a silver platter, he goes back to the management department. He tells her that, basically, what killed the challengers in the Tower of Persephone was an abnormal condition stemming from a curse, and she's surprised that a deadly curse even exists, since she didn't know such a thing was possible. Then she asks him if there's anything they can do about this curse. And he says that, of course there is, telling her this is the best countermeasure against it, and tosses a potion into her hand. She looks at it, confused. He explains that after he killed the monster that spawned from the source of the curse, the water was purified, and that's where he got it from. And that is Persephone's holy water, which removes the tower's curse. It also grants immunity to new curses for 600 seconds. And he says that if they use this, even regular challengers will be able to advance without dying. And he says he took a quick look at the third floor and realized there's a curse source on every floor. And that's when he understood how things work in there. To advance in the tower, they need to go up floor by floor, purifying the cursed sources and collecting holy water, or at least, that's more or less what he figured out. And the girl smiles at him, thanking him for the report, saying that with the warnings, a countermeasure, and with these two things clarified, the Tower of Persephone can now be open to normal challengers. Then she tells him he has completed his mission, thanking the conqueror Yoshito Takamine for his good work and handing him a gigantic amount of money. He's surprised, but then she asks if it's not enough, and he says, "Yes, it is. I'm telling you, man. Do you have any idea how many ways he could monopolize this?" If he had gone back to talk to her, he could have said that only his ability could access that source. Or he could have taken a ridiculous amount of that water, brought it back, and sold it to her. But it's fine. The protagonist is a good guy. Actually, I'm the one injecting capitalism into the story, but it's definitely possible. And now, out on the street, as he's walking, everyone thinks it's weird because the kid is just suddenly clutching a bag of money. Combined with the reward he got for completing the Tower of Hermes, that's a lot of cash. Then a kid walks by, saying that weirdo is making a strange face, and he's left wondering what to spend it on. And a few days later, he pays off the debt he took on to buy the instant resurrection. And even after paying his debt, he still had a lot of money left over. He went straight to a luxury store and came out looking ugly as sin. Oh my god, every protagonist who gets money after being poor buys horrible clothes, man. It feels like I'm watching Overgeared. And everyone is going to be wondering what the hell he's wearing, looking like some third-rate mobster. And he walks out of there feeling himself, saying he feels different. While Mana is talking to Yuri, he happens to overhear them. Mana says she heard that anyone can enter the Tower of Persephone now, and that they should call Yoshito to challenge it. And he's surprised by this, because it's the two of them, and says they can't see him there. He hopes they'll just walk past, but it turns out the two of them really do pass him without noticing. But Mana looks back and recognizes that person. Trying to get a look at his face, she realizes it's Yoshito. Seeing how he's dressed, she thinks it's ridiculous. And he asks if she really had to make that disgusted face, saying he just won a mountain of cash. Suddenly, he didn't know how to spend it. Then Yuri tries to lie to him, saying that he actually looks cool. He says he knows she's just trying to be polite, but says it's not working. And Mana says, putting his ridiculous outfit aside, she's inviting him to challenge the Tower of Persephone. So he asks why she's so eager to go in there, saying it's a very dangerous tower. And Mana says that the magic stones that were altered by the fog must be worth a lot of money. So all the skilled challengers are heading there, but you're not one of them, so you'd better be content with staying in a lower level one, right? You already saw you almost died. And Yuri says that according to the report, challengers have advanced 10 floors in just a few days and are progressing at an abnormal pace. Then Mana says it's totally unfair that he's the only one with a lot of cash, saying he should help them make money too. And Yuri says she'd be happy to go to any magic tower as long as it's with Yoshito. This one right here, my friends, is in the bag. And he thinks that as long as they bring some holy water, they won't be at risk of dying, so he invites them to attack the tower. But Mana says that first, she thinks he'd better change his clothes because he looks truly ridiculous. But when they talk from outside the tower, the people inside are still dying, even with that holy water, and apparently a Shinigami is flying around, wiping everyone out. And that Shinigami looks back, and he looks pretty terrifying. And up in the tower, on the 10th floor, the protagonist is once again being attacked by those skeletons that aren't CGI. They're actually well drawn, but he calmly stops the attack and cuts the entire skeleton down, leveling up to 16 now. And Mana just claps her hands as she walks calmly behind the protagonist, saying he's gotten a little stronger. Then he says that after killing so many monsters, it's normal for him to level up, but he thinks to himself that, to be honest, it doesn't make much of a difference to his stats. But if he stayed at too low a level, people would start to question it. So he thinks it's better to level up a bit more, until he gets a message saying there are only 60 seconds left of Persephone's holy water effect. And Yuri notices that the holy water's nullification effect is about to end, gets scared, and says that the source of the curse on this floor has already been purified. So she doesn't think they'll be cursed, but she tells the protagonist to drink it again just as a precaution. However, he doesn't even need it. He says that if he uses the holy water and its effects are affected by the inversion, he'll end up being cursed. He says he still hasn't managed to tell them about the inversion, and he shouldn't, so he thinks about telling them, but then gives up. And he even tries to talk to the girls, but something appears right above them. It's the Shinigami, ready to kill them. Seeing the two of them in danger, he shouts to warn them, but Yuri doesn't have time to react. And just like that, Death puts its hand on the girl's face and quickly takes her away, leaving the other two with dumbfounded looks on their faces as Mana screams for Yuri. And as if the situation wasn't bad enough, that potion of holy water falls to the ground with Yuri, and Death uses it. And the protagonist, watching this, sees that its scythe is releasing the mist of the curse. He notices that the fog is going to activate the curse, and the girl actually receives a debuff status window. And so, with 120 seconds left until she dies, she starts to get scared because she's been cursed, and the protagonist realizes that this is a monster that can curse them. He gets really pissed off, because of course they'd run into one right when the holy water's effect wears off. He thinks that in this situation, Yuri won't be able to drink the holy water. So Mana charges in without a second thought, telling Yuri that she's going to save her. But as she rushes in to attack with all her might, that death figure manages to spin its scythe easily, stopping all of her attacks and countering her strike. It throws her far away as she defends herself. Yuri screams, even while being held captive, but Mana manages to land safely without being too affected. And the protagonist tells her to fall back, rushing toward the thing himself and saying he'll take care of the monster. However, Death manages to stop his attack with ease, and he realizes it, but then starts launching a flurry of attacks at it, even in midair. And the Reaper apparently enjoys the protagonist's challenge, giving a little smirk, especially since it has no lower body and just spins its scythe, stopping the boy's attacks, and he notices he hasn't managed to land a single hit. He realizes this guy isn't just another small fry, and with that, there's not much he can do. Besides fall back and think for a moment, he questions why. Even being so strong, it's only focusing on defending, wondering what the hell it's thinking. And just then, Mana says they need to hurry, because there are only 90 seconds left until Yuri's curse activates, and she begs the monster to let her go, screaming, "Please," as if it would let her go out of pity. And that Shinigami looks at her with those cursed eyes and the girl starts to cry. Then it smiles, seeing her despair, smiling and shouting, rejoicing in the situation. And she looks at the two of them, and the protagonist realizes that this is the soul purger. And he realizes that was the plan from the beginning, saying that the creature waits for the exact moment the holy water's effect ends to attack the challengers. He realizes that this monster is counting on the fear they feel, and as Mana notices, Yoshito gets pissed. He tells the monster not to underestimate him, flipping the switch to his B10 mode. He curses the monster and appears right in its face. Man, I gotta say, why even bring these two? I get that the author has to put the girls on screen for his work to sell, but these two are dead weight. They don't do anything. They were just clapping while he was killing skeletons. Do you have any idea why he brought these two? He had literally already gotten past this monster by himself. If he hadn't been with these two girls, he might have already cleared this tower. But you gotta have the little girls around the protagonist, right? So they can clap and admire what he's doing. Right, and his charge ends the same way as all his other attacks. With death stopping him, it continues to laugh in the protagonist's face. He doesn't like that one bit, throwing himself backward while the girl is still in the monster's arm. But as he falls back, the Reaper takes the opportunity to make a run for it with the girl in its arm. He starts yelling for it to wait, but Mana calls out to Yoshito so they can follow it. The two of them chase after it until the monster enters an alley, turning a corner, and they follow without thinking. But when they look ahead, they find themselves in a sea of skeletons below. And that monster orders the skeletons to buy it time, and the protagonist realizes it lured them there, and Mana starts to look down. And the protagonist asks what's wrong, asking if she's scared, but she says, as if, trying to act tough. And she says she's actually just warming up as she destroys the skeletons that jumped on her. So he sees that she can still keep going, and she says of course she can, charging at the monster as the two of them wipe out the skeletons and try to get close to the Shinigami. They cause a whole lot of destruction, taking down their numbers pretty quickly. But then a skeleton archer that was behind a pillar with some others launches arrows in their direction, and the girl almost gets hit. But the protagonist quickly knocks the arrow out of her path, deflecting it with his sword. And as she ducks, he asks if she's okay. She wasn't hit, and he thinks that there are less than 60 seconds until Yuri's curse activates and realizes he's out of time. He activates his full power, doing something he probably could have done from the start, but he didn't. And he gets even more serious, saying that he's going to carve a path right through all those skeletons and kill every last one of them without a second thought until the system sends him a notification. He notices an item dropped, and that item is the Grudge of the Dead. When equipped, it inflicts a death effect every 5 seconds, and he gets pissed off. Because an item with such a crappy effect is a provocation, to say the least, and he thinks that there's probably no one who'd actually want to equip it, but he's someone who wants to equip it. And look how convenient, huh? An item that inflicts a death effect, and he slips it right onto his finger. The system says that with the Grudge of the Dead activated, he will die in 5 seconds. He says that the ring's effect will be reversed, and he'll receive a full heal in 5 seconds. He no longer needs to worry about defending against attacks, charging at that army of skeletons now without any regard for his own life. He goes all out, launching himself into the air, realizing things are going to work out, and decides to show that monster the special attack of the Scythe Minus. And so he uses the Wrath of 7 Strikes and charges in with everything he's got, delivering a powerful thrust. He explains that with each attack, the power increases, and if one of the attacks is interrupted, the skill fails. After that, there's a long cooldown time before he can use it again, and he says it's pretty damn hard to find an opportunity to use it. However, he has one now, charging full force at that monster. But that Grim Reaper, instead of just defending, also launches an attack at our hero. And with its scythe, it manages to hit Yoshito's arm, tearing it off. The girl starts screaming, but even with his arm nearly severed from his body, that ring activates and he gets the heal. So he goes back to attacking the monster again, continuing his 7-hit combo. He says that now he gets a full heal every 5 seconds. He leaves that Grim Reaper with a seriously pissed off look on its face. Even though it doesn't really have facial features, he keeps attacking relentlessly, knocking it back. Then it moves with the girl in its grasp, still laughing at the situation. As our hero charges at it, it manages to counter the attack, sending the boy flying. However, the second that happens, his death from the ring ends up activating. The reversal also happens, and he's completely healed. So he curses the ring for being so persistent and attacks the Grim Reaper again. And with that, he manages to pull Yuri from the Grim Reaper's grasp, tossing the girl to safety. Then he says that this next attack will be the last and his most powerful, as he's at the end of that 7-hit combo. And he tells that Grim Reaper to swallow this, activating the ultimate combo of the Chain Blonde Sword, the Chain Blossom, and causing a massive explosion in the tower. And against that attack, The Grim Reaper doesn't have much of a defense, other than to suffer and be split in two, slowly fading away. And Yuri, who was still flying after being thrown, starts falling headfirst towards the ground. Our hero quickly flies to her, managing to catch her in midair. And when she opens her eyes, she's being carried like a princess and gets all flustered. Our hero says, "Thank God you're not hurt." And they're having this whole charming moment, and it's like they've forgotten she has 5 seconds left to live. And Mana says that it's nice they're getting along, but asks if they're forgetting about the curse that's about to kill her. And so they throw holy water on the girl and say that should do the trick. And Mana tells her to get serious, because she thinks that thing was just waiting for the holy water's effect to wear off. And our hero is surprised to receive tons and tons of curse pop-ups. Then he realizes it's the effect of the ring from him dying over and over again. He wonders how long this is going to last. And so the ring keeps killing him every so often until it shatters, and a dark miasma seeps out of it, affecting our hero. However, he doesn't seem to feel any pain, just waving it away like it stinks and wondering if it's going to explode. He thinks this sucks, saying that it's not coming off. And so the ring glows brighter and brighter, nearly blinding him. But when he opens his eyes, he gets a pop-up saying that the grudge of the corpses has reached its maximum, and the grudge of the dead ring transforms into the putrid ring. He questions if it turned into a different item. Then Mana asks what happened with that light, and he says that something weird happened with the item he picked up, and she asks if everything's going to be okay. He says it doesn't seem to have any bad effects and clicks to unequip it, thinking he can take the ring off that way. And now he asks them what the next step is. However, the ring is still glowing on his finger, and Mana says that Yuri has had more than enough excitement for one day, so the best thing they can do is just collect the magic stones and head back. And she apologizes, saying it was her fault, and Mana just tells her to relax. But Yuri says she's made up her mind, saying all cute-like that she's going to do her best to at least collect the magic stones. Then, a few minutes later, she's already started killing those skeletons, trying to get all of them. However, a few hours later, the girl is still full of energy, and our hero is dead tired along with Mana. And so he says that the conquest of Persephone continued without any major problems. And due to the large number of challengers, the upper floors were conquered. In just 1 week, it was reported that the boss room had been discovered on the 30th floor. However, at the Tokyo Challenger Management Department, our hero sits there and overhears a group of people talking. They ask if anyone's heard about Persephone's boss room, and some people say that the boss room is sealed and no one can get in. And so, Mana and Yuri go up to Yoshito, asking if they were going to go check out Persephone's boss room that day. But he says they don't even know how to open the door yet, and she says that, about that, an acquaintance of hers found a clue on the top floor. He questions if she's serious, and she tells him to be quiet, saying that the clue is a short phrase that she whispers to him, where the proof of many deaths stands, the proof of decay arises. Our hero is almost certain this is related to the ring he was using, because the dead hand is holding a very similar crystal ball, and he wonders, what the hell is this? Then Mana says she didn't understand a damn thing either, and the two of them are totally lost. And Yuri says she also managed to get some information, because it seems that a lot of people in the tower were receiving a ring with a death effect, and he thinks about this ring with Mana, remembering that he has one of those too. And he says that he thinks you can only get one of those to drop per person. So some people are thinking that this might be the key. And his has already changed. He finally gets it, because even after killing a bunch more small fry fish, he couldn't get another one of those rings to drop. He remembers this, thinking about that phrase, because with the proof of many deaths comes the proof of decay, and no one had died more than him while holding that ring. He's even used to it, but he died a lot, so he realizes that was it. And Yuri says that even after equipping the ring, the room won't open. So he gets up and prepares to leave, leaving the two of them behind. And Yuri finds it strange, saying that Yoshito is calling them to Persephone, claiming that only his ring will be able to open the boss room, saying it's like a magic key. Dude, there's no way this protagonist with his 3 brain cells doesn't realize that taking these two into a boss room where everything is cursed and you die over time is a bad idea. Maybe it's better to go alone, right? But that's way too much for his brain to handle, and so they head to the tower, arriving on the 30th floor. The girls say the place is really cool, but inside, our hero is dying of fear, wondering what he'll do if he's wrong, imagining Mana and Yuri just trashing him because he was wrong about it being a magic key. Man, what a loser mindset. There's no way to like this protagonist, and he says he doesn't want to look like a fool to them. Dude, that outfit you wore a few chapters ago already made you look like enough of a fool for 5 generations. As they walk, Yuri thinks about something, calling out to him and asking why he thinks that ring will open the door. He says that, actually, after the ring's death effect activated to its limit, it became a different item from the one that dropped. She's surprised that he activated its death effect. She starts to say she understands, pointing out that he has infinite resurrection, and Mana notes that he's being careless again. Our hero says he just used inversion. But whatever the case, he says the ring no longer has an effect after it transformed, and that it's a bit suspicious for it to have changed for no apparent reason. And he says that's where the clue about the proof of decay as proof of many deaths comes in. He explains that, in other words, the point is to activate the death effect multiple times until the ring turns purple, and that is the key to the door. The two of them are happy with his deduction, and he gets all shy, saying he just happened to notice. The girls say they're happy Yoshito is with them. He gets embarrassed, but then our hero starts to think he said too much, turning all red, and he takes it out on the ring, saying it's up to it whether he becomes a laughingstock or not. So they arrive in front of the boss room and try to open the door, but one of them says it's no use. Yep, just as he said, the door doesn't open. One of them says that from this point on, it's up to Yoshito. He tells them to leave the rest to him and steps forward, saying he has faith in his prediction and commands the door to open as he raises the ring, declaring that this is the key. However, it just stays shut, and Yoshito, for sure, is dying of embarrassment with nothing happening, and the two girls are just watching, waiting for something to happen. And he says he's screwed, practically dying inside. But then the ring glows, and the door glows too, turning blue, and opens for him. He starts thanking God because it opened. After all, he was making a fool of himself, and he realizes now, stopping to think. He was so focused on whether the door would open or not that he forgot there was a boss ahead. And so, he starts to piss his pants, saying this is the 30th floor, and the boss here must be stronger than the ones they defeated in Hermes. And he remembers to tell the two of them to stay behind him, saying they should regroup. But a shadowy hand reaches out from inside and pulls our hero in alone, grabbing and dragging him in there. The two of them are screaming for Yoshito, but he's thrown into that coliseum by the ghost hand and lands hard. He already starts to feel like this is bad, but he tells them not to come in. However, the two girls were already inside the place, and the door closes behind them, sealing the magic circle and trapping everyone. And so he says that after opening the door, you're not allowed to leave. He starts to realize what happened, seeing the portal in front of him. And from that portal emerges a rather bizarre monster, but it's not that tall and looks like a small, darkish elf. And they, looking at it, immediately get into battle stances, preparing for the worst. And that monster looks like the main character from the ancient Magus's bride, you know, the one who buys the redhead. Then it taps the ground with its staff, and a glow begins to appear in the sky, summoning mana, and its hair starts to change, becoming monstrous. Then, an absurd amount of pressure bears down on our hero, and he realizes that, by the looks of it, they have no choice but to face the consequences of opening the door. Who would have thought, right? That poking the bear with a short stick would go to hell, huh? Who knew? And now he's stuck with two dead weights behind him, and they come face to face with that bizarre flying monster. It's said that its name is the Ancient Bone Priest, and so it starts to laugh with those teeth it has in the middle of its mouth, saying something, and from it comes a will-o-wisp with a bluish-greenish color. I don't even know what color that is. It surrounds our hero's little group with that power, and from the middle of it, an army of those undead who are skeleton followers starts to emerge. And our hero notices that this is a boss that summons an army of minions, saying they'll be at a huge disadvantage if he doesn't end this quickly. So he uses his agility to charge directly at the boss. It's a pretty smart move, since those two can handle the skeletons. He says he'll ignore the useless ones and kill the main one. However, there was no way it would be that easy. After all, the boss has a shield raised around it, and he gets the shock of his life looking into the boss's eyes, getting thrown far away by a mana explosion. As he flies backward, he realizes the monster's defense is perfect, and then another skeleton appears behind him to strike. He even manages to deflect that skeleton's attack, but the skeletons apparently have a higher IQ than our hero and set up an ambush. He defends against one, but another one impales his heart, and he dies a nasty death, with several other skeletons quartering him. After death, he gets a debuff of 40 defense, but it becomes a buff of 40 defense, and he comes back to life, immediately attacking the skeleton that manages to defend against our hero's attack. However, he gets more and more frustrated because, even though they're just a pile of bones, their attack and reaction speed are on a completely different level from the ones on the floors below. And he's realizing that things aren't going to be so easy. He says that dealing with just one is already too much. And there are so many of them, making him wonder how they're ever going to beat them. So he starts begging for it to let him go, but the skeletons pin his head to the ground in front of the boss, and he's completely humiliated by that group. However, the boss doesn't even pay much attention to him, looking past him to search for the other girls. And in the middle of all that, the skeletons are swarming all over Mana and Yuri. And seeing those two, who shouldn't even be there, in so much trouble, he gets more and more worried. And Yuri, for her part, tries to throw a mana ball at the skeletons, creating a whirlpool there. She thinks she succeeded, but then she's left in complete disbelief. Because at most, the skeletons just got a little wet from the water magic she cast. And Mana, in turn, tries to use her cleaver on one of the skeletons, but none of her attacks land, and they start to wonder what they're going to do, because there's nowhere to run. And our defeated hero starts begging the skeletons, his own enemies, to get out of the way, because if this keeps up, Yuri and Mana are going to die. However, he realizes that appealing to their emotions isn't going to work. Then, he looks up and sees the boss raising its staff. He wonders if it's serious, and then that boss rips the protagonist's arm right off. With just one attack, he sees his arm fly away from him and starts to cry out in pain, screaming from the excruciating agony of having his arm torn off. Then the boss just stares at him, savoring the pain the boy is feeling, as the protagonist continues to scream and writhe. He realizes how screwed he is, but there's not much he can do, as the skeletons keep holding him down and the boss, who isn't playing around, launches another attack at him. This time it's the protagonist's leg that leaves his body, flying off into the distance. He keeps screaming and the boss looks quite happy, smiling as it tortures the protagonist. And just like that, he loses his limbs piece by piece, now missing an arm, a leg, and everything else he could possibly lose. The boss watches him as the skeletons continue to dismember him, and piece by piece, he endures an agonizing pain that has no end. And so the skeletons leave him behind, half dead, after nearly finishing him off. He lies on the ground, bleeding, just staring at the boss, and begins to think to himself that he'll probably develop a trauma from staffs. And just like that, the boss aims directly for his head, killing him. And the boss starts to laugh, completely thrilled with the brutal death it gave the protagonist. And now in that space, he enters between one death and the next. He starts to remember the boss's face and is utterly terrified. Remembering all the body parts he lost and the pain he felt, he begins to tremble. And so he remembers it, piece by piece, nearly going insane, as his mind slowly shatters after all the suffering. He cries even in that afterlife, and remembers every scene and every detail of what he went through, over and over again, feeling completely crushed. And then, when he looks ahead, he thinks that if he doesn't go back, if he fails now, who will save Yuri and Mana? He says he needs to hurry up and revive to defeat that boss. He says he needs to save them both, and has only 7 seconds to get his head straight and go back. He says there's no time for despair and starts to think that he knows what he has to do. But even so, he wonders, why? Why can't he stop shaking? Because he's terrified, and he thinks that whatever the case, it's better to change his resurrection location. So he requests a change, and a moment later, he appears far from where the skeletons are near the boss. Then, he spots Yuri and Mana cornered and tries to shout to them, but he remembers the eyes of the boss that killed him. It made him suffer, and he starts to tremble again, completely frozen and powerless. He thinks he's pathetic, because he can't even move. And with the two of them cornered, he makes a move, crying, and remembers the boss's face while thinking about the exit. But just then, the exit door begins to glow, and an explosion goes off behind the protagonist. And when he looks back, he sees a much more powerful adventurer. He says he heard no one could open the door, so he tried to force it open, but he didn't expect anyone to already be inside. He enters the place casually, as if he were coming home, and the two girls who were cornered start to feel a little more hopeful as he walks in. And the guy is also really calm, but he looks at the protagonist, who's on the verge of tears, and realizes what's happening, saying that they don't look like they're in a very good situation. While the protagonist is lost in thought, those skeletons almost kill him, but the guy seems so fast that he manages to save him, killing the skeletons and preventing him from being hit. He says he'll give the kid a hand, telling him to relax, and announces that the king of dominators, Kogoro Kumi, has arrived. He declares that no one will die that day, and that he is a far more powerful dominator than the protagonist. And so he thinks about the King of Dominators, a title given to those who have conquered sky-piercing magic towers with over 100 floors. It's a title reserved only for heroic dominators, and there are very few of them in Japan right now. So he says he'll talk with the protagonist later. Saying that first, he wants to dominate this place with flames, summoning his sword and making it burst into fire, activating a vortex called Inferno. That fiery vortex engulfs the entire area, killing most of the skeletons. And the protagonist thinks that this is incredible, and in the middle of that vortex, the boss has no choice but to run, getting out of there. However, Kogoro appears right beside it, telling the boss it can't escape. He raises his incandescent sword towards the boss, which even puts up its barrier, but he brings the sword down with so much force that the boss's barrier doesn't stand a chance and shatters, knocking it to the ground. And the wave of power is so strong that the protagonist can't help but be affected. And after Kogoro hits the monster, he stands there calmly with a serene look, and the boss completely loses its composure. After all, it was a mage, but now it's resorting to a fistfight. As it rushes towards Kogoro, it gets hit again, but this time it's not Kogoro's sword, but his own hand connecting with the monster's chin and putting it to sleep. And Kogoro remembers to talk to the protagonist, who's just standing there like a statue, completely devastated. And he says that the final blow belongs to the protagonist. And so he's left wondering what Kogura is talking about, saying he doesn't know what he went through, but that he looks absolutely terrible. Kogura tells him not to carry that with him and to settle it right there. And now the protagonist stands there motionless, grabbing his sword, thanking him, and then just charging full force at the boss. The boss even tries to fight back, heading toward the boy. but the protagonist manages to kill him, saying that thanks to Kogura, he now feels the will to fight again. Man, it's hard to call the kid weak. I mean, seeing your own death, feeling the pain until you lose consciousness and get wiped out, that's gotta be rough. I do think he's wasting his own power, though. That he definitely is. At this, Kagura looked at the protagonist with a great deal of pride, then asks him if he managed to scare away his fear, and the boy says yes. He says that in that case, he can now speak, congratulating the conqueror of Persephone's tower, but the protagonist asks him to wait, saying he only finished off the boss. He says the one who truly conquered that floor was Kagura himself. However, he says the means don't matter, and the reward goes to the one who defeats the boss. So he says he'll give him everything, telling him he can take it, but Kagura says no, explaining that those rewards should be used to make the protagonist stronger. And so they all smile, and Kagura looks proud. He says that money is one thing he doesn't lack. He also says he already has his own weapon, his faithful partner, so he has no reason to take the reward from the younger generation. The protagonist is moved by what Kagura is saying, and it really is hard to find someone so genuinely nice in manhwas. He says that if he wants to thank him, why not show him the unique weapon he got, saying he's dying to see what kind of unique weapon it will be. And the protagonist realizes that this kind of personality really suits him and says that it's fine. However, when he sees the unique weapon, he gets a little down, because this time, the weapon is a staff. And when he takes it out, he realizes it's the arcane aqua item and notes that it's a staff. Kagura asks if he's any good with magic. He replies that he isn't, not in the slightest, and says that if it's magic, then it should be for Yori, asking why she doesn't try using it. She looks down and speaks to Yoshito. She says that, to be honest, she doesn't think she deserves to get that staff, and she says she already told the protagonist that this time, they weren't able to help at all. And it wasn't just this time. Even in the fight against the previous boss, they were a burden to him. Whoa, she's self-aware. What is this? Okay, here we go. At least she's acknowledging it. 1 point for the girl. So she says that maybe they shouldn't have formed a team. He then asks them to wait, saying that this time didn't count. Because if it weren't for Kagura, they all would have died. And Kagura just stays quiet, merely listening. And the protagonist says he wouldn't have been able to protect them. However, Mana gives a smile, asking if Chito still hasn't realized it, that to him, they've become objects to be protected, and what he just said proves it. However, the protagonist says that wasn't his intention. Realizing the chasm that's forming between them, he ends up accepting it, and she says that's why they're going to get stronger. He's taken by surprise, and they say that from now on, they'll face towers like Persephone's on their own. And after they manage to get stronger, they will definitely come back to him. So Yori says that's why, until then, he should hold on to that staff. However, he still shoves it into the girl's hand and says that's all the more reason for her to keep the staff, saying that if she wants to get stronger, she should use everything she has at her disposal. And so, Yori finally accepts. The protagonist gets a notification, and the system says the tower boss has been defeated and they will be teleported. He says his goodbyes, telling them he'll see them later. Now, outside with Kagura, he congratulates him, saying it was a very mature farewell. But the protagonist says it's not really like that he's actually pretty down about it. Kagura just accepts it and speaks to the boy, calling him by his name, but the protagonist is surprised, since he never told him his name. Kagura says the girls were calling him that the whole time. He says that if he has some free time, why doesn't the boy come with him? I have never once criticized the author of this series. They did everything that needed to be done. He said goodbye to the girls who were holding him back. A temporary goodbye. Alright? And he threw the protagonist into the hands of the biggest badass around, and now the training arc is going to start, and my boy is going to level up. I'm liking this. Forget any complaint I ever had. Forget it. I never said a bad word. And the protagonist asks if Kagura wants him to do something. He says that, to be honest, he was summoned by the chief of the Tokyo department. Then he says he's normally in the central region, and the protagonist immediately thinks of that crazy woman. He says that if they summoned him, it can only mean it's going to be a very complicated job, and he just stopped by Persephone's tower to kill some time before the meeting. And that's where he found the protagonist. But the boy asks why Kagura is so interested in someone like him. He thinks to himself that his infinite resurrection didn't activate in front of Kagura, so there'd be no reason for him to be so interested. However, Kagura says that he heard from Fuoni that she said he is a promising conqueror of the new generation. The protagonist is doubtful about this, asking if the chief really said that. Kagura says that's right, adding that he was surprised when he saw his name inside the boss room, because he thought he was just an ordinary guy when he saw him. And the protagonist says he really is an ordinary guy, pointing out that he couldn't do anything against that boss. But Kagura tells him to just try harder next time, telling him not to worry about it. And he says that even after killing so much time, he still has a while before the meeting. He asks Yoshito, how about they do some shopping to relax? He says the ruler king will foot the bill for anything he wants. He mentions to the boy that the rewards must be starting to pile up, saying he'll teach him how to spend money wisely. And the protagonist gets all happy that he's going to learn financial literacy from one of the few ruler kings of Japan, saying that now he's extremely interested. However, a while later, the protagonist shows up wearing sunglasses, an AJ shirt, along with the other guy, which makes him look even more idiotic than he did before. And as soon as he gets in front of Fuoni, she questions who the two of them are. And the protagonist tells her not to ask what she already knows. And she says that they're both dressed very strangely. And Kagura tells the protagonist that she has a point. He says that even though being a ruler king brings in a lot of cash, it's useless if you don't have good fashion sense. So he says that even if it's true, the look is still a joke. And he gets really pissed off at him, asking about her, saying she doesn't seem interested in fashion at all, and bets she probably wears baggy clothes when she's home alone. But the girl doesn't fall for his provocation, just handing him a photo of herself in a pretty cool outfit. And just like that, he's told it's the latest fashion trend that the department had adopted, now one of the 7 most popular. So he begs her for forgiveness, having been completely humiliated. Kagura starts laughing and asks Fuyoli why she called him there. She says there's only one reason to call someone of his caliber, explaining that the Tokyo Challenger Department will soon be carrying out a large-scale operation. And the protagonist is skeptical about it. Fuyoli says the operation will be in the largest magic zone in Kanto, the conquest of the Tower of Zeus. Kagura already expected as much, since the death toll has been climbing non-stop lately, especially on the higher floors. She says the department can't ignore it any longer. The remaining rewards on the upper floors of Zeus will be distributed to all volunteers for that operation. From the front lines to the support units, volunteers will be assigned according to their abilities, and the danger level of that great magic tower can't be compared to normal ones. Even with the department leading, they still expect a high number of casualties. But she says that to reduce the number of losses, even by a little, she wants him on the front lines, the great conqueror who took down the Hephaestus magic tower in the central region. And he doesn't think twice, agreeing with her. He says if his presence can save lives, then he'll lend her all of his power. And that's when the protagonist starts to feel like a third wheel. But Kagura says he has one condition. She asks what it is, and he says he's taking Yoshito to the front lines with him, and she agrees. The kid, however, is pretty shocked by this. Kagura says he's counting on his partner now, and the protagonist realizes he's completely screwed in the hands of these two. Over at the Proteus Magic Tower, Kagura calls the protagonist to level up a bit, remembering Fuyoli said there's still time before everything is ready for the Zeus conquest. So she tells them to spend their time as they wish. Kagura then asks if she can recommend any magic towers in the area that are good for grinding. He says that before taking him to the front lines, he wants to train him as much as he can. The protagonist asks if he even has a choice in the matter. Kagura says no, and the protagonist asks why he wants to take him anyway. Kagura says he wants him to get stronger, because no one is better suited for it than him. And so the protagonist, well, Fuyoli says that if it's for leveling up, her recommendation would be the Proteus Tower. She says it might not have any special features, but the monster level there is high, and a large mine of magic stones was recently discovered. So it's a pretty popular spot among adventurers. So Kagura thinks for a moment and says that's where they're going. He tells Yoshito to come with him, saying they'll go ahead and kill the boss while they're at it. Once inside, they come face to face with a boss that's like a knight. He says he wants to see how far he can go, asking if the protagonist can handle it alone. He doesn't even answer, just getting into a battle stance. Kagura tells him to go for it, and the protagonist says he'll try, rushing in with all his agility. However, the knight manages to deflect his attack and counter, grazing the protagonist's cheek. But the protagonist still manages to hit the knight, and the fight gets intense with both of them neck and neck. Then, the protagonist manages to dodge a downward strike. But while doing this, he gets a little reckless, and the knight prepares to strike the protagonist from above. Then Yoshito laughs, saying that swing was way too wide, and he lands a solid blow to the knight's abdomen, forcing him to his knees. But while the protagonist is celebrating, Kagura yells that it's not over yet. The knight, even while down, throws its weapon into the protagonist's back, taking him completely by surprise. Then, Kagura says he wants to help, but before they fight side by side, he needs to see his ability with his own eyes. So he lets the protagonist die, collapsing with that thing stuck right in the middle of his chest. While the kid is lying there dead, the knight prepares to retrieve its weapon, but as it raises its hand, the protagonist reappears. He pulls the weapon out, saying that hurt, and declares that's enough. He's furious, switching to his second personality. Kagura realizes this is infinite resurrection, saying it's worth it because Yoshito, the immortal, is the only one who can keep up with him. And so he says that now that the knight has lost its weapon, it has no chance of winning. But the knight starts summoning an attack in its remaining hand, and the protagonist is caught off guard, getting impaled once more and dying again. He ends up receiving a technique debuff of 16, which turns into a pretty insane buff. And he says that's the second time it's pierced his heart, rushing at the monster again with a more refined technique. The monster manages to defend against the attack, and the protagonist says he's not going to let it get away with that. But despite all his excitement, the knight manages to knock him into the air. They trade blows, and he thinks that he can't land a decisive hit. Then he sees something shining in his direction and manages to dodge it in midair by a hair's breadth. Then he notices there are more of them, and several others start attacking him. He realizes things are not looking good at all, thinking this has to be a joke, and wondering if this doesn't count as excessive bullying. Several of them rush in, surrounding the protagonist, each with their own specific weapon. He struggles hard to dodge all the attacks, and thinks to himself that this is bad. Because if things keep going like this, he's going to die again, and that almost happens, as he nearly loses his eyes. However, Kagura decides that's enough, saying he's done watching. He leaps into action and helps him easily, swinging his sword and defeating several of them. And he tells Yoshito that his power is truly impressive. But now it's his turn to show his true strength. As two of them leap at him, his sword bursts into flames, and he quickly cuts and burns them instantly with that fire, passing through like a flash of lightning. He calmly looks over at Yoshito and says he was planning on showing off a little more. However, the enemies just evaporated with a single strike. The protagonist says he doesn't need to prove it, that it's already clear he's strong, and asks why he looks so serious. Then he says that wasn't what he had in mind, explaining that he wanted to show off by fighting desperately for his life, just like a real main character. Then he says it's not like he wants times to be fighting desperately, and the two of them start to argue. So Kagura tells him there will be more opportunities to show his strength, and the protagonist asks what he plans to do now. He says that according to Fuoni, there's a large magic stone mine up ahead. Magic stones are crystallized mana, and monsters tend to like them too, and some monsters even absorb magic stones to make themselves stronger. And that's why powerful monsters tend to show up frequently in the mine area. He asks if he gets what they're going to do, and the protagonist says they're going to find some monsters and take them down. And Kagura tells him to, let's get going. However, a while later, as they arrive at the mine, they see several people digging, and those people seem completely at ease. However, contrary to how calm they seem, a very threatening-looking monster is lurking right beside them. And further ahead, the protagonist is amazed by the number of magic stones, saying that this is incredible. He reaches the 25th floor, in the mining area, and Kagura says it must be his first time here. The protagonist says yes, admitting he's never seen so many magic stones before. And he starts to think, recalling the last time he cashed in magic stones. He got a ton of money and paid off his debts. He thinks that if they can cash in all the magic stones from here, they could become filthy rich, telling Kagura they should start mining right now. But Kagura apologizes for bursting his bubble and says that even if it were possible to get rich from this, there would probably be way more explorers. He admits that's true, commenting that there aren't that many people around, and Kagura explains that when too many magic stones are embedded in one place, their power actually decreases. When magic stones are formed, they compete for the surrounding magic, and that's why their quality isn't very good. So, they're mixed with impurities. He says that even if you mine here, it won't make you much money, but some people still mine them anyway. And the management department maintains this environment and has also stationed adventurers here for defense. So the pay is low, but it's safe, and there's a demand even for this kind of adventurer. The protagonist starts to get it, watching some girls nearby make a little cash from some magic stones and talking about how they're going to keep at it. However, he thinks that those three seem to be having fun, which reminds him of his old party. He feels a bit down thinking about Yuri and Mana, saying that after he split up with them, he's been pretty lonely. But when he looks back, he sees Kagura breathing down his neck, so he asks what's up. Kagura says he couldn't stop staring at those girls, asking if he's trying to pick one of them up. Like, come on, you can tell your Uncle Kagura. He notes that Kagura is really annoying and says he's not trying to pick anyone up. But Kagura calls him the boring one. I agree with him. He gets straight to the point, asking him which of the girls he was looking at he likes. And just like that, Yuri, from God knows where, immediately senses this conversation. Kagura specifies, saying he means the two who were with him in Persephone's tower, adding that they're both gorgeous. He remembers Mana and how she has her own way of doing things. And he remembers Yuri, too. Then, he realizes that maybe even Fuuni is on the protagonist's radar, so he asks if he's trying to get with any of them. The kid can't take it anymore, and Yuri ends up sensing that something is going on somewhere. She starts to get a feeling, so Mana tells her to focus on the fight and cut it out. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells him to stop screwing around, saying they came here to train, not to talk about romance. But Kagura points at him, realizing the protagonist is really a dense kid. He tells him to shut up, and the girls nearby start to move forward, going after some large rocks. But when they hit one of the rocks, it's way too hard, and one of them hurts her hand, saying that it's harder than any magic stone she's ever seen and wondering why it's so tough. However, that rock turns out to have eyes, and the protagonist notices it before they do. As the giant stands up, several rocks fall down on the girls, and they just freeze, unable to react. And just like that, the hellish creature with arms and legs leaps onto the girls, nearly crushing them. They escape by a hair's breadth, and the protagonist, looking on, realizes it's a crystal monster. It raises its sharp crystals, aiming at them, and they're just lying on the ground, helpless. But he quickly defends all of them with his sword and asks if they're okay, telling them they can run now. All of them blush at the hero who appeared to save them. And as they run away, he says he tried to be cool, but as expected, it didn't work out because he's been pierced all over. And he says it never goes as planned, dying yet again. However, he thinks that dying while saving someone isn't so bad. So he says that someday he wants to be like Kagura, a master who can save people and still look cool doing it. However, the monster doesn't really care about his plans and gets ready to beat the crap out of the kid, completely crushing him. And he starts to wonder, now that he's conquered the magic towers and earned so much money he'll never have to worry about it again, what should his next goal be? And he admits he still doesn't have an answer to that question. So much so that, seeing how Kagura saved him back in Persephone, he wants to be an adventurer just like him, but he's dead on the ground. He says he wants to be someone who saves everyone. And so he dies once again, receiving -34 intelligence, but he ends up gaining a little back. He says that to get to his level, he thinks he still lacks a lot of skill and experience. He says he needs to press on with his training, which is really just dying over and over, and a tower is the perfect place for it. And he heads straight for the boss, talking to it, asking what it thinks about them dying together, and attacks the stone boss with his sword. He quickly realizes it's way too tough, wondering how he's ever going to cut through it. And on top of that, in the middle of the fight, he can't see Kagura anywhere, and wonders where he went. And so, Kagura is getting everyone out of there, saying he'll lead them to a safe area. A few of them approach Kagura, telling him that they're the guards here, they can't just run away. And Kagura says he knows dealing with that monster is their responsibility, but tells them not to worry, because his partner will take care of it. He leaves all the responsibility in Yoshito's hands, who is just completely shocked. And the monster, in turn, launches more darts at him. He has to defend himself to keep from being impaled again, and starts dodging through the projectiles, panicking like a total coward. And Kagura yells at him, asking if the kid has any intelligence. And so he wonders if Kagura is messing with him at a time like this. But Kagura says he's not talking about being smart, asking if he means the intelligence stat, saying that if he has a good number in that stat, he should try to carefully observe the secret to that thing's toughness, saying it should become visible, and that he's leaving it all to him. And the protagonist starts thinking that Kagura really is an irresponsible guy, and remembers that intelligence is a stat that scales with magic, and everything that has magical power. And he thinks that as this stat increases, the number of powerful spells also increases, even making it possible to manipulate magical power. There's no way this idiot is still not using it. If I'm not mistaken, I should have at least, 200 intelligence. I mean, I should, right? Since my IQ is so low. But I could have been using magic a long time ago. And he remembers that thanks to the death penalty, his intelligence went up too, but not enough for him to be able to use magic. He bets that just observing isn't going to work. However, the system announces that since his intelligence has reached a certain threshold, the common skills Magic Sense 1 and Magic Manipulation 1 are now available. And the skill Magic Sense 1 makes it easier to perceive surrounding magical power. And Magic Manipulation allows him to consolidate the magical power from the surroundings. He notices that the magic-related skills have been unlocked and is surprised. And he says that, come to think of it, when he died earlier, his intelligence stat went up. And he realizes this is what he gets for dying an agonizing death, and says he'll use it without hesitation, activating Magic Sense to see what he can see. He wonders what that haze is, questioning the flow of magic, saying that he still can't control the skill and needs to concentrate more. However, he finally notices that the monster is protecting its entire body in a shell of magic. He says that's why it's abnormally tough. And that magic begins to gather at a single point, and he starts to understand, noticing that the magical power from the magic stones is being collected. However, while he's just observing, he realizes this is bad, as he's almost hit by the monster from several directions. So he manages to escape by a hair's breadth, realizing that even if he can see the magic shell, it won't mean anything if he can't defeat it. However, he notices something that the shell's shape became unstable the moment it came into contact with the surrounding magic, and he starts to smile, saying he's found an opening. And now he tells the monster to just you wait, charging at it, saying he's going to rip it from its shell and greet it with a finishing blow. Then the monster's shell really starts to show cracks. He figures its shell became temporarily unstable due to the magical interference from the previous attack. He says that if that's the case, if he hits it with enough magic, he should be able to destroy the shell. He says that to saturate the area with magic, he first needs to destroy the magic stones. He does this while the monster resumes its attack. But the protagonist manages to dodge everything it throws at him, though the magic arrows are getting more intense. With even more raining down, he has to run for his life while destroying everything around him, trying to turn the field into one big trap. And when he throws those stones up, he thinks that should have been enough to break the shell, but he doesn't look up, and the monster throws itself on top of him. He dodges just in time, nearly getting crushed. And so he uses level 1 mana manipulation and manages to gather some points of magic around him. He thinks that even mana manipulation only has the effect of gathering ambient magic, so it can't produce magic or allow him to use spells. However, he thinks that to break its shell, he already knows what to do. So he imbues his sword with that magic and says this skill is good enough. Relying only on his speed, he charges the monster and lands a strike. The shell starts to crack and he says it still wasn't strong enough. But that's no problem, because he still has his trump card. He decides to use the Anemo scythe, saying it's time to bloom. Whoa, he's about to pull out the big guns. And so he uses his unique skill, Chamort, activating it and charging at the monster. Then he says he's going to combine 7 strikes, and with each hit, his attack will get stronger. Charging forward, he says he'll add magic to the final blow to unleash his full power. And the monster gathers those stones and reinforces its shell, launching them at the protagonist. But even with that attack coming at him, the kid manages to cut through it and says he's in no hurry, as there's still magic to accumulate. And he says he'll just keep returning its attacks, no problem. And so the monster gathers magic at its head, trying to hit him, but the protagonist is at max speed and manages to dodge even in midair. He says that being the case, it won't be able to stop his attack. As he descends, his enormous final strike undergoes a transmutation, and Kagura watches this, noticing that the kid went far beyond his expectations, and the protagonist declares that now he'll destroy its core, along with its shell, and uses the enchant. The final attack is way more powerful, and the shell splits in half with a single blast, and so the explosion throws him far away, and he falls, completely defeated. However, Kagura appears by his side, smiling at the kid, and they just celebrate together. And as soon as he gets up, he asks if the other female adventurers are okay, and Kagura says that of course they are, thank God. So the protagonist considers the matter closed, and says his goodbyes to the women, who are all swooning over him. But then something happens, because things can never go well for this guy for too long. And a cave-in happens right on the protagonist's head, trapping him underneath. Everyone's already out of the dungeon's effect range, and Kagura is right at the base. But since the MC is lagging a bit behind, a stone snake gets close and swallows him whole, killing the MC yet again. After he slips up and falls right into the snake's mouth in front of Kagura and the girls, he thinks about how much this sucks. He comments on the snake's size, saying that Steel Annihilator just smashed through the wall, appeared out of nowhere, and that monsters with this kind of ability are pretty rare. So, it's probably an anomaly. It's probably an anomaly. He grips his sword tightly, but the monster ends up lunging at Kagura, trying to attack him. However, he stops the snake with his sword, casually tossing it far away. And the MC says he's good, but tells him to get serious or he's gonna get eaten. Then he places his sword on the ground, telling it to control the territory with its scorching heat, calling out Helos. Then he throws it at the snake, roasting it in flames. The MC can barely keep his eyes open, and when he sees it, he notices that Okiyomen's flames had no effect. And so Kagura says that the creature's outer shell seems to have a powerful resistance to fire. They look at the snake's scales, and he says that if that's the case, the only option left is to use brute force to defeat it, charging full speed at the snake. The snake tries to bite him, but he manages to dodge, jumping up and coming down with an attack aimed right at the snake's neck. I mean, a snake is pretty much all neck, right? Because it's just a head and a tail, so everything in between is neck. But his attack doesn't land, and the snake tries to bite him again, but he tells it not to even think about it, because biting him isn't going to be that easy. And so the snake prepares for another attack. Kagura is unsure what it's going to do, and then from its raised scales, these things that look a lot like octopus's arms shoot out, heading straight for Kagura while he's still in the air. So he's surprised it still had a weapon like that up its sleeve. As that thing comes at him, he starts trying to defend himself with his sword. But then the MC rushes to Kagura, shoves him back, and Kagura yells, "Yoshito, what are you doing?" as the kid gets hit and impaled by that thing, which goes right through him and opens up behind to finish him off. He says that it hurts like hell. But thanks to the pain, he was able to get close enough, using his ability to reposition himself after dying. Then he tells the snake to say goodbye to its eye, striking it directly and making it roar in pain. But then he's thrown back, and Kagura quickly catches him in midair, bringing the kid safely to the ground. Then he apologizes, because the kid died on his account. Yoshito tells him not to worry about it, telling Kagura to relax. He says that more importantly, the snake is seriously pissed off now, and things are about to get a lot harder since they still haven't defeated the monster. The snake starts thrashing all over the place, completely out of control, and ends up charging at the boys one more time, trying to attack them. However, a barrier appears between them, stopping the snake from getting close enough. And Yoshito thinks, this is incredible, realizing that's what happens when a monster tries to enter a safe zone, so the snake doesn't have much choice but to turn around and leave. But before it does, it gives the MC a look. So he wonders what that thing is planning, and it burrows underground. Yoshito asks if it's heading to the lower floors, wondering if that's even possible. because it's common knowledge that the most powerful monsters stay on the upper floors. He says that if a creature like that attacks low-level, unprepared adventurers, they'll all be wiped out. And Kagura agrees with him, saying that if they let it go, it's going to kill a lot of people. And so they go to check the hole the snake left and realize that the monster really does seem to be able to move between floors. Kagura explains that normally, each floor has safe zone entrances, so monsters can't move between them. Then he does a demonstration and thinks that, however, there are rare exceptions where monsters can move freely between floors using a certain method, and that iron snake from earlier is probably one of those anomalies. He says these abnormal beings are placed in a special category by the management department to be exterminated properly. The MC asks about this category, and Kagura says that this category is for the errors, and that's what they're called. And the MC is surprised to hear that, and Kagura says he's not surprised he's never heard of it, because information about the errors is only shared among the high-level adventurers chosen by the management department. Then he tells Yoshito to come back, saying they need to report this situation to the management department, and the MC just agrees, scared out of his mind. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the girls are trapped, until the MC hears those girls from earlier calling out to him and he turns around. Then one of them looks absolutely terrified, because he just died a moment ago, and the MC realizes he let them see him die back there. So he gets ready to explain, saying it was just an illusion, that he didn't really die, and asks them to forget about it. He thinks it's better to tell this lie than to traumatize them. But then they still try to say something, with one of them pointing to the giant bloodstain behind him, saying that no matter how she looks at it, that's real blood, and the MC's lie falls apart. So he says that's just how his illusion works, and the girls actually believe him and are in awe. One of them approaches the MC, thanking him for saving her. He gets happier and happier, saying he's glad they're okay, and they start to fall for him. The protagonist effect is at max level, like a chick magnet cheat code. The guy is leveling up with every death, and one of them says that if it's okay with him, she wants him to give her his number. But then the mage, the MC's ex-party member, feels from a distance that something dangerous is happening, and the other one tells Yuri to focus. You guys need to keep fighting. And Kagura tells them that everyone has evacuated, saying it's just them left, which totally ruins the MC's moment. So he says it's fine. He's on his way, and tells the girl he has to go back after all. She wouldn't want to get caught by that steel snake again. So, he tells them to get out of there as fast as possible. But Kagura tells him to relax, saying it was just a delay. He then tells Yoshito that he did a great job, saying he definitely earned his reward. Yoshito starts saying he didn't do it for the reward, and Kagura is surprised by the kid since he just threw himself in front of that thing for no reason. So, he agrees, saying they're going to use the teleportation portal and head back to base. At the teleportation portal, it's explained that using it allows a person to connect to another point within the same magic tower. They exist on the 1st, 5th, and 10th floors, with one portal every 5 floors. For the most part, they're placed in safe areas, and as soon as someone reaches a floor with a portal, it activates for use. The MC says they're lucky to have a teleportation portal there, because if adventurers were walking around without portals and got attacked by that snake, it would be a total disaster. He says that now he agrees with the kid, but he says that's exactly why they need to go back to the management department so they can coordinate with Fuyoni and the others, because he says that's the only way they'll be able to eliminate this anomaly. So, when they get there, Fuyoni thanks the two of them for the report, saying they've already confirmed that several people were injured and killed on the lower floors of Proteus, and the management department has now classified the Steel Annihilator monster as a maximum priority among tower-class errors. She says they need to respond to this emergency immediately. All exploration in the tower has been suspended, and she will personally go defeat the Steel Annihilator. Then, Kagura points out that even he and Yoshito couldn't defeat it, so he asks her to take a group with her, and Yoshito just stands there looking lost, not sure what to say. Then, she tells him not to worry, drawing her weapon and saying that this time, she'll go herself. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to be acting all badass in front of a monster that the strongest guy they have couldn't even beat alone. So, you'd be better off getting a party together, stacking buffs until you can't see straight, and having that crazy dude next to you, the one who gets stronger by dying, die, I don't know, like 500 times to get a power-up. Anyway, back in the Proteus Tower, the MC comes across a horrific scene on the 8th floor, with tons of dead people. Then, Fuyoni explains that after they fought the Annihilator on the 25th floor, it came all the way down here, attacked all the adventurers in the area, and according to the report from the subordinates she sent on recon, it's still possible to detect tremors on this floor. So, they figure this means the target is nearby, and she says she won't let the creature escape. But the MC realizes that she sent her subordinates in ahead of them. He asks if she isn't worried that the snake will attack them, and says that the adventurers he sent to do recon on Persephone were all killed. She tells him he doesn't need to worry, because this time, the ones who came to Proteus are a unit that specializes in dealing with errors, and Kagura says it's about damn time. Then, they talk about the Special Operations Unit under the direct command of the chief of the Tokyo Adventurer Management Department, popularly known as Team Ice Flower. And look at some of these faces here. I've seen this guy before, haven't I? From that one manhwa where the guy has a sister and their relationship is kinda weird, the MC is thinking the same thing I am, cause that team name is a mouthful. Then, one of them goes up to the chief, saying they've completed their recon and, as expected, the tremors are still happening. On this floor. They say the target is probably resting inside the walls, and the vibrations happen when it moves, until he notices Kagura and the Dominator, Takamito, standing beside them. He asks what's the matter. The guy looks directly at him, lowering his head and saying that he's deeply grateful for their cooperation. It would have been great if Team Iceflower could have handled this situation, but this error-level threat is first class, basically equivalent to a magic tower boss. So, if they can fight alongside the two of them, they can minimize their losses. The MC questions this talk about losses and asks what he's talking about. Then Kagura says that with the two of them there, he won't let anyone die, and the guy says, that's very reassuring to hear. But just then, they're hit by a tremor that almost knocks everyone off their feet. The MC starts to panic, as Kagura shouts that the tremor is coming from below them. The snake bursts right out of the ground, nearly snatching one of them in its jaws. The leader of Team Iceflower orders them to prepare for combat, and they all draw their weapons, get into position, and leap at the snake. But then, it launches its toxic darts at the warriors once again. They start deflecting everything they can with just their swords, but one of them is almost hit from the side, and two others jump in front, saving the guy's life. Kagura notes that coordinated movements are one of Team Iceflower's special traits and says they're fully capable of defeating mid-boss level threats, but he recognizes that this steel snake is on another level, and even an elite team like Iceflower won't be able to hold out for long. So, he asks Yoshito if he's ready, telling the kid it's time to go all out. They both agree, charging towards the monster at full speed. Kagura goes high, leaping onto the creature and delivering a sword strike to the snake's chin, forcing its head up. Meanwhile, Yoshito goes low, trying to hit a more vulnerable part of the animal. But he doesn't get very far, and several arrows are shot in his direction, almost killing him. He dodges by a hair, which is something he really shouldn't be doing. After all, if he dies, he gets stronger. For crying out loud, can someone please explain the principle of this guy's ability to him? After he manages to dodge, the snake starts to flee. Just then, Kagura notices it's about to escape, but Fuyoni was waiting to intercept and gets ready, saying it's her turn. She charges at the animal, launching herself into the air and managing to land right in front of the snake, stopping its escape. She declares that she won't let the monster get away, and the MC thinks to himself how incredible she is, while Kagura says it's been a long time since he's seen Fuyoni get serious. He's talking about her body reinforcement and extremely high-speed movements. Manipulating magic is part of her skill set, along with her unique ability, the Ice Nebula. Then he tells Yoshito not to take his eyes off her for a second and to pay close attention, because Fuyoni is fast. And so the girl concentrates, rushing towards the monster with only her sword, and she goes straight in for the first hit on the snake, which starts to scream. But the girl doesn't stop there, preparing for another attack. She disappears and then reappears right next to the snake, unleashing a flurry of slashes across its body. Then, in midair, she starts to spin and strikes it again as she throws herself backward. And even so, she comes back for another attack combo, striking the snake one more time, and this time with an icy blow that makes something yellow come out of the creature. And our hero questions if she managed to cut through its steel body. And Kagura explains that Fuyoni's Ice Nebula amplifies her magical power. And Fuyoni is a genius when it comes to controlling magic, and she uses her immense magical power to deliver surgical strikes. He trembles at the very thought of it, and the girl lands just after the snake falls behind her. And Kagura tells the protagonist to meet the true form of the department head, Rito Fuyoni, and apparently I was wrong. Sorry. My bad. I make mistakes sometimes, you know? Everyone makes mistakes. And who didn't make mistakes back in 2023? And she speaks to all the members, telling them to get ready, because they're going to eliminate the snake that's down right now, and says the first-class error is about to be dealt with. And the protagonist tells Kagura that apparently the two of them are left, and the girl raises her sword, ready to kill the monster. But then the snake, which wasn't completely out yet, opens its eyes and launches its tentacles everywhere. And apparently these tentacles, for some reason, are pixelated as if they're being censored. What are these tentacles of hers made of? And the snake starts screaming and thrashing about while trying to hit those guys with its tentacles. Then one of them says that they won't be able to get close like this, and so she prepares to flee. Fuyoni says they can't lose sight of it, but wonders what they should do in this situation. And then, like a lightning bolt, our hero zips past, pulling a flash and chasing after the snake at full speed, throwing himself on top of it even while being attacked by those tentacles. But that doesn't stop him, because he dies and receives a buff of 24 HP. getting closer to it with his ability to be reborn in another location after death. Then he says he wants to see how long it's going to keep up this rebellion, since the others can't get close to it. But even if he dies, he's not letting go. So he says he managed to hang on somehow, changing his respawn position, but now he wonders what he's supposed to do.
And the snake, noticing he's there, goes even faster, trying to leave the boy behind. And our hero tells it to wait, questioning how it can even reach that speed and says it's cheating. It leaves him behind once again. With all that speed, he goes flying into the rocks, with blood splattering everywhere as he dies and comes back one more time, getting close to the snake again. But even so, as he falls, those tentacles go after the boy again, and once more he's torn to pieces, returning again and talking to the snake, telling it that it's time to stop. But even so, he's still in for a world of hurt, because when he looks ahead, he notices the snake is about to enter a very narrow hole, and he starts begging it to stop again. Apparently that doesn't work, and he dies over and over again while the snake is making its way through there. Then he realizes he's arrived somewhere else, asking what this place is, seeing several shining crystals around, and the snake stopped in the middle of that immense cave. Then the protagonist, looking at everything there, begins to notice that this is not a common area. Then he realizes it must be the nest of that thing, which is now face to face with him, ready to launch those steel arms in the boy's direction. So they really are a threat to his life. Arms in the boy's direction. So they really are a threat to his life. But he uses his agility to get away from it at all costs, and says there's no way in hell he can defeat a giant steel snake by himself. He says he needs the chief and the others there, because only by facing it with all their power will they have a chance. He says that if this is how they're going to proceed, then he'll have to keep doing whatever it takes. As the snake comes at him, he jumps into the air, dodging its attack, and notices there's a hole nearby, the same one he came through. And upon landing on the ground, he heads for that hole, realizing it's his escape route. And so the snake gets more and more desperate to go after him, launching its robotic arms at the boy. They try to hit him, but the boy still manages to escape by a hair's breadth. While stopping in midair, he throws himself towards the hole again. But the snake does something different. Instead of chasing him, it puts those hands in front of the boy. He says it's good at this game of tag, but he's still going to outmaneuver it. Then he slides right under all the snake's arms, managing not to get hit. While it keeps trying, he simply says goodbye to it, falling into the hole, not letting it catch him. However, he doesn't think it through. That hole seems to be a pretty long drop. And now on the other side, with the chief, they are still near that safe area, until they hear Yoshito arriving. They're surprised that the boy managed to get back somehow, and Kogura says he had him worried, saying he latched onto that snake and just disappeared, and Fuyoni says she knows he can't die, but it still wasn't the smartest thing to do. He starts to apologize, but says he made some progress, and she tells him to report immediately. He says he found the steel snake's nest on the floor above, and if they attack there, this time they'll be able to resolve the situation once and for all. And Fuyoni thinks about the Annihilator's nest, then speaks to Yoshito. She asks if by any chance he noticed a stone of an unusual color there. He says there were stones of different colors than the ones in the mining area. Then Fuyoni says that now everything makes sense, and the boy doesn't understand. She reveals that during the previous battle, the Ice Flower team analyzed the steel snake's structure and discovered that the snake uses a very pure energy source. But just as there are impure magic stones in that tower, there are also those with a high level of purity. She had already predicted that they were in undiscovered areas, and the ones he saw are probably high-purity magic stones. Then the protagonist says that he confirmed her suspicions, and she says that since the energy magic stones are only present in its nest, even with the risk of an attack, the Steel Annihilator won't abandon its nest, so he calls them all to follow, because this time, he's going to eliminate it. But then she stops our hero and asks what's up. Then she asks Yoshito for the way, since she ran on ahead but has no idea where she's going. She gets super embarrassed about it. He figures out what's going on and leads them there. And they realize the snake is eating magic stones, which leaves them wondering. So that's how it refuels. Then he looks back and sees everyone else staying behind. That one guy can barely make it up, with our hero telling him he did a good job. He's surprised that the protagonist managed to make such a steep climb so easily, saying that's to be expected of a dominator. And Kagura and Fuyuni also climb up with no trouble at all, which ends up completely shattering the pride of the guy down below. Then Fuyuni announces that they're starting the battle. She tells all the team members to go full force, and they charge the snake, aiming to destroy the target in one single attack. So, when the snake, which was in the middle of a snack, sees these lunatics charging at it, it starts to scream. Then Kagura says, "As a Dominator King, I can't show any weakness against something of this level," and he charges forward with everything he's got, using his sword of flames. And he says he's going all out, declaring he'll send it flying with his flames. And the snake actually tanks the attack, holding its ground, but it starts to crack and gets thrown into the air by him. The protagonist is completely stunned watching this, saying it's incredible, but even in the air, the snake starts shooting its claws out from inside the wall, making a huge racket. Kagura says it wasn't enough to take it down, and those mechanical claws go after everyone there, trying to attack them. They barely dodge, and our hero starts to panic, while Fuyuni defends herself with her sword. Then, one of those claws goes after the team members, attacking two of them at once and almost hitting them both. Then one of them says they've defeated plenty of errors before, declaring that this snake won't kill them with attacks like this. But then our hero yells at them to look up, and they don't look in time, because the claw was already right on top of them, and they're both killed. And just like that, the mood becomes heavy as Kagura and Fuyuni realize what's happening. Then their leader starts screaming for the two who died, but then the tentacles go after him, and he's almost hit. However, our hero quickly gets behind him and tells him not to let his guard down, saving the life of that idiot who just closed his eyes while being targeted. He then tells him to mourn their deaths later, because if he dies too, he won't even get the chance to grieve for them. Then, looking back, he starts to say that our hero is right, that he needs to survive. And so they all return to attacking that monster, and Kagura gets thrown near the protagonist. He says the enemy is moving around too much and wonders how they're supposed to attack it. Meanwhile, Fuyuni uses her ice mist, extreme expansion. In another anime, they'd call that a domain expansion, right? Because she actually creates an expansion of ice all around her, and everyone is shocked. She apologizes, saying that if she were stronger, no one would have been hurt. And our hero is surprised by her attitude. Then her hair changes color. And when the hair color changes, my friends, you can bet something awesome is about to happen. And she declares that it all ends now. What a design, my friends. What a design. And she is beyond angry. Just look at that glare. This is insane. You've got to be kidding me. And after turning Super Saiyan, she slowly walks toward the snake, which starts trying to attack her. But the girl is so badass that her eyes give off a glint as she floats right through those attacks, getting closer and closer to the snake. And so the final claw comes at her, but she dodges just by circling around the robotic arm, and then she cuts one of them off. But several others immediately start to attack her. However, she just weaves through them and slices them all down in her path, creating a shower of cuts. Then she comes face to face with the snake, which is writhing in pain, leaking this blood that looks more like motor oil, I don't know, while it cries in despair at having to face such a monster. Then, once more, it tries to attack her. But the girl is more than ready for it, and when the snake gets close enough to snap its jaws on her, she simply dodges by launching into the air and declares she will take its head, raising her sword as it changes size, becoming a great sword nearly twice as big as she is. And so the snake, looking up, realizes it's screwed. Then, she brings the blow down towards the snake's eyes, which can only watch it coming. At the last second, with its remaining strength, it manages to dodge the attack, which flies past and slams into the ground as the snake throws itself aside to save its life, and the girl notices that it dodged. Then, it manages to hit her, knocking the girl aside, striking her in the ribs and smashing her against the wall. And our hero, seeing this, panics, because the girl's sword has fallen to the ground while she's pinned against the wall. And the protagonist, in this desperate situation, realizes that his own blade isn't sharp enough to cut this steel snake. But if he uses that sword, the one imbued with the chief's magic, he might be able to do it. While he's thinking up this strategy, the snake looks back and comes face to face with him, but he actually calms down, saying it's all right. telling the snake that it can go ahead and eat him, basically giving himself up to die. But he warns that this meal is going to cost it dearly. After dying and coming back, he grabs the sword and charges the snake. He launches himself into the air, saying he can't be as fast as the chief, but he just needs one clean hit. Then he puts the sword to his own neck, about to kill himself, saying there's only one way he can do this. Finally, this dude is using his ability the right way. I never thought I'd be saying that. And so, after dying, he gains another 34 points in strength. I have to say, his ability got a major nerf, because he used to get absurd amounts of stats at the beginning of the story, and now his gains are happening at a turtle's pace. And so he chooses his respawn point and says that normally he would dismiss this type of approach. But by killing himself there, he can reappear right in front of the snake, and there isn't much it can do other than try to turn its head while our hero attacks, hitting it right in the neck. And with that, a huge flash of light appears, and the snake has its neck sliced open by the protagonist. And Kogura is shocked, along with the squad leader and Fuyoni, who's on the ground, seeing that the snake's neck had been cut by the protagonist. And when it falls dead, Fuyoni gets up and thanks Yoshito, because now the deaths of her subordinates weren't in vain. He just tells her to dismiss it. And just then, he receives a notification from the system saying that the boss of the Proteus Magic Tower has been defeated and that a unique item and magic stones will be sent to the boy's inventory. And he's surprised by this and speaks with the chief, asking what this means. And she says she finally understands, explaining that before, she had said the Proteus Tower didn't have any special characteristics, but she made a mistake. Our protagonist questions her about it, and she says that with the information on the Proteus monsters she got from the reports, she noticed something. There were monsters that could modify their arms, and monsters that disguised themselves as rocks, among other peculiarities described in the report. But one thing they all had in common was that they all hid their true forms. And so the Steel Annihilator, by wandering throughout the entire tower, was the one that concealed its true form in the most audacious way. And just like that, the protagonist realizes this means the snake was the tower's boss. She then says yes, explaining that normally the boss doesn't leave its room on the top floor, and that this event is quite rare. And the protagonist starts to understand, but says that he only delivered the final blow to the boss that she had already weakened. She then asks if he doesn't want the credit, but he says that's not it, because if it wasn't for her and Kogura, besides everyone on the Ice Flower team, he wouldn't have been able to do it. And he says that even though he was talking big before, they still suffered casualties. He remembers when he said no one was going to die, but right then, he ends up getting another notification. It says that since the Magic Tower's boss was defeated, the tower will disappear in 10 seconds, and the protagonist thinks that he needs to get stronger, much stronger, so that this doesn't happen again. And upon leaving, they go to the administration department, and he tells the chief to take it, and she notices that it's the unique item from Proteus. He says yes, and also tells her to take that pile of crystals, and she starts to say that what he's doing is out of greed. He tries to say no, explaining that defeating this boss was a team effort, and it's not fair for him to be the only one to receive the reward. And he says that he's giving the reward to the administration department and that Kogura agreed to it, and he tells her to use it to help the other adventurers. And just as he's leaving the room, the leader of the Ice Flower team comes to talk to him. He introduces himself as Ryoto and says that, to tell the truth, he was waiting for them there because he has a request, and our protagonist questions him about it. And Ryoto says that, as they already know, the exploration of the Great Demon Tower of Zeus will begin soon. And the Ice Flower team, which specializes in errors, will also be assigned to the battle against errors. He will be the leader of the Ice Flower team again, but he realized in the most painful way his own lack of power and says he doesn't want to see his comrades die anymore. So he pleads with them to train him. Maybe Kogura could, but the protagonist needs training too, you know? He only ever wins by a total fluke or by going kamikaze. And so, after the events of the Steel Annihilator's elimination, 1 month passed, and inside the department, Ryoto is still training and looking pretty tired. By the way, he charges at Kogura, who blocks his attack quite calmly, along with all the boys' other lunges, just toying with him and laughing. And Ryoto tries to give it his all, but Kogura leaps away from the boy and looks to the side because something else was coming at him. Then Takam throws himself at Kogura, but he also stops the boy's attack with incredible ease just by turning his hand. Then Ryoto appears behind him trying to attack, but he manages to shake both of them off with just a single swing of his sword, sending them flying. And they begin to realize that he's just too strong, and Kogura says they're still naive, telling them to try harder. And so, 1 month earlier, when Ryoto asked them to train him, the protagonist says that even if he asks, he isn't strong enough to train him, because he's still training himself, and says that Proteus was actually part of his training. Then Ryoto approaches the boy, grabs his shoulder and starts shaking the protagonist, saying he wants to train with him. And the protagonist says that's fine, but asks him to calm down, pushing the clingy guy away from him. Then Kogura says if that's the case, he'll train them both. They're happy that he agreed, and he says that while he waits for the Zeus exploration to begin, he'll train and teach them both how to fight. And the protagonist thinks that it's already been a month, and he's been training every day with Ryoto in the Magic Tower's training room. He says he can't just rely on his stats to apply combat techniques. He should have improved a lot more, but he still feels that he's no match for Kogura. And that's pretty strange, because the protagonist used to gain 1 or 2 status points each time he leveled up, but now he's gaining stats by the truckload, 30-something points, which would be like 30-something levels. I really wanted to see Kogura's status window to see how massive the gap is between their stats and the protagonist's, or if it's just skill, technique, or something like him having more combat experience. That's what makes the protagonist so weak compared to him. And so he can only laugh, saying that Kogura is monstrously strong and charges at him once more, launching a slash that Kogura just dodges by tilting his head. He says that Yoshito and Fuyuni were amazing in the battle against that snake, and there's still the compatibility factor between the challenger and the monster. So, if they can get stronger, he'll be able to do more. While they attack, he throws the boys away and says that they'll be able to hold their own even if they're incompatible with the monster. And the protagonist thinks that even with both of them going all out with real weapons, they've never managed to even scratch Kogura. Then, he gets really close to the protagonist, grabbing for his head, but he manages to dodge in mid-air and tells him to get serious, asking how he can be like this. Then he's thrown away and Ryoto shouts for him. They end up coming to an understanding, launching a combined attack, with each one going to a different side to try and get him somehow, with Ryoto going low along the ground and the protagonist launching himself up high. But it turns out Kogura just activates the flame on his sword and commands it to dominate the territory with its intense heat, and the protagonist realizes they're screwed as he uses intense flames, throwing fire on top of all of them and burning the kids. And just like that, they're on the ground, completely exhausted, and Ryoto says it's hopeless. And so, Kogura says their coordination has improved, but our protagonist says it's all for nothing if they can't even beat him. But he says the point isn't to beat him, it's about being able to exert their full strength in a magic tower. However, Johto says that doesn't change the fact that it's incredibly frustrating, so he just tells him to try harder. And as the three of them are leaving, our protagonist looks back, gets startled, and calls out to Ryoto and Kogura. Then they realize the time has come, and Ryoto turns as white as a sheet, but he clenches his fist, saying that this time, he will definitely protect his subordinates in the Ice Flower team. A few days later, at the candidate testing site for the operation to attack Zeus, Ume and Fuyuno were there, explaining that from now on, the two of them will be verifying the candidate's skills and that they can form teams to challenge them. They explain that based on their performance, they'll be assigned to different operational areas. He tells the first in line to approach, and Fuyuno notices that they've come, saying Takami told her about them. So she says she wants to see how strong they've become and tells them to show her their power. And just like that, the two who were basically being carried are back. Huh? Hopefully, they're a little stronger this time around. And now, at the Great Magic Tower of Zeus, they arrive at the 60th floor in the safe area, and they're at the front line logistics. They enter the place. Then, our protagonist says that a lot of people have come here, and Kogura explains that they are adventurers with different roles. Some fight on the front lines and others provide support in the safe area, and they both gather here. Then our protagonist asks where Ryoto is, and he says he's not there, because the Ice Flower team will be sent as the main support force in the battle, and they probably won't see them until the operation has advanced further. And our protagonist starts joking with Kogura, saying that means they can't die until then. But Kogura reminds him that it's easy for him to say, and the two start laughing. However, they draw the attention of some adventurers who wonder what's wrong with these guys, asking if they don't feel the tension in the air. Then that crazy adventurer yells at them, saying that if they came here to play around, they should go back home. However, the two of them turn around, looking extremely pissed. I'm starting to think our protagonist is absorbing a bit of Kogura's aura and personality, because the two of them are acting way too alike. And so that kid who was trying to intimidate them almost craps his pants. And our protagonist lets out a little chuckle, trying to calm the mood, telling him to relax, saying he doesn't need to be so tense. And Kogura tells the kid that now is the time to relax. And our protagonist says that from here on out, whether he likes it or not, he's going to be thrown headfirst into a relentless environment. Man, this Zeus Tower is completely absurd. It almost looks like the Volcano Manor map from Elden Ring. If you haven't played Elden Ring, I highly recommend you do, because I'm a huge fan of that game. And so he explains that the Great Magic Tower of Zeus is a colossal scale magic tower with 150 floors, and until recently, 59 floors had been conquered when it was still open to the public. It was then that, due to a large number of deaths in the conquest of the 60th floor, the management department had to organize a conquest operation. And so the protagonist wonders, what could have killed so many people in this hot zone? What could it be? Right? Just imagine what it might have been. It wasn't the heat, it wasn't the magma, flames, fire, or monsters. I thought about it for 10 seconds and came up with like 20 things that could kill someone here. You just have to open your eyes. And our protagonist starts to think that it's way too hot in there. It's like an oven. Then Kogura explains that as soon as he enters the hot zone, he'll start taking damage. So he says the only way to proceed is with group recovery magic, and if anything happens to the adventurers responsible for the recovery magic, they'll be toast. But then Kogura speaks to everyone, calling them over, saying they'll need to work in groups, and that those responsible for healing must focus only on that, and the rest must protect those who are casting the healing spells. And the protagonist thinks about this healing magic. He says he doesn't know if it's a buff or an abnormal condition, but it's possible his inversion will activate, and he'll start taking damage instead. Dude, I hadn't thought of that. Now you're screwed, right? He says he hasn't told anyone about the inversion yet, and it wouldn't be a good idea to tell the other adventurers and start attracting unwanted attention right off the bat. Actually, maybe it would be a good thing, you know? Because they'd start trying to kill you, forcing you to get stronger, and you'd just be reaping the benefits. Well, maybe not so much while you're actually dying. And he thinks that, to begin with, if the heat damage is treated as an abnormal condition, just like Persephone's curse, then he'll be fine. And so he puts his hand in the fire and receives a notification. And just like that, the abnormal condition, heat wave, is in effect. He will suffer continuous damage. But it turns out the condition is inverted, and now his health will be continuously restored. It's just as he thought, and he says it looks like he won't be needing any healing magic. So he calls out to Kogura, saying he has heat resistance. Then he says he's going on ahead to see if it's safe, taking off and leaving everyone behind with their jaws on the floor at his craziness. And he can't do anything as that madman just runs off. He tells himself he knows he pushed it, but he had to do it as a cover. Then, before he can even notice anything, he ends up getting killed, dropping dead on the ground, bleeding like crazy. And he realizes they set up an ambush in a place like this, thinking that those people are cheaters, and noticing they are someone who shouldn't be here. And with that, those creatures spread their wings and start coming at the protagonist, attacking him from every angle. But the kid manages to defend himself, knocking some of them back, and they regroup. And our protagonist says he trained for about a month for this, and if it's a head-on fight, he won't go down easy. Finally, this protagonist is starting to get his act together, man. As he charges at those oversized hornets, they begin to circle over his head before flying away. He notices their appearance. They have the wings of angels, and realizes they are the holy assassin squads. And our protagonist notes that there are angels in hell. saying that seems a bit wrong, but then he just says, whatever. He charges at them again, trying to attack one, separating him from the others. But as he attacks that angel, it pulls out a dagger and almost slits our protagonist's throat, coming dangerously close. But he says that if it had been a month ago, he might have fallen for it, but he's not going to fall for it now. He sends the creature flying with a massive kick, slamming it into the wall. Then he notices that those hornet-like things are pretty tough, saying that, as expected from monks of a great magic tower, they're on another level. But then he almost takes a dagger to the eye and defends himself lightning fast, parrying the blade just before it could sink in. Meanwhile, one of the angels runs up behind the protagonist, and then they regroup and vanish from his sight. He tells them to wait, asking if they're running away, but then he realizes they're luring him deeper inside, as the place they're heading towards looks more and more suspicious, and he wonders where they went as he starts walking into the cave. Upon entering the place, he starts to sweat, but he stays on high alert for what's happening and notices that those things are coming from above. As they get close to him, he has just enough time to get out of the way of one of the attacks, making it hit the ground while he manages to dodge. But then some shiny little rocks appear behind the protagonist, and when he notices them, he realizes the thing is a powerful explosive that blasts him away. He realizes they're explosive magic stones and doesn't have much time to do anything. After all, more of them explode behind him, sending the kid flying to another corner once again. He lands completely messed up, tumbling across the ground. And those monsters don't give him any breathing room, surrounding the protagonist once more, trying to attack him from there. So he tells them not to even try it, as they prepare to attack once more. And another wave of explosions goes off near the protagonist, sending him straight to hell. And it turns out he dies, but as a buff, he receives 40% more strength, and he tells them to stop feeling so smug, immediately returning and ripping one of their heads off, which is something he should have done a long time ago. He has an ability that can take him anywhere if he dies. On top of that, when he dies, he gets even more strength. But he does everything he can to stay alive. I don't get it, man. This guy is so dumb. With one of them falling headless, the others get really pissed off, launching their daggers at the protagonist. But he manages to leap, dodging all of them and dashing right through the explosions, getting close to one of them and saying, "Gotcha," slicing that angel to pieces. The last one left tries a surprise attack from behind, but the protagonist manages to quickly turn and defend against the attack. And so the monster is thrown back, but the protagonist doesn't go after it. He just gives a little smirk, thinking he'll give it an explosive death too, by slamming the monster into that cluster of explosives on the wall. The angel curses at him, about to detonate in a kamikaze attack, but the protagonist was smarter than I expected. While the monster is there with its little arm trembling from the hit it just took, the protagonist vanishes from its side. Sparks start to appear, and the explosion kills the monster, while the protagonist gets to a safe location. From a distance, he notices that even minor burns are healing quickly with the intense heat reversal, and he thinks that's very useful, saying that with his passive, it's going to work out. But then the system sends him a notification, stating that since the number of explosive magic stones, which are the source of the heat, has decreased, the continuous damage has been reduced. And so the protagonist starts to realize that they're the ones causing the continuous damage. It seems the explosive magic stones are concentrated in this area, and he realizes this means that if he destroys all the magic stones here, the intense heat will stop. So he goes around smashing all of them, causing a series of explosions. A little while later, as Kogura moves ahead, that kid who was causing trouble for the group starts cursing. He says his HP is dropping and tells the healer to hurry up with the healing magic. The girl gets scared and starts casting healing magic on all of them, but she's also getting tired. And so he asks why she's resting, telling her to cast another heal already, and asking if she understands that their lives are in her hands. But then, Kogura grabs the kid by the scruff of his neck, saying that she must be feeling the pressure too. He asks if the kid doesn't think so and tells him not to push her too hard. And he thinks this is bad, because the monster's attacks are heavy and their vitality is visibly dropping as time goes on. So there's not much they can do. And if they get attacked by monsters in this condition, it's going to be bad. But then, something appears behind the mage girl, and she starts to scream. So everyone asks if a monster took down the healer, asking if she's okay. And another healer appears near the girl, saying she'll heal her right now. But at that moment, that guy tells them to just leave the useless girl there, stopping the other one. He says that instead of wasting a heal on someone like her, the healer needs to heal everyone else. But then something appears above them and that angel shows up to kill them. However, Kogura swiftly takes its head off with a single strike. Then more of them appear from behind Kogura, going after the group, and he realizes there were still some of them hidden there. As they're being attacked, some of them scream that their HP is already low and that it's over, begging for someone to heal them. Then they all fall into despair, because there's not much they can do. And Kogura thinks they're all at their limit, and if this keeps up, they'll all be wiped out. But then the protagonist arrives, saying that destroying the explosive stones was probably the right call. Kogura looks to the side, surprised to see Yoshito there as he charges at all of them. And that totally annoying psycho, who I would have just left to die, says he only came back for a heal. He tells the protagonist to get lost, saying that a good-for-nothing like him, who runs off on his own, will only get in their way. And the protagonist asks about being a good-for-nothing, explaining that he destroyed all the heat sources and that the intense heat that's slaughtering everyone will be gone in a few seconds. After his countdown, the heat really does disappear. And Kogura says that first, he runs off like a madman into an intense heat zone, and then he comes back to get rid of the intense heat. He says things never get boring with Yoshito. Then he asks that guy, "So, who's the useless one here?" And that big baby can only be grateful, because thanks to him, the other adventurers were able to calm down. So Kogura says that this is exactly how they move forward, by talking with their partner, and he congratulates the kid. And the protagonist explains that the intense heat zone covered floors 61 through 64. He pushed ahead and destroyed the heat stones. They didn't have a single casualty on the front line, and so they advanced smoothly and successfully through the floors. And so, now on a somewhat darker floor, these angels are pulling on a massive chain that's connected to something, and the angels are talking amongst themselves when Nevo appears. From those chains emerges an enormous, three-headed dragon. Meanwhile, Kogura is near another passage and informs everyone that they've reached the 65th floor. They're in the safe area once again, when the protagonist looks over and notices that a new teleportation portal has also been activated. And Kogura says that with this, it'll be easier for them to go back and forth between the lower floors, and says that first, they need to let the others rest in the safe area on the floor below. And that annoying brat questions how the two of them, after tackling so many floors, are still so full of energy. Then the protagonist explains that it's because he just went through Kogura's hellish training, saying they were training like crazy until just a little while ago and it was incredibly difficult. But he says the most important thing is for them to rest there. Meanwhile, he's going to scout ahead with Kogura. Then the kid says that just the two of them might be pushing it. However, the protagonist tells him not to worry about his combat strength, saying that from here on out, they'll have support from the Ice Flower group. And just like that, Ryoto arrives, saying they've finally met up and that whatever monsters Yoshito and the others left behind up to the 65th floor, the Ice Flower group finished them off. The people providing support in the rear have started to gather resources, and now that his team has some free time, they came over to give them a hand. So he says the timing is perfect, and they exchange greetings, and everyone else there is overjoyed. A little while later, Kogura mentions that there doesn't seem to be a heat wave here, and the protagonist immediately guesses that it'll be easier to advance. However, Ryoto says that's not necessarily true, because based on his experience, there are floors where the situation changes drastically, since mid-boss rooms are as common as weeds in this tower. The protagonist immediately starts to remember, and Ryoto says that in normal magic towers this wouldn't be a problem, but this is a great times magic tower. At that, the protagonist stops and tells Ryoto that this time, he absolutely has to protect his subordinates. He questions why he'd say that so suddenly until he looks ahead and says, well, speak of the devil. After all, they're already in front of a boss room. They enter the area without even saying a word, and the protagonist says that, frankly, they just can't catch a break. And inside is that gigantic, three-headed dragon. He says there's one hell of a monster in there, and that it's the Annihilator Hydra. And so Ryoto tells the Ice Flower group to prepare for battle, because before it can set the pace, they're going to launch a preemptive strike. And so, the monster starts to charge at them. But it begins to get held back by the chains, unable to go very far. The protagonist notices this, questioning why it's chained up. But as they move in, he notices something and tells Ryoto that something feels strange, telling him not to be careless. But those idiots don't even listen to what the protagonist is saying and casually chop off the Hydra's head. And apparently, they've never seen the movie Hercules, have they? They don't know what happens when you decapitate a Hydra. And when that head falls, the collar that was on it comes loose. Inside the collar was a magic symbol, and when the monster's body falls to the ground, apparently lifeless, they start to relax, but then it starts to move again. And just like in the old tales, the heads multiply, and the protagonist notes that it has a regeneration ability. And now that the chain is broken, it's completely free. At this, the monster comes face to face with Ryoto, and the protagonist starts to scream. But Ryoto tells the kid not to worry, because he can do something about it, swinging his swords and knocking the monster back. He says he went through the same training he did, and so he's able to get away and not die on the first hit. And he says he's not going down that easily. The members of his group are almost attacked, but he starts to taunt the monster, saying he won't let his subordinates die either. And so the Hydra begins to notice something. And he says that, for starters, they've all been through rigorous training with countless challenges. And so the Hydra starts to form an energy sphere in each of its mouths. And Ryoto says that the Ice Flower team now has no dead weight, and they all charge at it, cutting off another head. And Yoshito notices that the Ice Flower team's actions are even more coordinated now. While Kogura says that, judging by the situation, it's just as Ryoto said they don't need to worry. And so Kogura accepts what he's saying. Then he calls Yoshito over to him as well. The two of them charge in, and Yoshito notices that the heads are regenerating even after being cut. But the other wounds aren't healing, so they should focus on attacking other parts besides the head. But Kogura says no, explaining that its body is too big, and even if they cause damage to the surface, it won't be a fatal wound. They need to find out the reason why the heads regenerate, and to do that, he's going to cut off another head. But he doesn't use the flames of his sword, so it grows right back. Then he tells Yoshito to use magic analysis, and when the kid does, he starts to observe the tip of the severed head and notices that it has a large flow of magic, and there's a core connected to each neck, and it seems the head is regenerating rapidly due to the flow of magic from the core. So he says there's only one thing to do, which is to destroy that core. Then the Hydra starts to scream, sensing their intention, and raises its wings, preparing to take flight. It gets away from them and starts using those energy blasts again, launching several of them at each person. Yoshito then realizes that there's nothing they can do, until in the middle of all that chaos, the collar comes flying by again. Then, he looks at that huge collar, along with the magic circle, and realizes that there was a seal on it. And so Kogura asks what's wrong, and he says it's nothing, that the collar just caught his attention. So Kogura asks if it's about those seals, and says they must be what's sealing each head's attacks. If that's the case, it looks like one of the collars has a different colored seal, and that red seal is giving off more magic than the other two collars. And he notices that one of the heads is stronger than the others and was sealed to stop it from attacking. So there's one head that hasn't attacked yet, the middle one. And if the collar with the red seal belongs to it, then he knows what to do. But the Hydra takes flight, getting away from them, and the middle head starts to gather its attack, which isn't purple like the others, but actually orange. He realizes this next attack is going to be the biggest one yet, and everyone just has this oh crap look on their faces, watching the monster raise that gigantic ball of energy above their heads. And our hero realizes that this next attack is the monster's times real times attack. Then it launches that fireball right at all of them. The attack shoots out black lightning bolts all over the place, heading for our hero's crew. Kogura yells for everyone to dodge, I don't know how, and they just leap into the air. The lightning bolts pass underneath them, not hitting anyone. Then our hero notices that the electricity has spread across the entire hall, meaning there's nowhere to run, but he tells everyone to wait, realizing the energy isn't fading away. And when they come down, There's nothing they can do, because everyone gets electrocuted the moment they touch the ground, and the MC realizes this was the monster's goal all along, with even Kogura falling to his knees from all that electricity. And our hero, falling into it, also gets hit with a massive electrical shock. He cries out in pain and says it hurt like hell, but it wasn't enough to kill him. And he says if that's the case, the others should be fine. But everyone is unconscious behind him, and he's left wondering what the hell happened. And the system says that they've been hit with a paralysis status, and that the target will become completely unable to act when affected by energy surge paralysis. And our hero realizes it's a superior type of paralysis, but his reversal skill activates. He thinks that if it were normal paralysis, it would just slow your movements, but this is on a whole other level. This thing completely paralyzes people's movements, and even Kogura is just frozen there, so he says he'll have to fight it alone. I think this is becoming a pattern, isn't it? He goes in with a whole crew, everyone's super strong, and they can't do a thing. The MC is left standing because he's the only one who can resist everything. I'm starting to feel it. Yeah, this is getting repetitive, and so the giant lizard thing notices that the MC is still moving and gets right in his face, and the attacks begin. Our hero is dodging all over the place, trying not to get hit. So he's wondering what to do, since he can't decapitate it by himself. And to top it off, if it aims its attacks at Kogura or the Ice Flower team, everyone's screwed. While he's lost in thought, the monster doesn't let him just stand there thinking on the battlefield and smacks him, sending him flying. Then, while he's in the air, the monster preps another attack, but our hero throws himself towards a pillar and realizes the monster did that right times after he thought about it. So, he throws himself in front of the attack, saying he won't let them get hit, and so he ends up dying. But he stops the attack, keeping the rest of the crew from being killed. And with that, he takes minus 380 HP, which turns into plus 380. And when the monster comes back again to try and hit them, our hero keeps putting himself in front of all the attacks, this time gaining plus 51 defense. And this just keeps on happening. And he says that if he can't stop the heads, he's just going to have to keep dying. But then, the girls show up. That girl from the beginning, the blonde one, says she's got the right head and tells Yuri to take the one on the left. She agrees, and our hero looks back, realizing they're both there. And Yuri, all cute, asks him to leave it to them. Whoa, she's back. Did she cut her hair, or am I going crazy? It doesn't look like her old hair, nope. She looks cuter, too. Our hero's a lucky guy. And she immediately starts attacking all over the place, spinning, and lands on one of the heads, slicing it and making it spit its energy ball upwards, away from the MC. And watching this, he notices the other energy ball is heading for Yuri and says he won't be able to stop that one. But the girl herself tells him not to worry, because she'll intercept it, unleashing her water ball, which collides with it, causing an explosion, thwarting the Hydra's plans, though she ends up getting hit too. And our hero, seeing this, is just standing there with his mouth open, while Mana asks what Yoshito thought, saying that they've gotten stronger. And get this, the two of them have apparently gotten stronger than our hero himself. I don't know what this guy is doing with his stats, man. Is he pulling them out of his ass? This can't be real, people. He's gaining stats every time he dies, and he's died a ton already. And these two goofballs seem to be stronger than him, so he asks the two of them what they're doing there. And she says it's because they volunteered for the attack team. They got permission from Fwy to come here. Then Yuri speaks to him, saying that they won't be a burden to him anymore. And so he remembers everything they went through and the time they said goodbye, remembering that super dramatic farewell, and he almost cries. Then he starts to smile, saying he realized it's up to the three of them to kick this monster's ass. And just like that, their little group is back together. Our hero says that to stop the heads from regenerating, they need to destroy the magic core inside its body. He tells Yuri to use her magic detection to locate the core, and she manages to find it. Then he says they need to pierce it with magic, and asks if she can do it. She just tells him to leave it to her, summoning a spell that's way cooler than anything our hero has done so far. The Hydra, realizing it's in a bad spot, starts to pull back as the girl launches a water arrow at the monster, and with it, she manages to hit the base of one of the heads. And our hero notices that she hit the magic core dead on. That head can't regenerate anymore. But then it raises all three heads, and he realizes it's planning to paralyze them again with the energy surge paralysis. He calls out to Mana so they can go stop it. And the two of them take off like a flash, using their speed to attack one of the heads and disrupting the magic it was casting. But then he notices that, even so, it got another one ready to fire. Then, Mana says it's all right, telling him she'll be faster. She attacks another one of the heads and hits another core, sending the monster crashing straight to the ground. So, down on the ground, he's still forming that orb, and before it drops completely, he launches it right at Yuri, almost hitting the girl in the head, but it zips right past her and flies behind, and both Mana and Yoshito realize what just happened. But Ryoto's like, what kind of luck is this? Just when he manages to recover from the paralysis a little faster than the others, he's the one who has to defend them. And so the protagonist, seeing his friend do this, calls out to him, telling him not to. But Ryoto just smiles, stepping in front of that energy ball and saying this is what he wants. And I read a comment on this that's totally true. The protagonist is so useless that even the side characters are cooler. And as the explosion comes right at him, he's hit and thrown way, way back, slamming his head against the wall and getting almost completely wrecked. The Hydra still has one head left, with holes in two of its necks, and it's still screaming its head off, totally happy. And Yoshito gets seriously pissed, looking over at Kogura's sword. Then he notices Ryoto is moving again, slowly getting up and apologizing to the protagonist. He notices the Ice Flower team is also starting to get up and thinks that Ryoto's sacrifice wasn't in vain, so he tells Kogura that he's going to cut its head off and asks if she'll help. She says, "Of course," and the two of them charge forward, but one of the heads prepares another tailed beast bomb and fires it at them. However, Yuri quickly uses her magic to intercept that mana orb. The monster keeps screaming and takes flight, running away from the protagonist. But Mana appears from above, stopping it with an attack and slamming the monster back down to the ground. And once it's on the floor, Kogura arrives, slicing off one of its heads. And the protagonist says that this time, it's not getting back up, using his sword to get to the monster's core and destroying it. But then he has a vision where a person says that the life of his beloved servant has been taken, and a blonde woman questions why her servant was taken. They run over to Ryoto, who's collapsed on the ground. However, he just opens his eyes and tells Takamite not to make a face like that because he was prepared to die. However, he's still alive. And all he needs is to get treatment and rest a bit, and he'll be able to fight alongside him. But then, he loses his strength and passes out. But in this funeral-like atmosphere, that blonde woman realizes that the presence there is the infinite resurrection. Then, she starts talking to her god, saying she can finally see him again, thinking about Takamite. Whoa, looks like there's another psycho after our guy now. I gotta say, did the Ice Flower team really not think it was a good idea to have a single healing mage? Like, there are 7 people there, and they didn't bring one single healer. Nobody who could cast a basic little heal and keep the guy alive. You've got to be kidding me, people. And so, in the safe zone of the 60th floor, they take Ryoto there, because apparently he's still alive. After all, he's intubated, and the protagonist is in there. They talk to Yoshito and Kogura. They ask about Ryoto's condition. And he says that thanks to healing magic, his wounds are healed, but he hasn't regained consciousness. And Kogura says she understands, since he was lucky not to have died after being in that state, and tells them to hope he wakes up soon. And so, Mana asks the protagonist what he's going to do now. Since he's so worried about Ryoto, she says he should step back from the front lines and rest for a bit. But he says no, explaining that if he interrupts his mission because he's worried about Ryoto, Ryoto would definitely get mad and think he held him back. So he says that Ryoto will wake up soon, and that's what gives him the strength to move forward. Meanwhile, that blonde woman is still talking to her god. She says she must receive her lord and summons the team of holy assassins, ordering them to go. Then, she demands to know why her lord is with a bunch of inferior humans, because a god shouldn't be in a place like that. She orders them to bring him to her, saying she will exterminate any humans who get in the way and pave his path. Then she starts ranting that the deaths of these inferior beings will pave his path, and that she wants to see his supreme, infinite life. And she thinks this is just spectacular, totally losing it, all while thinking about the protagonist. And so, back on the 60th floor, in the old heat zone, they're continuing to mine. Fuyoni's team arrives, saying that the work of gathering resources is going well. And she says there's a huge amount of valuable resources in the Tower of Zeus, and harvesting them is also an important job. She says all the monsters in the area have already been eliminated, so there's no problem for the adventurers, and says it would be good if they could finish everything without any issues. But Fuyoni tells her not to let her guard down, because no matter how hard they try to keep things under control, unforeseen situations can still happen. And just like that, they hear a scream. The girl drops her clipboard, and Fuyoni quickly calls her over to go check it out. When they arrive, the girl starts shaking, and Fuyoni realizes that something has happened that shouldn't have. She wonders what's wrong, until the girl gasps, covering her mouth in shock. Fuyoni realizes what's happening and kills the angels that appear behind her, almost killing them both. The girl starts thanking the director, thinking it was just a monster that survived the purge. But she says no, as several other lights appear around them, saying she's almost certain these monsters are after them. Several assassin angels appear, and she raises her sword, ready to fight. But one of them turns and goes after the girl, who cries out for the director. However, they die instantly, because Yoshito arrives and kills them all with absurd ease. He then tells Fuyoni that it's an emergency, because in several parts of the 60th floor, those damn angels are appearing and causing problems. They need to rescue the other adventurers as fast as possible. Then he tells her he's going to need her help, so they continue killing those angels with considerable ease. With more appearing, the protagonist defends himself, and they annihilate them as if they were ants. Then, Fuyoni charges them to defend the protagonist. She kills them easily, moving on to the others, taking out a whole row and getting rid of them all. And the protagonist just says that she really is amazing. And she turns to Yoshito, asking what's happening on this floor, and if he can explain it to her in detail. So he says they'll talk while they move. Then, a few hours later, when he and Koger were in a safe zone on that floor, they started hearing adventurers screaming nearby. And when he ran to check it out, he saw a living hell, with a bunch of them dying. He says it wasn't just there. Either you could hear screaming from all over. He figures multiple places were attacked at the same time, and they're short on people to handle the angels. So he left that spot to Koger and the others and went to look for Fuyoni. She starts to get what's happening, but then she finds another group of people being attacked, and they're all wondering, wasn't this floor supposed to be safe? But just as one of them is about to die, the protagonist shows up, kills the angel, and saves the guy from the dagger he was about to take. Then he asks if he's okay. The guy says yeah, while the protagonist keeps killing those angels, and he tells the kid to get them to the safe zone, saying that he and his team will go check on the other locations. The kid agrees, saying he'll come back later to help out, and tells everyone to go with him because he's taking them to safety. As they run, the protagonist thinks that the angels were near the safe zone and must have already been killed by Koger and Ozal, and so he sees a few of them just lurking around and tells them to go on ahead, then starts to wait, hoping the threat level has dropped. As he gets close to the safe area, he's happy to see his people, and Yori looks relieved to see him alive, too. So he tells the others coming up behind them that it's all clear, telling them to hurry because they're almost there. But then, this huge flash of light appears in front of them, and he shouts that there are 2 more. Except it's not just 2, it's a ton of other angels. So Yuri, Man, and Kogura tell the protagonist to wait as they charge forward. But more angels keep appearing, trying to attack him and the small group he's escorting. So the protagonist is holding off the angels and yells at the others to run. They can't really do much, they're basically dead weight, so they bolt for the safe zone. Meanwhile, Man goes to help the protagonist, attacking an angel that vanishes right before she can do anything. And they're both shocked, realizing the monsters are using tactics to surround them. In this tense situation, he wonders what's gotten into these angels. Then, they just bow their heads, as if they're greeting the protagonist. And he's wondering why they aren't attacking. But when he looks to the side, he sees this massive portal has opened up, Kogura realizes it's a teleportation gate. The protagonist says that if all those angels decide to attack at once, they won't stand a chance. And so he thinks to himself that he has no choice but to accept this ominous invitation. Seeing that massive portal, Man asks the protagonist if he's sure about this. He tells her they don't have another option, and they also notice that the angels are staying completely still. They figure they have to go through the portal. Yuri says that when she decided to join the Conquer Zeus's operation, she was already prepared for something like this, to enter a portal, and Kogura says he's with him too. Man is getting more and more scared, but she says she's in. Even though it's against her will, the protagonist can tell she was just outvoted. So he says they're going on the offensive, and they step into the portal. On the other side, the atmosphere is completely different. Looking around, they're a little spooked, but then they hear a voice saying it can feel the presence of that power. The voice continues, calling out to its god, saying it's a pleasure to receive him at the top of the magic tower, welcoming him to the 150th floor, greeting him in the monarch's room. And that voice belongs to the mentor, the celestial mentor. Yuri is stunned to be in the monarch's room on the 150th floor, along with Man. The protagonist realizes this is the boss room, and the boss is just looking at him from on top of some giant throne, still praying. But the boss finds something strange. The protagonist is getting more and more creeped out. And then the boss asks, "Where is your god?" She says she can certainly feel the presence of its power, but she can't see it, until she looks at the protagonist and sees the power inside times him asterisk. And she starts to get angry, calling him a wretch, and demanding to know why times he times has her lord's power, looking at the protagonist in a completely different way now. And he just gets even more scared. Her expression turns to pure hatred, and she says that this is not something an inferior race should possess, launching those floating hands right at the protagonist. With nothing else he can do, he just manages to dodge the gigantic slap from that enormous hand. Then the other hand slams down and grabs him. She talks about his flesh, saying she will destroy it until nothing is left. And your spirit she will crush, to reclaim the divine power of infinite resurrection, whatever it takes. And her face is completely twisted with hatred. The protagonist is being squeezed by her, almost to the point of exploding in her hand. But the hand suddenly lets him go, letting him fall, only for the other one to come within reach and smash him like a mosquito, turning him into a puddle of blood. And when the protagonist dies, everyone there just panics. With the death penalty, a permanent debuff of -20 attack is applied. However, inversion activates, and he gains +20 attack, reappearing nearby. The boss then says that infinite resurrection shouldn't be compatible with humans. He can die more than once, and that can't be anything other than infinite resurrection. She needs times, to take his abilities, and the protagonist realizes she's talking about the debuffs he gets upon resurrection. Then she tries to attack him again, this time summoning countless points of light behind her. Arrows shoot out from them, and they start attacking all of his companions, who have to dive out of the way to avoid being turned into mincemeat. And the protagonist is still totally defenseless against that gigantic monster. But before she gets the chance to kill him again, he wants to do something. He declares he's going to one-hit kill her and leaps towards the mentor. But before he can even get close, she summons a bunch of chains to catch him. And the chains grab all of the protagonist's limbs, paralyzing him right at her fingertip. She asks if he really thought an attack like that would work, asking if he thought times could kill times her asterisk, getting more and more irritated and mocking him, saying she'll show him the price for using a divine power like that. And until the infinite resurrection returns to her, she's going to keep on killing him. This time she beheads him, telling him he's going to experience infinite death. I mean, do I even need to say again how good this is? Like, she's just going to keep killing the protagonist forever, right? He's just going to get stronger and stronger. Eventually, she's going to get what's coming to her. She explains that to extract his abilities, she must wear down his body and mind to their absolute limit, and the pain of death will completely destroy him, making him hers. And just like that, he's undone once again, but he reappears behind her, saying he will never be her possession. He tells her that before she can break his mind, he's going to kill her, and he attacks once more. But this time, She pulls out a sword of light, stopping our protagonist's attack. She tells him he's just a fool, attacking and throwing him far away, saying she'll make him bow as she summons those chains again and traps him, and he sees that he's at her mercy once again. She starts to smile and now pulls some kind of enormous blade down on him and prepares to kill him, this time by decapitating him. His head rolls away as he's still watching everything around him, and with that, he dies again. When he comes back, he's even more terrified and just starts screaming from the sensation. But she says she won't let him escape, grabbing him with the chains once more and pulling him close. And when she brings him close, she decides to kill him this time by splitting him in half, literally turning him into two pieces. And when he finally returns, he comes back screaming again. She grabs him, pulling him close by the neck, once again with those chains. Then she says she's going to pierce his heart, killing our protagonist yet again. She says he will die in the cruelest ways imaginable, telling him to curse this gift that allows him to return to such a terrible fate. And she keeps doing it, telling him to give up on his infinite resurrection, telling him to beg from the bottom of his heart. Only then, finally, can she take his abilities. And he collapses on the ground in front of everyone. And Yuri, watching this, is frozen, unable to stand seeing this scene any longer, seeing our protagonist all bloodied on the ground. Then she starts to scream, preparing to use her magic and unleash it on that thing. She says that if it thinks she's going to let it keep killing Yoshito, it's sorely mistaken, and she launches several blasts of water at the monster. She says she has no interest in her, since all she wants is the divine power, explaining that this is just one of the accessories that were lost on the upper floors, saying she won't be able to handle it. But then she gets a shock, because without her noticing, one of her hands is completely cracked, and she's surprised, understanding that it's not just some accessory. And so, Yori declares that she's decided she won't be a burden to Yoshito anymore, remembering the look he gave her. And now she says she'll give it her all one more time, gripping her scepter tightly, summoning more of her magic, and saying she'll do whatever it takes to crush anything that threatens Yoshito. And after summoning those water orbs, she hurls them at the mentor with all her strength. But the mentor says this will be a little tricky, summoning a light that tracks and bursts each of the orbs. The girl keeps launching them, and Yori sends a gigantic water orb in her direction. The water orb is so heavy it scrapes along the ground as it heads straight for the mentor's face. And she, seeing that enormous spell in front of her, is surprised and starts to get angry, summoning countless points of her golden light above her head. She says that this bravery is disgusting, and she shatters all the water orbs before the girl can do anything. Then, some of those rays of light go straight for the girl, who is completely exhausted. And when she sees them, she can't react anymore. But Kogura starts to summon his flames, using his incantation, commanding his scorching heat to dominate the entire area, invoking Floga and Len, which creates a whirlwind of fire that protects the girl from all those golden arrows. And so, he tells her to calm down, saying that she's not fighting alone. He also shares the desire to protect his partner, telling her to trust in them too, and she looks happier. But then the mentor says that looking away from your enemy in the middle of a battle is pure foolishness, already placing that gigantic hand right over them, ready to crush them like mosquitoes. But Mana says the same goes for her, saying it seems she forgot that she was there too. The mentor really had forgotten, and the girl then attacks the hand, dicing it into tiny pieces, shattering it into countless bits. She says it seems the mentor has no interest in anyone but Yoshito. The three of them are also there, saying that defeating her will be easy. The mentor doesn't like that one bit, and she laughs sarcastically, which turns into a full-blown cackle right in their faces. And she goes completely insane, cackling to the point of scaring the girls, acting like she's truly lost her mind. Finally, she says she admits it was cruel of her to give them hope, because, from the very beginning, she should have made the difference in their status clear. And so, she calls upon the authority of God, saying she will borrow it. They are stunned, because the hand is regenerating right in front of them. And the mentor says that with this power, no matter how great the wound, she can recover with her extreme healing in seconds, and her body will no longer be affected by their attacks. She tells them to despair, saying that this is the overwhelming difference between them. But then, our protagonist is reborn, saying that it's basically just a fast healing buff. She's surprised to see him there. Our protagonist says if that's the case, he just needs to take her down in one hit, and all he needs is to land a single attack with overwhelming firepower to settle this. Then he calls upon Faz Nemos, rushing at her, completely transformed, saying it's time to bloom, and Yori gets all excited seeing him back in the fight. And so the mentor says she's already killed him 3 times, and he must have suffered the death penalty from his infinite resurrection 3 times as well. So why isn't he showing any signs of weakening? She wonders if only his non-combat related attributes were taken away. But our protagonist wonders why she's grumbling so much. Because for him, the death penalty is no longer a negative factor. It strengthens him with every death. And death is his inseparable partner. He faces her again, and she says she can't understand as she defends herself from him. She takes the chance to attack and knock him away, asking what's happening to that cursed body of his. And she tries to grab him with that hand, but our protagonist already knows her tricks and attacks the hand to get away. And the mentor, for her part, raises her hand to use her power analysis ability, activating it to its full range. And our hero sees he's being tracked by her power, putting him on high alert. He notices this light scanning his body, but it's not going to do her any good even if she does discover his inversion ability. So she decides she's just going to destroy every part of him. He dodges past the 2 hands she sends out to try and grab him, and she just tells him to stay quiet on the ground until she finishes her analysis, calling him unpleasant as she launches her arrows at our hero once again. But before her arrows can even reach him, Yori jumps into action once again, unleashing her water blasts, intercepting the mentor's attack, and stopping her dead in her tracks. And the mentor starts freaking out again, calling them inferior insects, and trying to launch another attack, screaming that she'll exterminate her. And this time, the attack is aimed directly at Yori, who starts to panic. But then she's suddenly pulled away by Mana, who saves the girl, yanking her out of the path of all those attacks. And Mana thinks to herself that Yori is actually really light, pulling her away so easily. Yori is surprised by what Mana did, but now both of them are being targeted by the mentor's attacks. And Mana takes the opportunity to call out to Kogura, since now it's his turn. He tells her it's all right, telling the girls to leave it to him as he unleashes another blast of fire, creating a wall in front of them. And the mentor just gets more and more pissed off at these inferior beings, screaming that resistance is futile. But our hero tells her to look at him, as he lands a solid stab right in her chest. But he knows that with a half-baked attack like that, she'll just heal instantly with her healing buff. And if that's the case, he'll have to end this right now, without giving her any time to regenerate. Once again, he imbues his sword with power. She sees this and immediately launches her chains at our hero, trying to restrain him and kill him again. But our hero says he's not falling for that again, telling her to get ready for his strongest attack. And his sword begins to glow as he tells her to get a taste of Chen Blanc at point-blank range, and both she and the statue are obliterated from the area in a massive flash of light. But only half of her remains. Our hero is shocked, wondering if he actually killed her. But then she speaks. Analysis complete. She says she understands now, because his inversion ability is excellent, and she starts laughing at him. As she reconstitutes and heals herself, she completely loses it, saying it's a truly blasphemous combination and that she's figured it all out. She says she has a special something just for an inversion user, saying she'll borrow the divine power, Grace. And she thinks this is just wonderful, telling him to enjoy some high-speed healing. She tells him he should be grateful, because it's an unattainable divine blessing, but for a fool like him, its effect will be inverted. And he immediately realizes he's screwed. She tells him to enjoy an ultra-fast death, over and over again. As she heals him, he just starts coughing up blood, and she tells him to savor it until his body and mind completely break. Yeah, this is totally our hero's weak spot. It's great when you take damage and can heal yourself, but what happens when someone else heals you? Yeah, nobody ever talks about that, right? So, our hero dies once again. When he gets to the underworld, he wakes up in a panic, realizing she put a regeneration buff on him because of his inversion ability. And that is a completely broken move. I mean, let's be real. His ability is kind of broken too, right? But whatever. So he realizes that the light, which is supposed to heal any wound, is now being inverted by his power, and he thinks that as long as that effect lasts, it doesn't matter how hard he fights. He's just going to keep on dying, and just like that, infinite resurrection activates, and 5 seconds remain until he returns. He wonders if the light will still be there when he revives, questioning if this is the end for him. Thinking he'll just have to find out the hard way when he comes back, he reappears right in front of the boss. He then realizes the light from the buff is gone, but she tells him not to worry. And when he looks at her, he's absolutely terrified. The look on her face alone shows how happy she is to have found his weakness. She tells him that her God's blessing, her light of peace, will be ready to embrace him the moment he revives, anytime. And our hero frantically looks around, trying to see where the light is coming from. And when he looks up, he starts bleeding again, and dies once more. And every single time he comes back from the dead, he dies the exact same way, in a pool of his own blood. She tells him that even if he changes his resurrection spot, he shouldn't worry, because her God will never abandon him. And so, as the light shines down on him, our hero automatically starts coughing up blood, cursing as he dies. He keeps coming back and dying, over and over and over again. The cycle repeats, with him turning into a pool of blood every time he comes back, and the girls can only watch in horror. And there's nothing Kogura can do either. She's not even attacking. He's just being healed. As he's on the ground crying, she tells him to be embraced by the light of blessings, saying he looks so happy and that the look really suits him. Our hero screams, "What happiness are you talking about? What kind of blessing is this?" He screams that he hates this damn light from the bottom of his heart, yelling again as he spits up liters and liters of blood. And Yori, seeing this scene play out over and over again in front of her, begins to break down. She calls out for Yoshito, her eyes filled with tears. She's completely losing it, shaking and screaming as she tries to attack the boss one more time. But the mentor says she's tired of this, and simply summons a horde of those angels in front of them. And Yori, seeing all those monsters, is completely overwhelmed. The monsters charge right at her, and one of them nearly gouges her eyes out. But Mana gets there just in time, deflecting the attack, saving her at the last second and fending off the angel. And Kogura shows his power too, grabbing his flaming sword and slicing through all of those angels in a single pass. And the girls are completely stunned by the sheer amount of fire and the speed of his attack. But the mentor asks why they're still fighting, since she already told them they have no chance of winning, and she summons even more angels to buy herself some time. And to that, they just reply that they don't care about winning at all. As the angels rush towards him, Kogura attacks again, killing them all quickly, saying that his partner was killed in so many cruel ways. He has more than enough reason to keep swinging his sword. He starts to set the entire path on fire in her direction and charges straight for her, throwing a flame attack at the mentor. But she stops his attack with just her sword, very calmly, without even moving. However, that totem beneath her begins to dig into the ground, and he attacks again. But once again, she stops the attack. He then continues heading towards her, until one of the mentor's hands appears behind him, ready to grab him. He quickly looks back, telling her to get out of his way and blasting her away. And the other hand that was still there prepares to grab him, but he manages to see it, turning back and attacking, saying she's too slow and cutting off all 4 fingers at once. He says that with this, he hopes she felt at least a little of the pain Kato felt. But then she questions him about feeling pain, saying that with her God's blessing, the wound closes before the pain registers, and she doesn't comprehend the pain that inferior beings feel. And he starts to realize that she's a little harder to beat than he thought, because she healed so easily after all of his attacks. And just like that, before he could see it, the hand appears, delivering a karate chop that sends him flying, hitting him in the ribs and making him spit up blood. As he goes flying, the 2 girls get worried about Kogura and lose focus on the battle, and the mentor then says that it's now time to begin the removal of the infinite resurrection, adding that, as for them, they can die, summoning more and more angels to throw at the 2 girls. While they're fighting them, the protagonist is over on the other side, dead and motionless, completely hopeless as he can only think. And then, a system screen appears in front of him. He wonders what this screen is talking about. And so it says that the use of multiple hostile actions with divine power has been confirmed and, for his defense, the effect of the reversal ability will be expanded on a limited basis. And the protagonist laughs because the hack is kicking in. And so the change in the ability occurs, and it says that lesser divine interpretation is now available. And the protagonist wonders, what in the world is that? Just accept it, man. This is basically hack 2.0. And so, as he looks at that system screen, it starts to load. And it says that with reversal using lesser divine interpretation, it is now possible to apply the effect of the reversal ability to the enemy. Then he realizes he's going to be able to apply reversal on them too, and he starts to get an idea. Because he took several fatal hits thanks to that healing buff that activated his reversal, and right now, she's bathed in that same buff. So that means he can reverse it onto her too. As he's being resurrected, he's already getting excited, wanting to start his revenge. And at that, she questions why he's laughing, since his companions are about to die, saying that soon his mind and body will also be destroyed, telling him to hand over the divine resurrection. However, when he's attacked and dies again, he thinks that Yuri and the others have already reached their limit. He's also going crazy from dying so much. So it's time. And he prepares to finally use the power. And that power reaches his eyes, and he says he's going to end this, using lesser divine interpretation, activating it on the mentor. Then he prepares a Rasengan with the hack, getting right up close to her feet. She asks, "What is that?" And he asks if she wants to know what it is, telling her to come a little closer and he'll tell her, saying she'll find out when she hits him. He starts to climb her pillar while she prepares all those lasers, firing them down at him. He dodges more and more of the attacks until one of them manages to kill the protagonist. And when he comes back still dodging. I'm starting to feel like this isn't the protagonist's fault. And I think the author forgot that he can set a location for his rebirth. He could have very well respawned right behind her. As he continues running, he thinks that it doesn't matter how many times she kills him. If he can just apply the divine interpretation at least once, he'll win. He keeps trying to get to her, but he dies time after time, losing an arm, a leg, being chopped to bits as he makes his way toward her. When he comes back, he tries one more time, getting a little bit closer each time, and when he prepares the Rasengan, the mentor gets more and more irritated because he doesn't seem like someone with a broken mind who's about to give up. He thinks he's going to win, but she keeps calling him a damn persistent brat, throwing her powers at him in every way possible. But the protagonist keeps advancing, and this time he's faster, and she can't hit him as easily until he gets close enough to stop and try to aim at her. But she also gets more and more fired up, invoking her holy light, and the protagonist dies yet again. However, when he comes back even faster, finally trying to reach her. And once again, he still has the lesser divine interpretation invoked in his hand. So she tells him not to get any closer, because she's afraid of what he might do. And her hand lunges for the protagonist, grabbing at him, but he manages to dodge to the side. And she, seeing that he escaped, uses her golden rays to chase him around the area. And he weaves from one side to the other, using all his speed to get close to her. But the hand gets in front of him once more and swats him like he's a mosquito. However, the protagonist slips between her fingers, dodging and spinning until he comes face to face with her in midair. But he drops down again, because he was about to be hit, and when he bounces, he prepares to jump toward her. And she sees this, getting desperate, but the protagonist, before she could launch her power, tries to get close. But then he's frozen, and when he looks back, he sees that she used her chains, which have caught his feet. He's pulled down once again and loses his arm and part of his abdomen. And he goes through this so many times that the mentor starts to get tired. And when he respawns again, she's already starting to see him as a threat. However, when the protagonist respawns, he immediately falls to the ground exhausted, just staying there panting. And she's also very tired, but she smiles as if she's victorious, once again invoking her power in her hand and killing him. And when he comes back, she kills him again. And every time he's summoned, she kills him, doing this over and over and over. See, the moment he appears, she tries to kill him, unleashing every last bit of power she has to make his death as agonizing as possible. She smiles, even laughing with joy at what she's doing, until she notices something strange. She sees that she failed to kill our hero this time and starts wondering where he went. But then our hero says he's right above her, ready to strike, telling her he's returning the blessing she gave him with interest. As he dives toward her, he winds up a punch and lands it square in her abdomen, a beautiful shot. And this time, she actually pukes her guts out. And with that, our hero finally manages to inflict lesser divine interpretation on her. So, as she's reeling in pain, about to vomit again, she prepares to use her healing ability. But the moment she is healed, the inversion also hits her, and she feels the absurd agony of her healing being turned into damage. And as soon as the little green dot of her god appears, it turns into our hero's red dot. And that's when she realizes her blessing is starting to shatter right in front of him, and she becomes completely desperate. She screams in pain from the sheer amount of damage she's taking, having no idea what to do. And everyone watching this can't believe their eyes. She starts calling out to her god, begging him to wait, crying that something like this should never have happened. But she's dissolving, breaking apart right in front of them, screaming that divine power, the light of the blessing, shouldn't be hurting her. But even as she says this, even as she prays to her god, she continues to die until she finally shatters into a shower of golden blood. Dying, unable to stop the blessing, she collapses at our hero's feet, stripped of that majestic aura she used to radiate throughout the area. And this time, she's the one at his feet, trembling and begging for help. But our hero tells her that her god's salvation will be completely inverted. And the more she reaches out her hand for help, the more pain she'll feel. And so she begins to weep, listening to his words, and finally gives up, dying at his feet. And then, while the colors were still inverted, our hero looks at his system window. It says that the boss of Zeus's magic tower has been defeated, and a unique item and magic stones have been transferred to his inventory. And he wonders how the others are doing, looking over at Koguri, Yuri, and Mana, who are collapsed on the ground after having defeated those angels. He asks if they're okay, and Koguri says, yeah, adding that he's just a little sore, but it's no big deal. And Mana says it's all thanks to Yoshito for killing the boss, adding that the monsters that were after them disappeared too, and she thanks the boy. Then Yuri asks if our hero is okay, saying that he died so many times he must have suffered some kind of damage. But he says no, explaining that he's at his limit, but it was because he died so many times that he was able to defeat her. So, it wasn't such a bad trade-off. However, Koguri questions what that last attack he used on her was. That all-neon punch. And he says he's not really sure either. He explains that after dying a bunch of times, he just ended up being able to use it. And it seems the abilities he has are still a mystery. Hearing this, Koguri just says he understands, and that if he gets any stronger, he might end up surpassing him soon. Hey, no offense or anything, but you were about to get your ass kicked by the boss, right? Come on. Okay, fine, he's using hacks, but you were still gonna get wrecked. Then, the boy says there's no way that would happen, because this time it just so happened that the boss was a good matchup for him. He says that someone like him can't even be compared to someone like Koguri in terms of both position and strategy. But Koguri disagrees, saying that in this operation to conquer Zeus, he fought on the front lines. He defeated the boss at the top of the tower and conquered a great magic tower. And to him, Yoshito is already good enough. He even calls him a dominator. Our hero, realizing that he's won now too, is shocked, and that's when the system message appears, announcing that Zeus's magic tower has been conquered. In 10 seconds, the tower will disappear, and everyone inside will be transported. And Yuri is surprised that he's a dominator king now, saying that it's a title that suits Yoshito perfectly. Our hero smiles, and the girl agrees, adding that she says it with total confidence, telling him he was amazing. Our hero, a little awkwardly, just thanks her. And so, thanks to the countless adventurers involved, the operation to conquer Zeus came to an end, and the director, along with everyone else, was transported outside. And a message announces that the disappearance of an administrator of a great magic tower has been detected, and the system is beginning to reformat the magic towers that were under its control. And after that message appears, things are about to go sideways. Our hero is still thinking about being a dominator king, because it still feels surreal to him. Just then, everyone looks at our hero, and asks if that's Zeus's tower. Another person says they know what it is, but the first guy says, no, that's not it, telling them to look at the other magic towers around them. And our hero thinks that's strange. When he turns around, he starts to realize something is wrong, because the magic towers have changed somehow. And our hero is stunned to see that one is now a red magic tower. And after seeing that, everyone is just shocked. The story goes that 2 months have passed since the great magic tower of Zeus was built, and in the conquest operation led by the department, the boss on the tower's top floor was subjugated. But at the very same moment, Zeus's tower disappeared. The other magic towers in the city also changed, taking on a reddish form. And the new, sinister magic tower, a red-colored skyscraper, began to spread terror among the citizens. And so, in the middle of the city, a girl starts screaming and bumps into someone as she's running. He tells her to be careful, but she just apologizes. However, a guy in the crowd yells at her, calling her a bitch. The girl, looking back, notices they're still after her and takes off running again. She heads for an alley, thinking maybe she can hide there. She runs toward a construction site, but when she looks back, she sees it's not a construction site at all, and she panics because her pursuers are about to find her. And so she ends up jumping into the area, realizing that it used to be a magic tower. Then, as she's still trying to hide, the guys show up right there. Surprised, she ran straight to that spot, asking if she really thought she could get away from them. And she calls them out on being so persistent, asking how far they plan on following a girl who's all by herself. And he tells her she already knows why, saying if she just hands over the rare weapon she got, they promise not to get violent, but she questions why she would ever give it to them, since she's the one who found that item inside a magic tower. That means she has a legitimate right to the item. And she says that even so, just to steal her weapon, they're chasing her even outside the magic tower, telling them they make her sick. But then the leader of those guys says she still doesn't get it, telling her she's still way too much of a rookie. He says you just have to look at her gear and the way she moves, asking if she understands now, telling her to remember that the inside of a tower isn't the same as the world outside. And once you're in there, the pecking order is decided by the law of the strongest, in other words. Whoever has power takes it all. And of course, that also goes for the grounds of the magic tower. He says she really is a complete newbie for choosing this place. Of all places, to hide. He tells her she could have avoided a fight with adventurers. And, just like that, they start attacking her. And the girl grabs her sword to defend herself. But she can't do much. He says that was it. That was the sword he wanted. And the rumors were right, that it was hidden somewhere inside the magic tower. And there were even clues that pointed to the location of this unique item, the Evolt Crest emblem sword. And she's holding the sword like a complete amateur. As they lunge at her, she tries to fend them off purely by chance. But they keep attacking the girl until she falls flat on her butt. And that guy orders her to drop it already, saying it must be worth 1 million or maybe even 200 million. But the girl keeps refusing, saying she's the one who found it, that the sword is her partner, and it was the first thing she ever managed to get in a magic tower. But they don't care about that, telling her to stop with the childish nonsense and hand it over already. He grabs her face, saying if she doesn't like it, she can just try her luck and defeat them. However, our hero shows up right then, saying he knew something felt off, and asks what they're doing there. He says that no matter how he looks at it, the girl is the victim, and these thugs are the villains. And so the leader looks at the guy next to him, who's totally convinced he's going to beat our hero, and asks him what his deal is. Because they're mid-level adventurers, telling him he doesn't need to try and play the hero. He tells him to pretend he didn't see anything and turn around. However, our hero just grabs his arm and slams him into the ground with all his might, saying he's ready and that he didn't come to fight either, but that he needs to give him the sword because he's going to return it. However, the leader starts shaking like a leaf. He gets irritated with our hero, telling him not to even try it, and charges at him. However, Takemichi just raises his hand, sending the guy flying with just a swing of his sword, saying that's enough, and the girl is stunned, along with that other guy, who says he's seen that unique item before the reward for conquering the Zeus Tower. Then he realizes that's the new Dominator King, Takemichi. Our hero says it looks like he's gotten famous, looking a little awkward. He confirms that it's him, saying he appreciates the hype, but he can't ignore a girl being attacked. And since he still hasn't dropped the sword, he'd better get ready. And after our hero lays down the law like that, the guy starts to tremble, and they're all practically soiling themselves with fear. And one of them can't take the pressure, charging at our hero. The leader tells him not to be so reckless. However, he starts to think that even if he's a Dominator King, in the end, he's still just human. And if he takes advantage of the distraction and catches him off guard, he'll have a chance. And for the first one that charges, our hero just raises his sword to stop his attack, while that other idiot thinks he's going to finish him. And the girl is still on the ground. Then our hero, while fighting the one who attacked first, gets distracted, and the other idiot appears behind him, and the girl, seeing this, can't even scream. And that guy yells that he's got him. However, our hero just gets rid of the first idiot, saying that frankly, they just don't learn. While the other one is trying to hit him, he's simply overwhelmed by our hero's aura, and seeing it, can't believe that Takemichi's killing intent alone is enough to wipe out any will he had to attack. And our hero asks if he really wants to do this. And the guy is shaking all over. While he's scared to death, our hero just punches him in the face and sends him flying, putting him to sleep as calmly as possible. So the sword is left behind, and our hero just picks it up. All of them are wiped out, and he manages to get the girl's weapon back. And at that moment, our hero sees the guy as half dead, saying, "My bad. I guess I should have gone easier on you." And so, while our hero goes to talk to that one, the other two take off running. And he sees this, trying to warn them to take the idiot with them, asking them to at least take out the trash. But then the blonde girl gets up, calling out to our hero, thanking him all excitedly for getting her sword back. However, our hero asks if she's a rookie adventurer. She's surprised by what he's saying, and he says that there are plenty of good adventurers out there, but there are also those who try to steal other people's items, telling her to be more careful from now on. And the girl even agrees and goes to get the sword. But then, when she was about to grab the weapon, she starts looking at our hero. He asks what's wrong, and she's surprised that he really is the Dominator King, Takemichi, saying he's famous. However, our hero doesn't really like that, and she says that when the Great Zeus Tower vanished, all the news channels broadcast it. He says, yeah, he knew that. But that was 2 months ago. At the same time the tower disappeared, he says that all the towers in his area turned red, and the department immediately blocked all the red towers until they could investigate the interiors and confirm there were no problems. And since there was a great need to distract the people who were already scared, over there with fun, she says that everything's ready, and our hero asks what she prepared. She says it's for Takemichi's press conference. He didn't even know about it. He says that's how the Dominator King, Takemichi, was put in the media spotlight and got pretty famous. And she says whatever, because she was looking specifically for him. And he asks why she was looking for him, but the girl gets way too close and startles him. She says that a rookie like her is going to need help conquering a magic tower. Model. The protagonist has no idea what this crazy girl is talking about. Then she pleads with him, saying she's not skilled enough to defeat the monsters yet. She just found this sword and ran for the exit. So, this time, she wants to try it with someone strong. Saying that, she grabs the protagonist, drags him to the next tower, and he just goes with the flow. Man, if Yuri finds out about this, all hell is gonna break loose, huh? At this, he asks her to wait, saying this whole thing is moving way too fast. But then the girl stops and pouts, turning on the charm to get him to soften up and fall for her little act. Then the protagonist's heart skips a beat, and he feels like he has no choice. The girl sees that she really has this idiot wrapped around her finger, and so he says he really is famous, getting all full of himself. But then he looks at the billboard and sees it's the boss. He says a famous person should have that kind of glamour, not recognizing himself. But then he says that, now that he's looking, she really is eye-catching. So the girl is also looking, and the protagonist wonders if he should ask for an autograph the next time they meet. But as the girl looks, she says that fine is cool and all. Then she asks what he thinks of the girl on the banner next to it, and he's surprised by what she's saying. And to that, he says he knows her. She's a super idol who's gotten really popular lately, and she's cute. And just like that, the girl gets all happy hearing him call that idol cute. He, all cocky, asks if she's a fan of the idol, and she says quite the opposite, explaining that with her ever-growing popularity, there isn't a day the internet or TV can go without her. The super-popular solo idol, Konatsu, in the flesh, right in front of him. Everyone starts staring, and the protagonist is shocked, unable to believe it's really her. The people around also find it interesting, pointing at the girl and realizing she's the one from the billboard. However, the protagonist has a completely different reaction, realizing the girl is way more famous than he is. As the girl keeps walking ahead of him, the protagonist thinks that there isn't a single day the internet or TV can go without the super popular solo idol, Konatsu, in the flesh. So he asks himself, why would someone like her come looking for him? She looks at him, trying to snap the guy out of his daydream. She asks what's wrong, and he asks why an idol like. So she asks him if he was worried about her, adding that she's happy now. She tells him to relax, saying that challenging the magic towers is dangerous and she's well aware of that. Then they head to Thor's tower. And when they get to the 5th floor, a winged servant rushes our protagonist, but he manages to counterattack the monster with absurd ease. However, the winged servant stops behind him, flying up over his head, ready to strike. But he says that the monster is way too slow and manages to slice it to pieces before it can even launch a second attack. And the girl, seeing this, is stunned, saying that he's incredible. But the protagonist says that when weak monsters from the lower floors come at you, you just have to stay calm to beat them. He tells her that until she gets used to this pace, she shouldn't go up any higher because there'll be tougher monsters. But the girl doesn't even have a weapon in her hand and just keeps saying how amazing he is, telling Yoshito that he really is the Dominator King. However, he says it was no big deal, telling her not to get so worked up. But the girl still thinks it was incredible. But then our hero looks over and sees another monster charging at them, so he grabs the girl, pulling her by the waist and yanking her out of the monster's path, making it strike the ground and saving her. He tells her that this is her debut as an adventurer and says that if things get dangerous, he'll rescue her. But first, she has to try on her own. The girl agrees and rushes at the monster, trying to attack it. But the monster calmly sidesteps her because she's attacking with her eyes closed. It just takes a step back and attacks her again. She tries to stop it with her sword and thinks that this isn't good, defending herself any way she can to at least avoid being killed. But then, the monster senses the protagonist's aura behind it, as he's just keeping an eye on it, sending a clear message that he'll kill it in an instant if it steps out of line. And just like that, the girl charges the monster and somehow manages to hit it with her sword. The monster actually takes damage, and even though it's just a scratch, it gets pissed, so it throws its head back and screams for all its buddies. The girl asks what that was. Our hero realizes it called for reinforcements, and more monsters start charging in. She gets scared, saying there's no way they can defeat so many. And so the protagonist tells Konatsu to get back because he's going to finish them all in an instant. And that's exactly what he does, moving through all those monsters with ease and killing every single one in a single rush. The last one left even tries to hit our hero and lunges at him, smashing its club into the ground with everything it's got. But our hero is already on top of it and finishes it with a downward strike, splitting the monster in two. After our hero puts on a show for the girl, she thinks that Yoshito is really strong, but also a little scary. The guy really looks like a psycho in front of her. But then they hear a groan, and when they look over, they see the remaining monsters are still alive. They start screaming again, and the protagonist is surprised. At that moment, he looks up and sees that tons and tons of monsters have arrived, and the sheer number is insane. The protagonist gets more and more nervous, as he realizes he might have screwed up by bringing the girl here. He sees that swarm of monsters flying towards him. He thinks that facing this many enemies is crazy and simply sheathes his sword, grabbing Konatsu's hand. The girl is surprised when he takes her hand, completely confused. And so she calls out to him, Yoshito, asking why he's holding on so tight. But he just tells her to run, dragging her away, because the airhead still hadn't seen the danger they were in. Then, she finally gets it. After all, they're in danger. I really don't know what she was expecting. Our hero says that this magic tower is a real maze, and tells her to slow down, saying that if they calmly analyze the terrain, they can escape. He starts hiding with her to watch the monsters pass, trying to go unnoticed. He says that sometimes a frontal assault isn't the best choice, and that's how you survive inside a magic tower, telling her to remember that. And even though she's completely spaced out, he tries to calm her down, telling her not to worry, that he'll take her home. But then, they hear a scream, and the girl is filled with fear, and the protagonist says that, by the looks of it, they're still searching for them, saying they need to get out of there. The girl keeps looking all around, and the protagonist takes the lead to get her home. But as they're running, he ends up in a place filled with magical crystals, and he sees these green crystals illuminating the whole area and gets spooked, wondering what that is, questioning what this stuff is that's everywhere. Then they get more and more curious. However, the girl screams as he's about to be hit. He stops the attack just in the nick of time, managing to activate his reversal ability in his fright, and realizes it's them again. He tells the girl they need to take them down before they call for backup, but then she says there's something strange about them. They're just staring at those crystals all around them, but then one of them shatters a crystal, and the others get ready to do the same. And the crystal it hit starts to emit some kind of electricity, changing color. And the protagonist notices that with the shock, the stone's energy is becoming unstable. And so the girl screams, already suspecting what's about to happen, and a kind of attack shoots out from the crystal right at them. And, just like that, she says she knew they were going to fire at them. The attack came right for the two of them, and they both managed to get away just before being hit by that gigantic shock. But the protagonist, even while running, still gets hit and dies right in front of the girl. She's shocked to see him die. However, the protagonist, as an effect of his reversal, gains another 368 HP because of his broken hack, and so he comes back, saying he thought they were just weak monsters. But using the environment to fight is something he had never considered, and the monsters keep coming at them, using that electricity to try and get the protagonist. And so they attack with electricity and also in melee. And the kid, seeing that bolt coming right at him, dodges with great difficulty, weaving through the middle of them, nearly dying again. Then he asks them what they thought, because something like that isn't going to stop him. But the shock wave that goes backward hits another one of the stones. And as soon as it hits that stone, he looks back and sees another discharge is about to erupt from it. And in that moment, he screams for Konatsu, because the bolt is heading right for the girl. And she just stands there frozen like a deer in headlights, watching that lightning come right at her, about to die. But the protagonist jumps in front of her to tank the blow, saying that he won't let them hurt Konatsu. And the girl, who should have already been running, just stands there watching him do something. And he's the one who takes all those shocks, getting pierced right in front of her, seeing another one coming his way. He starts to laugh nervously, because once again the monsters have given his system a shock. And Konatsu, watching him get fried in front of her, still shows no reaction, just calling out for Yoshito, thinking he's still alive. And the kid falls to his knees, stiff as a board in front of her. And she asks if he's okay, but he's the color of charcoal, dead as a doornail right in front of her. And she starts to get scared, calling for Yoshito, falling to the ground, trying to wake him up, begging him to please come back, thinking he died because of her, a beginner, saying he should have left her and run away, telling him not to die. However, the monsters don't care that she's having her little drama, and they come after the girl to kill her. But the protagonist tells her to relax, saying he's not going to die. So she shouldn't cry, that the tears of a pop idol shouldn't be wasted on someone like him. He actually manages to kill that monster with no trouble at all, and the girl is completely confused, seeing him there. And she even looks at Yoshito, looks at the spot where he was, looks back at him and is totally lost, until she realizes, saying that this was what she saw on the news, the infinite resurrection ability, and the protagonist gets a little embarrassed. And he says that, speaking of which, this is the second time he's died in front of her, saying the first time he died from that electric shock, and she's completely stunned. However, he says that whatever the case, he has infinite resurrection. So it's okay for her to use him as a protective barrier, but she says no, that even though he can come back to life, she doesn't want to feel that sadness again. However, the protagonist says that a level 1 like her doesn't have the stats to react to this, as the monsters continue to gather. And she says if she levels up and increases her stats, she'll be able to fight a little. So she asks how many monsters she needs to kill to level up. He says that for someone at level 1, he thinks 1 or 2 monsters should be fine, and she should level up, and so the girl thinks she can do it, apologizing to Yoshito, but telling him to leave those monsters to her. And she actually slices right through one of them nearby, completely changing her demeanor. And with that, another broken ability appears in front of the protagonist. He's surprised that Konatsu has something special, and she says that, to tell the truth, no player has managed to obtain this until now, and that they say she has a super rare ability as the monsters attack the girl with electricity. Now, up close, she remains still and says that her effect basically multiplies all her experience points and stats by 10, and she easily gets out of there, charging at other monsters before being hit and without a single scratch. And she says the name of the ability is the hero's gift. I don't know why I'm not surprised. I was already feeling that the author was going to throw something onto this girl. I just had a feeling. And the protagonist, seeing her wield that power so well, is completely amazed, and those crystals around them begin to react again, launching electricity at her. But then, the girl's hero's gift flows in an absurd way, and now she knows what to do, effortlessly dodging all those bolts without letting a single spark touch her. And she says that she thinks her stats were just extremely low. And to be honest, she didn't have what it takes to be an adventurer at all. But thanks to this ability, now she can fight. And Konatsu's level goes from 1 to 8 automatically, and she asks if she surprised him. And the protagonist says of course she did, but with this, they can finally even the score, and the monsters still keep closing in on them. They take the opportunity to scream and call even more of them. Then, after screaming, they leap into the air to get near the crystals. But before they could do anything, they're attacked again. But they parry that electrical energy, stopping it and sending it back at the two of them. And the protagonist tells Konatsu that she should be able to dodge the lightning on her own now. And she says, of course she can. And so the two of them split up, each going a different way, dodging the lightning bolts the two birds are shooting. They keep running from the shower of lightning that those things continue to launch at them. And the protagonist says that now that Konatsu is holding down the fort, he can take care of things more easily, running towards one of those birds, launching himself into the air to get close to it, saying he's going to end this as he comes face to face with the bird. But before he can hit the thing, another bolt comes between them, stopping his attack. Seeing that he couldn't hit it, he gets frustrated and jumps back to the ground, realizing they really know how to fight and the lightning is getting in the way. And he says it would be great if he could deflect the bolts with his sword, but that staff has something special about it. And with a normal weapon, it'll be dangerous to hit the lightning, and his body will get fried to a crisp again. So the lightning bolts keep coming at the protagonist, and the birds launch even more of them. And one of them starts to swing its scepter, gathering all the lightning bolts and launching them right at Yoshito. But he says that if he can't deflect it with his weapon, he'll just have to do something different, and he starts running backward, jumping across the pillars, and heading towards one of those crystals, preparing to take a different action. And he just shatters those things. He says that's all he needs to do, because if he scatters the stone fragments around, the lightning will be attracted and repelled, saying that the monster has been having its way until now. But he tells that damned bird that now it's his turn to burn, and just like that, he draws the lightning towards the bird, surprising it because he's changing tactics. However, one bird puts its scepter in front of it to block the attack. But the scepter is knocked out of its hand by the force of the lightning, and it ends up getting barbecued since it has no way to defend itself anymore. The protagonist is pretty surprised by this, and when he looks to the side, he thinks it's a good thing, saying he'll leave the final blow to the girl. And so she arrives, thanking him, getting ready to steal the protagonist's kill, all excited and apologizing, but says she needs his experience points. And just like that, she slices the monster in half, and her skill makes her jump from level 8 to level 10. As she lands on the ground, she's already looking for the next one. She says she feels much lighter now, also slicing through the next one with ease, as if she were just skipping across the battlefield, and the monster falls dead right behind her. She gets more and more excited, and the protagonist thinks that with this hero skill, her experience points and stats are multiplied by 10. And if that's really the case, Konatsu will soon surpass him, the director, and even Kogarasan. She'll be the most powerful of all the adventurers. And maybe she really will become the heroine of this story. But maybe not so fast, you know? Because, like, you should already be super strong with how many times you've died and all the stats you should have gained, or else how many times you could have revived yourself. And with that, she runs towards him. As she's running, a bolt of lightning just comes flying in their direction, almost hitting the girl. And the protagonist says they've defeated the monsters, but this place is still way too dangerous, telling them they need to hurry up and find a way out of there. The girl agrees, and the two of them start running through the area while the protagonist looks around at the scenery, saying that the path they came from is completely blocked. However, there must be another way. But before they can even think about that path, they're almost hit again. But the girl tells him to look over there, saying that behind that giant magic stone, there's a path for them to continue. And the protagonist says that she's right, telling Konatsu that she did a great job. The girl gets all flustered, and the protagonist says that if it's not rubble but a magic stone, there's only one thing to do, taking out his sword and getting ready to attack, saying that he's going to destroy it. And so he calls Konatsu to go with him, and the girl agrees immediately, and the two of them charge towards it. But the surrounding stones begin to emanate electricity, starting to threaten the two of them. They notice this, so they get ready to run, because lightning is coming right at them, and they each jump to one side. The protagonist tells her not to get hit, calling her heroine, and she thinks that nickname isn't cute at all. But anyway, after dodging the lightning, they continue their charge and just shatter the stone completely, entering the tunnel with ease. Then, when they're already inside, she tries to talk to the protagonist but gets a huge scare, because those stones explode behind her, and after the explosion, rubble falls in front of the entrance, and they're trapped again. She's really surprised, saying that they're getting deeper and deeper in trouble inside the magic tower. However, the protagonist just stands there, and she calls out to Yoshito, asking what's wrong. And the protagonist says it's not good at all, because even though he had avoided coming this way, this happened. And he starts looking at all those little stairs to get up there, seeing that he's going to have to climb them. And she asks what this place is. And he says that, to be honest, he had some business to take care of here in the Tower of Thor. But after they fought in a safe zone and he sent her away, he intended to come to this area alone. And the girl is surprised. And the protagonist says that a few days ago, this is where a high-level party got lost in this immense labyrinth of the Tower of Thor. They were fighting on the front lines of the Tower of Zeus, so they must have been quite powerful. But against the boss of this area, they couldn't even put a scratch on it. While they're worrying, something comes from above, and the protagonist notices. But it's too late, because that thing landed right next to them, and they are completely stunned. And the protagonist says that the mid-boss of the Tower of Thor is far above the others and is an irregular monster. And that monster arrived right there with its lion face, and the protagonist says he has to defeat it, and that it's the evil horn, a type of monster with the face of a lion, the horn of an ox, and a bunch of parts from other monsters. And the protagonist immediately draws his sword to kill that thing, and the monster starts to snarl at the protagonist while he says that he's going to have to kill it. And with that, he remembers a day ago, at the Adventurer Management Headquarters. She was completely busy until he opened the door. She notices it's him, saying she was waiting for him. As soon as he enters the room, he starts looking all around, terrified, and she asks what's wrong. He says that ever since he conquered Zeus's tower, they've been putting him in press conferences, interviews, and TV show appearances. And he's on the defensive because he's been so exploited these past few days, and he starts looking everywhere, remembering being dragged away by security guards. And he says those brutes took him every single time. He asks if they aren't here, and the girl says no, telling him it's okay and that they don't have that type of employee. And besides, the agency doesn't take anyone by force. It's all of their own free will. But he says she's a damn liar, because he was definitely there by free and spontaneous pressure. But she says that, either way, thanks to his cooperation, they were able to draw attention away from the fact that the magic towers had turned red. Regarding the red magic towers and the previous ones, they did their research and concluded that the danger level is the same, so there will be no more need to force him, or rather, to voluntarily take him to such events. So he says that she just admitted she was forcing him. He says she slipped up and confessed, but then he asks why she called him here, and she speaks to Yoshito. She asks if he's ever heard of Thor's magic tower. He says that before coming here, he took a look, saying it's the tower where they recently conquered up to the mid-boss's territory. She says yes, explaining that in Thor's magic tower, between the lower floors and the top one, a huge open area has been discovered. And he is surprised by this. And she says there's a boss there too, and they have intel on this particular monster. But he tells her to wait, saying that in magic towers, it's common knowledge that for every floor you advance, the monsters get stronger. But if there's a large open area that covers multiple floors, how strong would the monsters living there be? She says that based on various reports, the strength of this area's boss is comparable to that of a final boss, and this time, she needs him to defeat this monster, and his target is an irregular monster. And if even he can't defeat it, they plan to classify it as a named threat of the error level. And he's immediately surprised by this, because he remembers that metallic snake that was the same type. He says that if this monster is tougher than the steel snake and is putting adventurers in danger, he's ready to go. Saying he accepts the mission, Fu thanks him, explaining that an intense battle is expected in this open area, both vertically and horizontally, and tells him to use that. He's surprised, and horizontally, and tells him to use that. He's surprised, because he never imagined he'd see this again, taking what she gives him and saying he'll borrow it. And just like that, he's face to face with the evil horn, as the monster prepares and lunges at him. So he dodges out of the way of its paw to avoid being crushed. While he's running, Kanat starts to scream, and he sees the monster flying again, snarling down at them. Then she asks what they're supposed to do, questioning if that monster can actually fly. She says that this way they don't stand a chance, that it's going to tear them apart. But he says that, without further ado, it's his time, putting the bracelet on his wrist and saying, "I'm counting on you, the reward from the steel snake of Proteus's magic tower." A unique item, Hyperon Mechani. She's surprised that it's a bracelet. He says yes, but it's no ordinary bracelet. And as he holds it up, he explains that it's something from another dimension that shoots out long-range arms. And sure enough, the dagger, followed by a steel chain, shoots toward the monster, but it manages to dodge, and the dagger embeds itself high above. And he says that, to be honest, he never thought he'd use these arms, but now he's ready. Zipping past and slashing the evil horn across the chest, he immediately calls the monster into an aerial battle. As he flies by, the monster looks back, and he manages to land on one of the pillars, and he realizes that even after a direct hit, it's still going strong. So the monster keeps coming at him, but this time, its wings change, and it flies right past. He's surprised, because the monster is now above him. Then it makes its wings glow even brighter, and he thinks that this is not good, and he needs to get out of there. He aims the bracelet in another direction, shoots his line, and tries to get over there, but the monster attacks before he can, hitting him mid-air. He gets slashed in several places, and he's even surprised by it. But he manages to throw himself and land up there, dodging most of the attacks. He's frustrated, because that damn thing packs a real punch. However, while he's pissed off that the monster hurt him, it appears right above him, ready to strike again. And Oito questions if this is for real, as he's hit in countless ways and dies looking like a porcupine. So he dies. When he dies, he receives a death penalty with a 36 attack debuff, and that 36 becomes a buff. He comes back again saying that he gets it, it's strong, but it's over, and that he's taking it down now, because he manages to get back on top of the monster, ready to attack it, and the lion starts to thrash around. One of its wings tries to get close to him, but can't. However, its scorpion tail comes up behind the boy, almost piercing him, and he wonders just how high it plans to go. And when it gets close to the ceiling, he starts to get desperate. But the monster turns around, gets there, and prepares to attack him. However, Yoshito is sent flying, but he plants his feet, calming himself and getting ready to go back, thinking that this is dangerous and that it even tried to crush him against the ceiling. but he still says he's not going to make things easy for the evil horn, attacking it right on the horns on its head. And the monster keeps defending itself with those two huge horns, while he continues to attack as they both fall. Then he says he's going to end this before the fall is over. However, the evil horn pays close attention to the boy, countering his attack just by shaking its head, and he's thrown upwards. But before he could do anything, Evil Horn's hand grabs him in mid-air, and the monster starts to turn, going into a free fall to crush the boy. And 8 keeps screaming for it to let him go, but it's too late, and he sees that he's about to be smashed down there. And when the monster takes him to the ground, it really does crush him under its paw, and our protagonist becomes nothing but a huge puddle of blood. As for Konatsu, she says that Yoshito is trying really hard. She can't just stand by and watch, especially after what happened up there, since she almost died too. And she says that this isn't worthy of the title of a hero sending his partner to fight, so she draws on the power of her sword, telling the emblem blade to release the first emblem. Her sword begins to glow and, even without knowing what she's doing, she decides to charge at that thing. Moments before, as she watched the protagonist fighting that monster in freefall, she thought it was absurdly incredible. So she starts to get frustrated, but determined, and she jumps up the steps to get to the top. However, the moment she's about to arrive, she sees that things went south, because the monster smashed down into the arena before she got there. When she peeks her head over the edge, the monster is roaring over a puddle of blood with the protagonist right underneath it. And she realizes that Yoshito is trying his best, and she can't just watch. When she sees him in that puddle of blood, she gets frustrated, thinking that he has infinite resurrection, so he should be back soon, and maybe he can even defeat a monster as strong as that one. But even so, she wants to help Yoshito, and that's what it means to be a hero. So she calls upon the hero's emblem, which resonates with its user. That's how the first emblem can be released. And she's super surprised and says she didn't quite get it, but she'll understand as soon as she releases it, calling on the sword to do what it has to do. So she releases the emblem with the sword glowing brightly, and the evil horn notices her over there, charging at the girl to attack. But then she just holds her sword and swings, launching a massive beam of light towards that thing, and she's completely stunned that it dodged. And when the monster lands, it immediately prepares to attack her again, flying back up towards the girl. And she prepares to launch the attack one more time, firing several of those Gitchin at the monster, which flies in circles, dodging her attack. But then it makes its wings glow again to launch that needle-filled attack at her. As she sees those wings glowing, she remembers how the protagonist died the first time, and she thinks she needs to dodge, but there's nowhere to go, realizing she's trapped. As the monster tries to attack her, the protagonist shows up, launching that dagger that comes out of his bracelet. He says it's been a little while since he got back, then tells the monster to look at him. The monster turns its wings toward the protagonist, and he continues to pull the creature, cursing it out. The monster slams hard against the wall. The protagonist gets close to attack again with his sword, but Evil Horn manages to stop his blade with just its horn. The two of them continue that clash of strength to see who can hit harder, but the protagonist doesn't give up, until he simply dodges one of the monster's horn strikes and drives his sword right into Evil Horn's face. Then he tells Konatsu that she should attack now, and the girl thanks him, preparing another one of her Goga tensions, saying she won't waste this chance. Okay, I get that you need to balance things and introduce new characters, so everything doesn't just revolve around the protagonist. But this girl who's killed half a dozen monsters and is now as strong, or even stronger than him, is starting to tick me off a bit. Because the protagonist has died so many times that his stats should be in the tens of thousands by now, but they most likely aren't. I want to see what this author is going to do and when he's going to show the protagonist's stats again. And if you want to see the continuation of this manhwa that just started releasing again, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll definitely bring it to you in the next video. And don't forget to check out the pinned comment, because you're going to like it. So, I'll see you in the next one.